Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everyone today? Well, I hope I've got a lovely day lined up for you today. So shall we get started and do a early bird? The sky was so red this morning. Now, doesn't that normally mean red sky in the morning, shepherd's warning? Is that going to be a horrible... Mind you, somebody said to me, oh, it's going to be hot by the end of the week. I looked at my weather app this morning, and in my village, it's got rain right the way through till next Wednesday. Hot, no, it'd be 19 degrees, but pouring down with rain. Anyway, look, Mundal scissors, Cushion Pro, these are gorgeous. Now, these are your big shears. Now, when we have the nice big heavy ones, I would say if you've not used a 12-inch scissor before, I've turned them upside down only because that's the best way to see the scissors. This is a brilliant way to practice with a 12-inch. Before you splash out and spend £60 on the Mundal big scissors, this is a brilliant way to see how you cope with a 12-inch handle. 12-inch scissors, they're really lovely. They've got soft handles. They've got the lovely long blade there. It's Mundal, so you know it's going to be good value. These shouldn't be an early bird, and I apologise if you bought these in the past, but here we go. Today's price, not $24.99. $19.99. Who am I? Who am I to question the authority of upstairs? This table is filthy again, hobby maker. It's got glue all over it. Right. Loads of you there. June says, good morning. Pam Minihani, Yvonne, Pauline, fun day of dressmaking and TOFT. Pam says, what a gorgeous shirt. Thank you. Claire says, morning, John Noel. Patricia says, love you from Blackpool. Sue says, good morning. Loads of you there. Right. Make sure you check out these. Now, I've not got as many of these as I'd like. So please, 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 if you want these, do check out. Now, they're 12-inch scissor. They're really good. Do you know what? I said I wasn't going to open them, but I am going to open them. Is that all right? We can't find our studio sample, so they're a really, really... Oh, do you know what? There was some fabric under here, and I've just cleared it away because I wasn't going to open the things. They cut beautifully, right? They've got no weight to them at all. They're beautifully balanced, which is what you want from a scissor. You want this streamlining along here so you don't have to lift the fabric up to slice through it or anything. I'll show you in a second. At £19.99, it's a really, really, really good buy for this Tuesday morning. Thank you. Oh, a little lovely bit of Osnaburg here. Oh, is that in the scraps box? Oh, I might have to find its way into my scraps box, that one. Anyway, you ready? Look at this, right? Ready? Oh, that's a beautiful sound, isn't it? Now, the reason you want a nice big 12-inch pair of scissors like this is if you're dressmaking, if you've got little scissors and you go snip, 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 each time you snip, you have a variation. It moves around everything. Whereas when you've got a long... Look how the length of the cut with that. Really smooth and fabulous. And then, of course, the tips, they're sharp through to the tips. So if you're doing your snipping as well, snipping into your seams, then it's really, really easy to do. How gorgeous is that? $19.99. Check out, check out, check out. That's the most important thing. No, I don't know how or why they've done that Mundal scissors being reduced like that, but who knows? But remember, at midnight, it goes back up again. Does go back up at midnight. June says good morning. How are you? Donna says good morning. Delia says good morning. Look forward to a great day. Message on my bottom. Morning, John and crew. Lovely and sunny here in Bridlington. Love your shirt from Sue. Thank you. Now, it's got, I think they're called centaurs, aren't they? You know, like the half horse, half man. So it's half man, half... Oh, I could come in with that camera. Half man... Oh, there you go. Half man, horn, half horse with a lady riding on the back. And cherubs as well. £19.99. £19.99. Good morning, gorgeous, says Jan. Good morning. Keep going through for these. Keep going through. Obviously, you only get one pair. I don't know why they put two pairs on a picture like that. You're only getting one pair. At $19.99. Beautiful. Now keep these. Oh, no, don't keep them in that. You can't keep them in that because it's only half a packet, isn't it? I was going to say keep them in the packet to look after them, but you can't. At $19.99, but look after them. They'll last for years, these. Last for absolute years. 19.99. Cushion Pro. Let's see if they've said anything I haven't mentioned to you. Perfect combination of performance and outstanding comfort with thicker steel and precisely honed blades. They're designed to master even the toughest of applications. At the same time, the handle made of soft material ensures that your fingers stay comfortable regardless of use. To keep your scissors in good condition, here we go. Maintain it dry and clean and lubricate when necessary. It's a cutting product. Please be careful. Thermoplastic resin is the handle and stainless steel are the blades. No, don't use them if you're left-handed. Do not use them if you're left-handed. They're right-handed scissors. We've got Mandel left-handed scissors, but they're much, much shorter. They're only 8-inch, I think, and they're not shears. Oh, now June's off to the COVID clinic. Now, June, you're not over 75, are you? I thought it was only over 75s and doctors that were getting them at the moment. She might be vulnerable, but, you know. I don't think she is. Who knows? Oh, who? Roscoe? No, Roscoe's vulnerable, yeah. Hannah's on the vulnerable list as well, I think. Anyway, 19.99. Keep going through for these. Keep going through. Keep going through. Auntie Sally says, good morning, John and team. Good morning, Auntie Sally. Oh, there you go. This is why you should never judge a thingy by a what's it, right? No, I'm not going for the jab. I'm running it. Thank you, June. 1999. When I had my, was it the last one, the one before? I had to have it with the flu jab at the same time, and they just came at you, both angles, like that. Had it done in the same place that Delphine does her classes in. Oh, no. Keep going through. Oh, so Ben says, if you want to get to the front of the queue, do a pretend panic attack at the door and they'll push you to the front of the queue. Well, yeah, you look emaciated, that's why. Crazy Lorraine said, morning, John. Tough day yesterday. Oh, I'm sure it was, Crazy Lorraine. I'm sure it was. Beautiful, 19.99. Okay, let's have a look at today's menu. Coming up on today's show, we've got Henry Glass Fabrics. Now, please look, it's all a bit chaotic today. So, we've got the Henry Glass Fabrics just for half an hour until 8:30. Then we've got now, is it Marie or Mari? We forgot to ask this. I think it's Marie top with Jules Fallon from Sew Me Something. That's a brand new top. Oh, Kat did try and press it as best as she could. Oh, they took the picture before she pressed it, apparently. So, Ollie, that's Ollie's fault. That's Ollie's fault. At 9:30, Dressmaking Tools. Then 10:30, the Winnie Culottes with Jules Fallon. They've been on before, completely sold out, back in stock again now. And then at 11:30, we have got TOFT with Kerry Lord. What's that? Diplopodopodopodus. Pterodactyl. Triceratops. Woolly mammoth. Where's the sheep? The sheep is adorable. Look at the sheep. Oh, it's a T-Rex as well. Oh, no. Is that what, oh, I can see it now. I couldn't see it. No. I thought his head was on the wrong way round. That was all. And we got cats as well. Oh, look. Black and white cat. There's there's only one ginger cat, isn't it? And then the rest of... Oh, no, there's the bundles and everything. There's all sorts. You've got to come in at 11:30. 11:30 to see all of those. Right, so the 3 ways you can get in touch. First way is by email. Oh, this is all going to change soon, by the way. First way is by email. studio@sewingstreet.com. The second way... So all these lovely new slides they've made, they're not going to use them soon. Second way is Facebook Live, which ones I've been shouting out. Oh, now Laurie, morning, John. 3rd day in hospital, minimal pain, getting on with the hip replacement. Hopefully tomorrow, have a great day. Oh, Laurie, she messaged me within half an hour coming round from operations. Oh, there's no queue. June says, we're doing appointments only, no queue. Oh. Then the third way is by website, www.sewingstreet.com. You go to the front page, top right-hand corner, click on Watch the Show Live. You'll see me on the left-hand side there. Right-hand side, there's a box. Write your message in the box, and they're the ones that come on the bottom later. Scroll down the page, there's the early bird. There will be 2 columns in a minute. The left-hand column will be things that you've seen so far, and the right-hand column is everything that's coming up on the next 5 hours. So here's your Henry Glass fabric. The red one isn't Henry Glass, they're X-ride backing, new X-ride backings there. Oh, well, that's a picture there. The complimentary bundle. Oh, honestly. Then we're into Jules' out. Look at this lovely Moda lawn. The Moda lawn is gorgeous. Why is there a Tula pink one in there? I haven't got any Tula pink. But that's in Jules' out. That's her pattern, by the way, her brand new pattern. We've just gone past there. There's the overlocker. There's the brand new pattern. We haven't got Tula pink today. We have not got Tula pink today. Don't buy those buttons for the trousers. Oh, they're for the trousers. Why are they up there? It's gone all chaotic, look. We haven't got raw, ignore that. Then these all the tools here. I mean, you can buy it if it's there. And we got it in stock, please buy it. But we haven't got Tula today. There's one of the new... It's all over the place. Look, there's the Moda Chelsea lawn there. Brand new, brand new, brand new. What else have I got here? We've got Taylor's chalk twice, look. The green machine, got the green machine, got mats, we've got there's the Mundell other scissors, the 12-inch scissors there, if you didn't get the early bird. There's the 10-inch ones there. Got lots of thread, iron, more green machines. Mannequins, just the one mannequin today. Beautiful. It's all in the tools hour. Then, in a minute, there's the left-handed scissors. They are not the same size, though. And they've got a pig iron handle. Jules' second hour then. The fabrics for Jules' second hour. The Winnie Culottes. And then we're on to TOFT. TOFT is there, look, there's your TOFT. Coming up at 11:30. Your blouse, Jules, Marie or Mari?
Mary.
Mary, and who's it after?
Marie Curie.
Marie Curie, there you go, Marie Curie. There's the ginger cat, or the red tabby. And some of those, oh, we have a cat. Oh, cat got a leg caught in a cable then. Right. Right, let's start then. Let's start. So I've only got 15 minutes left to do this Henry Glass fabric. It's in a bundle. I've got a bundle here. Right, Kat, when you take over, I've got the first rule that you've got to do, right? When Hobby Maker finish, they've got to clean their tables. They've got to wipe their tables. Right. This bundle is £51.44. You get the panel and you get 3 meters of fabric. At 51.44. Yeah, they must clear up though, mustn't they? At 51.44. Panel and 6 fabrics there. I'll show you the panel. Look at that gorgeous panel there. Home sweet home. Looks like you've made them all already, doesn't it? I'd quilt that. And, do you know what? I'd literally back it, but waddy it and just quilt it. And you've got a little lap quilt there. The other Jan says, good morning, John. All a bit breezy here today. A butterfly Anne says, morning. Catch up later. I'm off to have a shingles vaccination. Ooh, blimey. I didn't know you get vaccinations for shingles. Beautiful. I thought it was brought on by stress, shingles. My next door neighbour had shingles in the eye when I lived in Twickenham. Ken had shingles of the eye. Anyway, look, that's your panel. And then all these gorgeous fabrics. You've got the Home Sweet Home. Looks like quilting, right? All these fabrics, by the way, are available by the half metre. But if you buy the bundle, you only get half a metre of each of them. They're lovely. Very, very popular, these today. Cross stitch. It's a bit like that. Remember that book we had called Felt Houses on the Hill, or whatever it's called? It's very like that, isn't it? Very Sally Ann Harrison, isn't it? Then you've got your alphabeties there. They're not cross-stitch. And then your alphabeties with your dark background as well. 3 meters of fabric plus your panel. Oh, Marina's loving my shirt. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, yeah, big horse, Marina. Half man, half horse. Beautiful. So, all of those for £51.44. Okay, beautiful. Lovely. That's your price. Don't be waiting for a crash. That's your price. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Right. There's your bundle, your panel, and your 3 meters of fabric, £51.44. So, would you like them on their own? Here's the panel. $13.99. That's a good. It's really good quality. Oh, cotton as well. Beautiful cotton. Designed by Debbie Busby of Wooden Spool Designs for Henry Glass. Now, you know that Mandy Shaw, she designs for Henry Glass as well, doesn't she? So you know the quality of the fabric. Morning, John. Catch you at the vet's in 20 minutes. He's gone into hiding. They're so big. How can they be hiding anywhere? $13.99. The Norwegian, whatever they're called. Forest cats. Yeah, Norwegian. $13.99. There was lots of, I think it's because it was light this morning, lots of wildlife out on the roads this morning. $13.99. And when I say wildlife, I don't mean pigeons, Ben. Beautiful. You don't want them nesting around your house. Right, then we've got this one. Beautiful. It's like a patchwork with Home Sweet Home. £7.49.5 metre, this. Look. Oh, I like that. So you got your little patchwork, you got your flying geese there, you got your borders, and you got your Home Sweet Home in cross-stitch. It's not real cross-stitch, obviously it's a picture. Ben saying he'd use it. You could try it if you wanted to, Ben. He'd cross-stitch on top of there. No. No, you need to use a sharp needle, not a cross-stitch needle. There it is. By the half metre, £7.49. Patchwork in natural. Now, I've only got this in this colourway. Well, that's like a plique, that bit there, isn't it? £10.49. Who was that from? Oh, Glennis. That'll be the stress, won't it? That'll be the stress. Yeah. Yeah, they also, it's only one side, but they do say if it joins up, then that's you're a goner. I'm not a doctor. Oh, that'll be an old wives' tale, won't it? But it'll have come from somewhere, won't it? Right, now I've got stripes. Now, what would you use this for? Beautiful. So you've got your ribbon, your stitching, your applique. It's not obviously applique, it's just printed, but I'll turn it this way up, even though I'll hold it this way so you can see that the stripes go down the fabric, not down the fabric, across the fabric like that. Could make a tea towel out of it if you wanted to. It's only one-sided, though. Yeah, cotton. Most tea towels are just cotton or linen. I don't understand what that means. Yeah, I've never seen it. What's that, TV show? Oh, kids program called Balamori. Is it all brown and beiges then? Oh, okay. Welcome home. Welcome, come on in and close the door. You've been gone for so long. Peters and Lee, £7.49. I'll move on. Lovely. Right, now I've got cross stitch here with the natural background. Now it might make your telly go a bit funny, this. If I move it around, it really will, won't it? This is stitch texture in natural, £7.49. Oh, loving the houses, make a nice doorstop. Oh, a draft excluder. Oh, Tracy, it would. She has put drafty excluder. No, you don't want a drafty excluder, just a draft excluder. Be lovely. This is nice, isn't it? £7.49. It looks like a computer printout, doesn't it? Moving on. I've also got that one with a lovely brown background, like a really, really rich background. Oh, is it? But yeah, no, it's definitely. Oh, well, I say it's definitely brown. Yeah, it's definitely brown. They've just called dark. You'd think what they could have done is they could have put a subliminal message in the crosses, couldn't they? They haven't. They haven't. Or it could be one of those. What's those magic eye pictures? Can you see the dolphin jumping over the giraffe? Because I can. Oh, don't they? They've done those things. They do those things on Facebook, don't they? When they go, the picture of normal people walking through a station. They go, close your eyes. They open them quickly, and it's John Lennon. Things like that. £7.40. There's a new one going around at the moment. I can't think what it is now.
Nicolas Cage.
It's what?
Nicolas Cage was in one.
Oh, there's a Nicolas Cage one as well. I didn't see that one. Beautiful. Then I've got your alphabets and letters. So this is like a sampler, this, isn't it? It is by the half metre, remember. I folded it in half, so it's not a fat quarter. Right, the web image. There you go. Put my hand in so you can see the size of the writing. The background, is it black? Yeah. That's not black, Cat. She said in the background of that one's black. That's not black, is it? Anyway. Well, we'll see. Oh, yeah, that one's definitely black.
I think it's just the colour.
£7.49. Beautiful. And then, of course, we've got the same one as that with the black background. They'll have called it dark. There you go. We've got somebody new to introduce you to soon, haven't we? When is it? Is it this Wednesday she starts? No, we had official email. Didn't you get the email? You haven't read it. Fine. That's what the management do here, you see. As a senior member of the team now, and you haven't read your emails, and it's to do with her. It's not yet. No, she hasn't signed on the dotted line yet. Beautiful. Right, do you want to see the bundle again very quickly? Thank you. Beautiful. Panel. You get the panel and you get the 6 fabrics there. Well done. Well done, well done, well done. I'm only rushing because I've only got a couple of minutes because Jules is on in a minute, you see. Right, I've got a I'll keep this one there. Complimentary, no, I won't put that one there. Complimentary fabric bundle now. Yeah, now you see, what I don't understand is I was asking Ben quietly. That's why I went, this your price, that's your price, because there's nothing off it. Someone's taken £2 off this one. Did Hayley make this bundle? I think she needs to get a new colour card. Here we go, £13.16. She won't be watching. It's Tuesdays. They don't work Tuesdays. Good morning, John. All at Sang Street. I'm having a naughty watch before going to work. That's Cat. £13.16, saving £2 for some reason. What colour's that one there? Oh, is it biscuit? Is that it's new. That's not nude. That's definitely not nude. Well, anyway, if it is, it's well. Hang on. No. Terracotta and moss. £13, 16 pence. You're saving £2 on that one. Now I've got 3 extra wide backings now. These are gorgeous, can I just say? I'll just show you all 3. Look. Beautiful. So I've got red, gold, and evergreen. Start with gold. Now remember, this is extra wide backing, 108 inches wide. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? No. This is Aura Antique Gold, extra wide. Antique gold, not just gold. Antique gold. What's the matter? Oh. On which picture? Yeah, but it shouldn't be by. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. $11.99. No, the panel was 90 centimetres. $11.99. 11. Oh, it must be on the website. 11. This is good. Why is this only $11.99? That is lush. Let it fill the screen, Ollie. Let it fill the whole screen. Now these are normally like $14.99, aren't they? Extra, and we normally drop to $11.99 in a special deal. Yeah, that is gorgeous, isn't it? Right, Chad, come on. Which one next? Red next. Oh, you're going to love this one. Oh, what's the matter? Oh, I don't know why they've written that, Reva. Oh, this would make the most gorgeous dress. Wouldn't that make the most fabulous dress? Oh, that is stunning. Absolutely beautiful. Loads of this one in baskets. Beautiful. And then the green one. Oh, now, this reminds me of a dress my nan had. And I think Dulcie got it after my nan went. Dulcie got most of her clothes. Who's the giggler, John? So funny. That was Cat Floor. Look at that. That's stunning, isn't it? $11.99. So this is called Oh, look how they've done the spelling on there. Ori, that's why you were saying earlier, weren't you? It's called Ori. Evergreen. Beautiful. Oh, I love that one. Right, now, am I just going to walk now then? Are we going for a break? I don't mind. Well, no. Well, there's no point to having a break, is there? Because I won't be able to go to the, comfort room. So... Oh, okay then. Right, we're going for a quick break, but it'll only be back in a minute, and we'll see you straight back here, and Jules will be here to do a brand new top.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
So Jules is here. Good morning, Jules. Looking very floral.
Thank you.
Right, let's get straight on.
Okay.
Brand new top,
It's
named after
Marie Curie.
Marie Curie, because...
We've run out of female Shakespearean heroines, basically.
Okay, so we're now doing...
We're doing women who inspire us.
So will there be a Jules?
No.
Oh.
No. Well, we've got a Julia
Yeah.
as part of the
Are
old...
you born Julia?
I am a Julia.
Oh, are you?
Yes. But my mum is the only person who calls me Julia.
Yes. You're not, well, I can't say you don't look like a Julia because we know you as Jules and everything. Anyway, tell me about this blouse. Who's it for?
It's for anybody, and actually, it's a really good stash buster.
Right.
Because we've used it. Now, you can make it up out of all one fabric if you want to.
Yeah.
But we've chosen to use 2 different fabrics there.
Right.
And you can make it up.
Oh, and you've got 2 different
Yes.
types of fabric.
2 different types of fabric, yes. So it's up to you how you want to do it, basically. You kind of want to have a firmer fabric on the top half.
Right.
Because the bottom half is gathered.
Right.
So you want something that's going to cope with the gathers across that yoke seam. But otherwise, we've used it with a viscose and a t-shirt fabric. You could have it with a linen and a viscose, or a Ramie and a t-shirt fabric, or something like that.
Whatever you want, really.
Yeah.
Or, like you say, you can do it all if you want
Or you
to.
can do it all in one. Yeah.
Now, can I lengthen it if I want to lengthen it?
Absolutely. There are length and shorten lines on everything so that you can drop it down and make it into more of a tunic shape if you want to.
Lovely. Now, you're not wearing one. You normally wear what we're doing.
No, I know. Yeah, I've got this. This was actually the top that I was making last time I was on.
Oh.
So I've got it finished.
Lovely.
I'm wearing it.
There you go. Nothing goes to waste here, does it? Right, so here we go. Sew me something. Mrs., so this is your 6 to your 20. Now, it's only got 1 pair of scissors, so it must be simple.
It is very easy.
£24, so in there you get all your instructions, how much fabric you need. Now, these are on the back here, you've got your body measurements, you've got your fabric requirements now of different widths and everything. So now what Jules has done is she's done, if you want to do main fabric in total, so is that to make the whole...
The whole thing in one fabric.
Right.
Yeah.
Depending on the width of fabric, but then also... If you want to do it in the 2 different fabrics, then she's done how much you need for each of the 2 fabrics, basically. So she's broken it all down for you. Morning, John. Sun is finally shining. I've just bought 3 meters of gorgeous Moda lawn. All is right with the world from Julia. Julia.
All the best people are called Julia. Really.
Yes, exactly. Interfacing, and then it's got the actual finish measurements on here as well. So you've got all of that. Then inside here, have you got your little booklet with you? Don't worry.
I have. Yes.
Do you want to show it on your side? So look at the booklet. Very thorough booklet.
So we
all
go
your
through
instructions.
everything, all the different layout options that you've got, and then we do all of the instructions from start to finish.
Beautiful. Very well produced. And also, everything is printed in Warwickshire. It's all UK based, isn't it? The pattern's printed, everything's printed here in Warwickshire. Right, so that's that. So that's that size. That's your 6 to 20. And then loads in baskets. You'll be waiting to see it being made. That's fine. Jules is going to make it from start to finish, right? Then we've got curvy, 20 to 34. Same price. Beautiful, £24. Now, this one here is made of your own fabric, isn't it? Because your sample. Oh, it's this one here on the front of the pattern. It's like, oh. But we've got other fabrics showing you. Now, what we've done today is rather than bundle them, we've just done all different fabrics by the ½ metre. So you can choose if you want to mix and match and everything like that. So I'm going to start with some brand new Moda lawns. And these are exquisite. So now you've got one of these to work with.
I have,
Is it that one you've got?
Yeah.
Right, let's start with that one then. Oh my word, these are so stunning. These are beautiful. Think of Liberty Lawns. Think of gorgeous quality. You know Moda's good quality. Beautiful, isn't it? That's $9.99 for half a metre. It's Moda Chelsea Garden Lawn Collection. It's called Flower Field with Navy Multi, this one. At $9.99. Beautiful, isn't it? Now, a lovely thread count, higher thread count. Really good, not just for this, but also for raw edge applique, because it doesn't fray. Oh, and it drapes beautifully as well. Oh, look. $9.99. Well, it'll be Chelsea Flower Show, won't it? Because and I know Liberty have done print. Yeah, Liberty have made shirts for Chelsea Flower Show using floral prints, because I've got some of them to wear. Beautiful. So that's that one.
Are you going to Chelsea then? Are you going to Chelsea?
No. I bought.
Oh.
No. I'd get really bad hay fever. I'd be really bad advert for it. Now, look at this one. This is gorgeous, isn't it?
That's so pretty.
This is assorted flowers on porcelain rose. Beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, these are gorgeous. Now, this would be good for top or bottom, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Paisley, Kat's favourite. Charlie likes a paisley, doesn't he? With freedom, books, flowers and the moon, who could not be happy, says Oscar Wilde. That's the quote on the side of the fabric. Freedom, book, flowers and the moon. I'd rather have the sun. Beautiful. Oh, now look, we got that one from earlier, but oh, this is nice with the navy background. That's gorgeous. Oh, and I've got this one with the bright pink background as well. Size 12. Size 12 is this one. So in total, for a size 12, you need 1.5 meters, 3 units, 1.5 meters. You need 60 centimeters for the top and 90 centimeters for the bottom. Beautiful. Then I've got that one in a bright pink, or not a bright pink, like a this, you see, I'd call that fuchsia, but magenta pink. Nice. Mulberry, they've called that one. Oh, go that far. Yeah. It's exquisite, though, isn't it? Absolutely exquisite. Oh, right, hang on. There's 2 different widths, aren't there? Right, sorry, I read the wrong one out. Oh, no, how wide's this?
That's only 45 wide, isn't it?
It's how many centimetres is that?
114.
Right, 114. Sorry, I made a mistake. You need 1 3/4. 1 3/4 you need. Sorry, because I read the wider one. I suddenly thought then. No, it wouldn't. Be 4 units. 4 units. Yeah. Righto, then we got the little ditzy. There you go. Little ditzy. Beautiful. Daisies on porcelain. That's the end of the Moda lawns. Oh, the hemline. There's the hemline. Oh, sorry, let me move across a bit. There you go. So it's shorter at the front, longer at the back. Right, so that's all the Modas. Now I've got some jerseys. So now, if I do jersey, do I do jersey at the top as well, or just jersey at the bottom?
You can do both.
Can do both. I can do both, just so you know, right? So let's do this one first. It's a plain pale blue.
That would go nice with that little ditzy one, wouldn't it?
What, that one and that one? Yeah.
cute.
Beautiful, light blue jersey there. Organic, £6.99 for half a metre. And it doesn't matter that I'm saying a stretchy fabric to a stable fabric.
No?
No, just asking.
Yeah.
$6.99. We've also got a plush blush pink. These are the jerseys, remember, I'm doing now. This one's stonewash jersey. Oh, now that one's got a fluffy underneath, that one.
Oh, that's probably better for the top then.
That'd be better for the top, not the bottom. Soft touch jersey there, $6.99. Then we've got the black one with the roses on it. Going back to the lovely lightweight. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that'd be lovely for the bottom, that one. It's that really lovely, I don't want to say thin, because that makes it sound negative, but you know what I mean. $8.49 this one. Black, red, floral jersey. And then we've got the white with the magenta and teal flowers, or some kingfisher flowers. This one's lovely for the bottom one as well, yeah. £8.49, that jersey. Be that way up, obviously. That one has got a direction, that one, remember. Righto. Then I've got some linens, right? Well, they're not the same. Yeah, linen, that's not. This is linen look, this one. $3.99. $3.99? So it must be, it's 100% cotton then. So what it is, it's got the slub, like the kind of like a slub weave in it. It's lightweight. It could be $3.99. It could be 100% cotton. Yep, cotton. There you go. $3.99. That's good. Say that again. No. Rightio. Who's written that? Yeah. Right, this one's linen. Now, this one's slightly heavier. I'm not sure I'd do the bottom in this bit.
No,
this
maybe it's better for
enzyme
the
washed.
top.
I'd keep that one for the top. Maybe not. It'd give you a different look. It would still work. It would still work, wouldn't it? But it'd be just a heavier bottom.
Yes, it would be a bit more structured.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it'd still work, but it just won't be as that, will it?
Floaty.
Yeah, it won't be as floaty.
Soft and droopy.
diaphanous.
That's a good word, diaphanous.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, now these are heavier linens. These can only be used for the top bit here. The pink, this is the one with the texture within it. Stonewash linen blend, $5.99. So that's a blend, remember that one. And now you've got the navy blue version of this to work with, haven't you? And then last but not least, I've got the navy blue version. There you go. Right, if you need to know the yardaging or anything, any of the sizes, just let me know. I'll get it right next time. Just let me know. Or any questions, obviously, for Jules, just get them through. Morning, both. Love the Maisie pattern. Oh, the Mari pattern, that was sorry. But never sewn jersey. How difficult is it sew? Trisha in wet France. Oh, Trisha. How easy is jersey to sew?
It's very easy, actually.
Oh,
if you've got, I haven't got jersey,
No.
but if you've got a walking foot, then you can use that on your sewing machine. But otherwise, you can just overlock it altogether.
Now, I know Trisha's got an Elna air threader overlocker.
Ah, well, in that case, you'll be absolutely fine.
Yes, you'll be absolutely fine with it then. Right, just make sure I haven't got a question. Oh, no, Margaret says, good morning, John and team. Morning. Fran says that red fabric, I think she means the extra wide backing, would make a lovely padded waistcoat. And Nede says, morning, John and Jules, watching from hospital, recovering from pneumonia.
Oh, no.
Love the Mari top. Oh,
Oh,
Mari top. Right, so where do we start then? What do we do?
So I've done a little bit of prep.
Lovely.
Just to kind of show you first. So it's a very simple top. You've got the top section. So you have that part that you can cut out in whatever fabric you want. We've then got the little cuffs that finish off the sleeves. So you can have those either in the same fabric as the top, but I've done it in a contrast, so it looks quite nice. And then you've got your facing part. So this is the bit that neatens off the neckline. So again, I've made that in the contrast, but you could make it in the main fabric as well.
Right.
So all I've done with this is to apply interfacing. So when you asked me this morning if there was interfacing in this,
You
I
said no.
There is, actually.
Can I have Julia Roberts back, please?
Thank you. So this is just really lightweight interfacing. So it's not going to change the nature of the fabric. It's still quite nice and soft.
Is there a pattern piece for the facing?
Yes, there is.
Because I hate it when they go, take a pattern off the pattern.
No.
So it's there.
Yeah, there's pattern pieces for everything. So including the cuff as well.
Yep.
So all I've done is add the interfacing to it, joined it on the shoulder seam. So literally just stitched the seam across there.
Lovely.
Press that open and flat, and then I've just neatened off around the edge. Now, if you haven't got an overlocker, you could just tuck it under by like a centimetre and just edge stitch it in place. But because I've got the overlocker, I've used that. The cuffs are 4 rectangles. So again, what I've done with those is just sew all of the short sides together with a 1.5 seam allowance and press them open, and then folded them in half so that we've created the cuff. So all of the seams are on the inside. We don't need to neaten them because that's just going to create extra bulk. So that's ready to go on to the top when we've made up that top section. And then on the skirt part, because this part is gathered onto the bodice, I have sewn a double row of gathering stitches. So just across that top curved edge. So the front part has a sad curve or a concave curve.
Cave is what you live in.
That's it.
Yep.
And then the back one has a happy curve, which is the
that's concave.
That's concave,
Yeah.
and that's convex.
Yeah.
There we go. So you know which way round it is.
Okay, so if I want to make it longer,
Yes.
I don't add any fabric to the width of it. I just add fabric to the length of it.
Yeah, so you literally cut through the pattern piece and open it out and put an extra piece of paper underneath by however much you want to lengthen it by.
Lovely.
Really, really easy. So I've done my double row of gathering stitches there. Now I've tried to keep those inside my 1.5 centimetre seam allowance.
Right.
That way I don't have to worry about taking them out afterwards. So it's really easy. Now, if you are making it out of jersey, you will need to reinforce the shoulder seams.
With former band.
Exactly, yes. But because I'm not doing that, I don't have to worry.
No. Can you just see if we've got the former band? What's it also called?
Bias tape.
Bias tape. No, not tubular. No, not tubular. It's the bias. It's like a little
It's a
fine, narrow strip of like interfacing, which is cut on the bias, and it's got a line of stitching through the middle of it. We call it form band, but that might just be
I think that's the trade kind
the
of
trade name for it.
It's bias tape with a chain stitch through.
And basically, you sew it into the shoulder seam to stop the shoulder seam dropping if you're using jersey, and the neckline and things.
Yeah.
Form band.
Form band. So there we go.
Right. Anyway, we'll carry on.
Okay.
Jules isn't using it because she's
I'm not
using jersey.
That's fine. But what we do need to do, and you could use form band here as well if you wanted to.
On the jersey.
Well, on the jersey.
No, sorry,
or
on the linen,
woven,
sorry, yeah.
Or the woven. We need to just keep that neckline stable. So I'm going to do a row of stay stitching. So much of sewing kind of does what it says on the tin. So stay stitching enables that neckline to stay in the position that you want it to be in. So it keeps its shape. Let me get my pedals out the way. There we go. So all I'm going to do, I've got a normal stitch length, and I'm going to run the edge of the foot on the edge of the fabric. So I'm still sewing within my 1.5 seam allowance.
Uh-huh.
So all I'm going to do is just let that run through. And I'm not stretching the fabric or anything like that. I'm just letting it.
Okay, I found it. The item number is. It's called. Where's the item number on here, Kat? It's called Visaline Iron-On White Bias Tape, and it's got form band written on the packet, that's all.
Ah, there we go. Cool. So another thing that you can do, depending on the fabric that you're working with, this is quite, I wouldn't say thick, but it's a little bit more substantial.
Yeah.
So instead of having a closed seam, you can have an open seam.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do, if I'm going to do that, I'm actually going to neaten the edge of the seams first.
Right.
So I'm going to whip through on the overlocker.
Are you all right? Do you need help?
No, there we go. So I've just got a little bit of space there. So again, all I'm going to do is find my pedal.
Yeah, another pedal.
Another pedal. So again, I just want to whip down the...
Oh, we can just see that. Well done, Ollie.
There we go.
Yeah.
So I'm trying very hard not to trim off too much fabric.
Oh, Clive's machine. Good morning, John and Jules, he says. Morning.
Morning. There we are.
We'll do it when I do the jerseys. I'll do the form band when we do the jerseys.
This just makes it
Which
much
overlocker
easier.
are you using?
I'm using the Elner.
664 Pro.
Oh, lovely. There we go.
It's hidden behind your waist. You know your little waist bucket? It's written behind there.
So it is. There we go.
And there it is. They're £559, the Elner 664 Pro. Now, a tractor got one of these for her birthday. And she said she's never had an overlocker before. It's the best thing she's ever bought.
They really are.
Yeah.
They are absolutely amazing. I love overlockers.
And yet, in the past, they've always been something to be terrified of, haven't they?
Oh,
Threading
gosh.
up and everything like that.
It's, do you know what? We run, as you know, we do lots and lots of workshops.
Yeah.
And the Love Your Overlocker workshop is our most popular workshop.
So then, how do people bring their overlocker with them?
No.
Because
we've
all
got-
overlockers are different, aren't they?
Well, yes and no.
Oh.
They all work on the same principle.
Yes.
So they all have, or most of them, you can still get 3-thread, but most of them have got 4-thread. So they've all got 2 needles, an upper looper and a lower looper. So depending on how you work, now the air thread ones obviously are brilliant because you don't have to worry too much about threading them.
No.
But there's a really nice quick, so if you haven't got an air thread, if you want to change the threads on here, if you turn the flywheel back and it undoes the stitch, then you can just tie on your threads and just pull them through. So it's really easy.
I know. It's what we used to do all the time, and it would always get hard. I had a big industrial one at Colchester, and then you get halfway through and you'd suddenly feel the thread go limp, and you think, oh, then my knot's come undone, or my knot's got so. Don't try and pull the knot through the needle, though.
No.
You must stop before the time it gets to the needle.
Yes. So now I have got my shoulder seams pre-neatened.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm going to do is just pin those together.
It's like you've done your roots, look.
My roots. I wish.
No. Like, you just to see the top of your head there, just you bobbed your head in.
Oh dear, you can see my ball patch.
No. Do you know what? It was really funny. When I used to have really, really long hair, and I went to the hairdresser, I got back from Ethiopia, and I just wanted a bit of a trim, and he was just brushing through my hair like that, and I'd obviously been very stressed or tired or something. I had a little patch of alopecia.
Oh no.
And I had one of those awful, I think I'm going to faint moments. And it's a friend of mine, they're in the hairdressers, instead of saying, oh, John, just come in the back room, by the way. Don't you faint in my shop. It won't do me any good if you faint in my shop. And I'm like, I'm having a real moment here. Don't shout at me.
Oh, there we go. So all I've done now is just pin those together so we can sew them, those little shoulder seams, with a 1.5 seam allowance.
Did I just hear you say that an overlocker could be used to assemble the Marie top? And does this apply to all garments and fabrics, from Jackie in Carmarthenshire?
It works best if you are working with jersey fabrics.
Yeah.
Because you don't necessarily need a sewing machine to do the seam first. Because you've got a 4-thread overlock, that left-hand needle thread is actually giving you the safety stitch that you need to create the seam.
Yeah.
So if you're just working with all jersey, then you're absolutely fine. But to be perfectly honest, on that one, I think we've just overlocked the side seams, haven't we? Or have we done proper seams?
No, you've overlocked the side seams.
Just
with the
overlocked the
skirt,
side
yeah.
seams,
But
because
you
it's
haven't
just
done the
jersey.
top. You did the top with the sewing machine, yeah?
Yes, so with a woven fabric, you will need to use a sewing machine as well as your overlock.
Yeah. I'd have both there, just be on the safe side, and
Yeah.
just use as and when. I'm lucky, says Pauline, I've got a Jaguar overlocker. Oh, I've never heard of one of those.
They're
The whole
beast.
thing opens up to do the thread so easy. Oh, yeah, some of ours open right up as well. I wonder if it's made by the same people as the cars, then. Jaguar. Have you ever heard of a Jaguar?
We used to have, years and years ago when I was lecturing, we had industrial Jaguar overlockers.
Oh.
And we had Jaguar cover stitch as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, they're obviously not around much now, are they? Where'd you... Oh, a tractor. Morning, John and Jules. Oh, here we go. I got the story slightly wrong. I did have a cheapy supermarket-made overlocker before, which really tried my patience. My life is so much calmer now that I've got my 664 Pro.
Well, there you go.
There you go. See, buy cheap, buy twice.
Exactly. Get what you pay for, don't you? So now, there we go. We've got...
Oh, it's Cat. There was a great big piece of gaffer tape on the wall. And I said, oh, that looks a bit nasty up there. Anyway, she just ripped it off like a plaster. She put it there. Oh, now, is it steaming all right? 'Cause we had a bit of trouble earlier. Oh, no, it's all right. We had a bit of trouble with the steam earlier. It won't do it vertically. I think someone's dropped that one. Cat.
Oh, there we go. It's fine.
Yeah.
There we are. So all I'm doing now is just pressing the seams open and flat like a book.
Oh, she got an X-display model years and years ago, Pauline says.
Ah.
Karen says, morning, John and Jules from a beautiful sunny Camden Town. Love this pattern. How did they do? Did the Arsenal win? Oh, 3-2. That's good then.
Oh, you're talking football now?
Karen's an Arsenal fan, but she only goes to home games. She doesn't go to... Ollie, can I ask a favour? You know the screen that's on the wall... Only because I've got what we can see at home, and it's kind of every time I look at Jules, I've got a movement behind her. Do you mind?
Right. All I'm doing now is just trimming off the ends of the overlocking because they get in the way otherwise. Yeah. So we're just being tidy. So now we've got the whole of the top. So what we need to do now, whilst it's nice and flat, is actually finish off that neckline. So I've got my facing that I've done.
Now, if I'm making the top out of jersey,
yes.
Do I still have to make my facing out of the jersey as well?
No, because it doesn't need to stretch to get your head over.
Oh, okay.
So you could just make it out of, you could have a contrast like we've
Yeah, because I was going to say, if I had jersey top and then a cotton lawn bottom,
yeah.
I could still put the cotton lawn like you're doing around the neck, even if I use jersey.
Absolutely, yes. So you'll still need to use a woven interfacing for it if you're using a woven fabric for the facing.
See, Clive enjoys threading his overlocker, but Mark's got an air threader because he won't thread that. He doesn't like changing the thread.
Oh, I don't mind threading overlockers either. No, you have to get a bit zen to thread an overlocker, don't you?
You have to get what?
Get a bit zen.
Yeah.
Chill. There's no point in getting frustrated with it.
No, exactly. If you do go in, have a cup of tea, come back. Morning all, says Caroline. Karen says, yes, we won 3-2. It was fantastic. Yeah, so she's only got home ticket. She's not got an away ticket. So she was stressing that she wasn't, because it was only in Tottenham. And I said, it's only across the other side of London.
Yeah, that's not far.
She only got this. So she was stressing about it at home.
Oh.
It's the vertical one. Normally, there's not a film in there. Normally, it's just a slide of like Hobby Maker or something like that. It's directly behind Jules, and I just keep seeing. I'm talking about that screen behind.
Oh, that one. Yes. Or is it a bit distracting?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Doesn't take much these days.
Oh, fabric. Yeah. There we go. So I'm just pinning this around the neckline. Now I'm doing it so that my pin heads are hanging off the edge of the fabric.
Okay.
So then it doesn't really matter which side I sew it from.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh, of course, yes, yeah.
So if I've pinned it that way, let's just make sure that's sitting evenly. That wants to come over a bit. There we are.
Right, so Donna says, hello, John. Hi, Jules. Can you use a gathering foot on an overlocker? The thing is, overlockings will do gathering if you read the manual. If you change the what's it called?
Differential feed.
The what?
Differential feed.
Differential feed. You can do gathering on the overlocker. I don't think you need an overlocking foot, do you?
No. If you just increase the differential feed, which is it's usually the one that's like
Says DF.
DF, or it might be the one underneath your stitch length on
Yeah.
the side of the machine, then yeah, that will
does
just
gather it,
increase it. So yeah, because the differential feed controls the rate at which the fabric is pulled under the needles.
Yeah.
So if you increase it, you've got more fabric, so it gathers.
Yeah.
Them.
I know with the Britannia one, you can buy other kind of feeds, but I don't know if one's a gathering foot, because I know they've got piping feet and all sorts of things like that on
You
them.
can get gathering feet for some overlockers.
Oh, okay.
But that's really for when you're doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I probably wouldn't worry too much about it.
No.
So I'm going to sew now, because I've pinned my facing this side, I'm actually going to sew inside the circle because it's much easier to fit it on your machine.
Okay.
So because I've put my pins in this way vertically, it means that I can actually take them out. I can still see them even though I pinned from the other side.
Yeah.
So
Do you know, Ollie, the big telly in here has gone to like a paint set with Crafter's Companion on it now.
are there tech issues today?
Yes.
Oh.
Don't worry, we can wait till the break.
There we go. So we've got that on the 1.5 line again.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to take that all the way round. So all I'm doing is trying to keep the raw edge on my 1.5 line. And I just want to make sure that my seams are staying open.
Uh-huh.
So that they keep everything nice and flat and it reduces all the bulk.
Oh, here we go. Sarah says, hi, John and Jules. Love this brilliant demo. Just thought you'd like to know that Jaguar Japan is one of the largest sewing machine manufacturers in the world, also making machines and overlockers for, other makes. I'm not going to read them out. So they're the people who make them so they will then make them, but put on like the name of the company they're making it for. So like the factory my friend Bees used to work in, he was making trifles, but he was making trifles for Marks and Spencer's, for Morrison's and for Lidl. But they're all the same trifle.
That's funny, isn't it?
Yeah. He moved from the pea canning side to trifles, because the pea canning side was a nighttime job and he didn't like it, but you controlled how many peas and how much juice went into the tins.
Really?
So if he was being a bit naughty, he'd do a tin with all juice and one pea, or all peas and no juice. Yeah. I haven't said that. I buy these gluten-free like Madeleines, and you're supposed to get 6 in a bag, right? And I opened one yesterday. No, Madeleines I'm on now, and I got 4 Madeleines and 2 empty bags, but the empty bags were full of air, like they've got Madeleines in them.
How bizarre.
So I feel an email coming on later.
I think you should, yes. Now, I've
What are you doing now?
stitched, so what I'm doing is going round and releasing the tension in the seam. Now, if you've got a thicker fabric, you might want to layer the seam.
Right.
But I'm not going to bother with this because it's all quite lightweight. But what you do want to do is to make sure that you are snipping enough, and you want to make sure that you're going right up to your stitching. A lot of people don't snip close enough into the stitching line.
Yeah.
And that's where you get a stepped curve rather than a nice smooth one. So I'm just going to work my way round. Do you know, it's been quite nice actually. I've actually been spending some time at home, not on the road.
Do what?
We haven't been doing any shows.
No.
So yeah, it's quite nice and quiet.
What's your next show then?
We could do Threads at Farnham,
Oh, okay.
which is a really nice one-day little show.
It's a long way to go for one day.
It's a good show.
Okay.
But we've got something very exciting happening in August.
And are we allowed to know, or is it a surprise?
Not yet, but just watch this space.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
August, Festival of Quilts, August.
Oh, it's about 2 weeks after that.
Oh,
Yeah.
glutton. So you're going to exhaust yourself at 4 days at Festival of Quilts.
Oh, that's good fun, that is. So,
You can always tell where Jules' stand is because there's always a massive crowd and you can't get to the stand. Yeah.
there we go. So we've snipped all the way
sorry,
round.
did I tell you? Jules also has a craft fair at the last weekend of each month?
Yeah, we had it just Sunday just gone.
Oh, blimey, is it a month already?
I know.
'Cause me and Dulcie went to see the other one.
Yes,
She
yeah.
spent a fortune on the silver stand.
I know, they're
In
amazing,
the
aren't
the
they?
room on the left-hand side when you first got there, the
Yeah.
stand there, the lady was I mean, they're all lovely anyway,
Yeah.
the people you have, but she went, because Dulcie only wears, so she bought a bracelet, she bought a ring, she did a special commission and everything.
nice.
I know. We told the lady she wasn't charging enough, she needs to charge more.
I know.
Anyway,
I know.
that's by the by.
But there we go, yes.
Yeah.
So we've got another one at the end of May,
Okay,
which is themed for Father's Day. Oh. So, yes.
lovely.
There we go.
So we've got to watch this space for some news then. That's what we're doing. Right. So we snipped all round there.
Okay, so now what we want to do is to understitch. So understitch, again, does what it says on the tin. It allows the facing to stay underneath. So what we're going to do is turn it inside out again. And what I want to do now is to sew through the facing and the seam allowance. So we want to sew really closely to that seam, literally about 1 millimetre or 2 away from that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep the facing nice and flat and pull the fabric away. So I'm doing this before I press,
Yeah.
because I don't want to accidentally press it in the wrong place, and that's going to make it harder to then do the understitching. So I just want to make sure I've got all my seam allowance going towards the facing and just keeping that flat as we go around. There we go. I've been looking at pizza ovens as well, you know.
What's that got to do with sewing?
So, well, just, you know, when people come and have a look around the haberdashery, they're going to be able to get pizza as well.
Oh.
I know. So, Pizza Fridays.
It's what?
It's going to be Pizza Friday.
Only on a Friday then?
Well, no, we've just got to call it Pizza Friday. That's for the team.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that Hannah will be first in the queue, won't she?
Oh, I love a pizza.
Will you be doing gluten-free pizza bases?
Absolutely. Yes, we've got a couple of the team at GF as well, so that's okay. So we've always got GF cakes at the cafe.
Well, I think you say that. They're the first ones to sell out, though. 'Cause when we came on that day, they completely sold out.
They had, actually, yes. But you need to try the lemon polenta cake, because that's really lovely.
Haven't you that
I know.
day?
Well, let me know you're coming and I'll save you some.
Yeah.
Cool. Just make sure you get all of those little bits of seam allowance, because they do like to bounce back out again.
You still talking about the lemon polenta
Oh,
cake?
no, yeah.
I'm still thinking I could get one on the way home from work because I have to almost pass the doorstep going home because I go via that roundabout, you know, the Ulster roundabout. So I'm
Yes.
just up from there, aren't you? The little roundabout, there's a pub. If you take the road towards Ulster, there's a pub.
Oh, the Roebuck.
Yeah, and then to take that one, you go to the little industrial estate. If you take that one, you go to the A435. Just got this one here.
Yeah.
And my friend Lisa lives, you know, the little turning that looks like it's just a non-turning. She lives up there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I always wondered who's up there, actually.
It's lovely.
Nice.
She's got a beauty parlour up there and everything.
Has she really? Oh, very nice. So now There we go.
Yeah.
So you can see that the facing now wants to stay underneath your main part of the top.
Brilliant.
So we can press that in place now. Give it a little bit of a steam, because actually it is working, so that's good. And you should see a little part of the main fabric kind of poking out from underneath. So you know that it's not going to, you're not going to see the facing from the right side. Are you going to be at festival then?
Yeah, I'm there on the Thursday, and I'm making a special appearance on the Amber Make stall on one of the other afternoons.
Oh, nice. Do you guys go to the Malvern Quilt Show?
No, everyone says that. I'm away. It's quite soon. Have I missed it? I know I'm away if it's been on or is coming. I'm away when it's on, so I can't go.
It's May, I think. Yeah. Yes. There we go. So you can see we've got a nice finish there on the neckline. So you could just leave that if you wanted to, or you could just do like a little sink stitch into the shoulder seams, or you could do a nice top stitch all the way around. So you can kind of feel where the facing is and stitch all the way around. That's up to you.
And make it easy because it's all still on the flat as well.
Exactly, yeah. So if you're going to do it, now's the time to do it. I'm not going to worry because I want to show you how to put just going to pin it in place.
Yeah.
But I want to show you how to put the cuffs on.
Brilliant.
So you can either do your little sink stitch, or you can do a top stitch, or just leave it, whichever you prefer. So there is now, you can see that's actually quite nice. So when you fold that back, it's also got hanger appeal. So you can actually see a nice pretty little bit of facing on the inside.
When it's in your wardrobe.
Nice. Exactly. Now there is a tiny, tiny bit of seam that we need to sew before we put the cuffs on.
Right.
And that's just a little tiny bit of seam of side seam.
Right.
So it's just that little curve there. So what we want to
Oh, I see,
yeah, is just stitch and neaten that little bit, and then that's going to give us a whole sleeve shape so that we can actually put the cuff on. There we go. Oops.
Gillian says, good morning to everyone. Her what's it text?
WhatsApp.
No, you know when you write something and it makes the words up for you.
Presumptive text.
Yeah, she's put, good morning, John Scotland team.
I love that. You never know quite what it's going to put, do you?
No.
There. So all I'm going to do is literally go around that little curved section. And what I want to do is to kind of match up. So I've got I've got the point on the front.
Yeah.
And I want to sew to that point so that the waist, that kind of yoke seam, doesn't have a step in it.
Right.
So because I've stitched to the point, we get a nice smooth.
Oh, hang on. We can see that. It goes back to the
there we
machine.
go.
Don't worry. No, don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on here, I'm actually going to start on the point. There we go. There we go. Oops, it's getting caught there. So I'm going to neaten that very, very quickly, just because it's not going to get covered up by anything.
Right.
Oh, wrong one. That one. There we go. Now,
Jenny says, Jules, will you be going to the Knitting and Stitching Show in Belfast in November?
no. Unfortunately, I would love to go, but it's just too expensive to get there.
Oh, okay, because you've got to get everything there.
I know. I'd love to. And a lot of people are getting stuff freighted over and flying.
Right.
But we've got so much stuff. There's so much fabric.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make it
Cost a fortune.
Yeah, we just
Oh,
can't
that's a
afford
shame.
to, which is a real shame actually. If ferry
You couldn't just
prices
put it
come
in
down.
the boot of your car and make Charlie drive it.
What are we going to do with Olive then? The dog. Who's
Go with you, can't it?
Well, I
Still
don't
UK, isn't it?
I suppose it is actually. Can you imagine having Olive on the stand there? That would be absolute
That'd be a
carnage.
nightmare,
Yeah.
I can always pop round and walk her.
Oh, she's getting better.
Oh, is she?
actually. Yeah, she is getting better.
You been to obedience classes or anything?
Yes.
And
We're trying to deal with impulse control at the moment.
What's that?
Well, she gets so excited when she sees people. All she wants to do is jump up,
Oh.
which is fine if you're a doggy person.
Yeah,
you kinda get it.
And if you're not on the greenway and full of mud and you're coming home.
Exactly.
And what
yes.
sort of dog is she?
Black Labrador.
You see, I mean, Julie's got has she got the gene that she just wants to eat everything? Black Labradors are renowned for wanting to eat everything.
No, she's actually quite fussy.
Oh.
I know. I don't think she's a proper Labrador.
Oh,
Actually.
okay.
But she's, you put her supper down for her. She gets supper at the same time every evening. And she's like, oh, yeah, sometimes I'll eat it. Sometimes I'll just leave it and come back to it.
Oh.
But I think that might be because she's an only dog. So she hasn't got anybody to compete with.
Oh, of course I know.
So, yeah.
Oh no, Julie's dog Darcy will just eat cat food, dog food, your food, any food.
Oh, she would eat that, given half the option. Yeah, she loves cat food.
Oh, just, I know,
Bizarre.
weird.
I know.
Right, so you've done the little seam. Oh, I see.
I've
now.
done the
Yeah,
little
you can
seam,
see
so
it
we've
there,
just,
yeah.
So
Lovely.
all I've done, again, because I've overlocked it, it's kind of okay.
Yeah.
You could, if you wanted to, you could do a flat felled seam or something like that there just to hold it in place. All I'm going to do now is just fold it in half so the seam is on the edge, and then just give that a quick press so that we can then put the cuff in. So if we've got, that's our nice finished sleeve section, and then we've got the cuff.
Right.
So what we want to do now is, with both of them the right way round, we're going to tuck the cuff inside. So I'm going to match up.
Are they the same size?
Yeah, well they should be. If you send your accurate seams, then they should be okay.
Now, won't we?
The proof is in the pinning. Yeah. So what we're doing is lining up the seams on the cuff with the seams on the sleeve. Just making sure everything lines up. So it should fit nice and neatly inside there,
Lovely.
which is good. Phew, it works.
We had no doubt.
Oh, there we go. So we're doing it this way round because the cuff is going to fold back and hide all of the seams. So once I've stitched round here, there we go, that will kind of fold back out and over.
Oh, I see.
itself.
That's how you don't have to worry about that raw edge.
Exactly, yes. Well, you can, I mean, you can neaten it because it will kind of fold back. You can kind of see
Oh, yeah, it
underneath.
doesn't, yeah.
So
Don't
all I'm,
stitch it down.
that's it. All I'm going to do now, and again, I'm doing it inside the circle rather than trying to fit it over the arm of the sewing machine, because you've got a lot more control this way. Where's my foot gone?
Okay, Judith said, understitching has got me flummoxed. Which part of the fabric did Jules sew to make it lie flat? No question is a silly question, Judith. Don't you worry about
Yeah.
it. So when you do understitching, you've got your main garment. I'll let you explain.
Yeah. So you've got the main garment, like we've got here, and then we've got the facing. So it's the bit that you want to stay under. So we want the facing to stay underneath. So that's the bit that we understitch. And the way that we do that, and the way that we get it to stay under, is to attach it to the seam allowance. So if I fold that back out again, so I've got my seam allowance now is stitched towards and onto the facing. So when we roll that back, it's just going to tuck under and it won't bounce out.
And you can just see the line of understitching there along the edge, right? It doesn't go through, it's not top stitching. You don't go through to the other side. You literally just stitch round on the facing, through the seam allowance, and then it folds back. So you only see the line of stitching on the inside, you don't see it on the outside.
Exactly, yes. There we go. Don't you find, though, so much of what sewing, it literally does what it says on the tin. So top stitching's on the top, edge stitching's on the edge, under stitching holds it under.
But then sometimes when you go understitch this and you look at it and you think, oh, which bit is it I'm meant to stitch again? You know what I mean? We all get it.
Yeah. So again, I'm just going around running it on a 1.5 seam allowance. And making sure that everything's nice and flat, so you can feel with your fingers if anything gets bunched up.
It's a bit early for flapjack time.
There we go. So, because this is quite a frayy kind of fabric, I'm going to quickly whiz it through on the overlocker.
Okay, lovely.
So again, I'm just going to run on and run off, stitching it in the round.
Oh, Jenny's messaging saying Labradors take about 3 years to calm down.
Oh, gosh, it's only 2, so I've got another year.
Another year of it. You've brought up 2 children. You should be used to it.
That's true. But they're kind of like gone now, so that's quite nice.
Don't say that.
I do miss
Flown the nest. Seamus moved out.
No, he's still around. Well, it's like living with a lodger, because I never see him.
Oh, he just comes and goes.
He works different hours because he works in the pub.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Hope you charge him the going rate.
There we are, nearly there.
And it's the craft fair at Wisley this weekend.
Sorry?
Craft fair at Wisley this weekend near Woking.
Lovely. Nice. So we've got a nice, neatly stitched little cuff.
Lovely.
And we've neatened off that seam as well. So we can pull that back out. And give that a press. So what we want to do now is to pull the sleeve. Now, if you've got a sleeve board or something like that, you can just tuck that into the sleeve and that makes it a lot easier. But I'm pulling the cuff away from the body of the top and just pressing.
Yeah, these pressing mats are brilliant for quilting, but not so brilliant for dressmaking when you've got to round curves and things, are they?
They're quite handy. I've seen people attach these onto trolleys so you can move them around.
Oh.
That's quite cool. So you've got a little one right next door to you.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, is fab.
Massage. This blouse yoke would look lovely with hand or decorative stitch embroidery on it. Oh, it would?
Yes.
Devon, yeah? In fact, if you got one of Jules's books, in it, there's a template for hand stitching round a neckline like this, isn't there?
There is indeed.
It's the one where it's got recipes in, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. Sewing for the soul.
Is that what it's called, Sewing for the Soul?
Yeah.
Well, it's because when you go to a sewing... Ben's saying, well, lots of sewing books have recipes. It's because when you go to a sewing class, there's always cake.
Yeah, got to have cake.
Yeah.
Got to have cake. So there we go. I'm going to fold that back.
Law, you have to have cake.
It is the law. The law of sewing. So now you could, if you wanted to, you could actually understitch around the cuff, but this time
It's the other way.
You would attach the seam to the
actual
garment.
body rather than the cuff, yeah.
Yeah.
It's always, you're always attaching it to the bit that we're not going to see, aren't we? That's what it is.
Yes. So I'm just pressing that now. And then what we can do is we can do a little bit of sink stitching or
Now,
stitch in the
you've
ditch.
said that twice now. What's sink stitching?
Sink stitching is exactly the same as stitch in the ditch, but quilters call it stitch in the ditch and dressmakers call it sink stitching because you're sinking the stitch into the seam.
Yeah.
So same thing, just slightly different. I don't know, is stitch in the ditch American?
Stitch in the ditch. It's Redditch. We're in Redditch, aren't we? Stitch in the ditch in Redditch.
Stitch in the ditch, yes. There we go. Let's move that over there. So all I want to do now is literally follow. You only need about 1 centimetre just to keep it in place. And I'm going to drop that down. So line up all the seams. There we go. So we can do that on the top and the bottom.
We don't have sleeve boards, Sue. We have that tiny little one like that, but we don't have a great big. We don't have a normal sleeve board, no.
They're really handy though, aren't they? There we are. There. So let's move that out of the way. So we've now got a really nice finished little cuff. That
So
gives you-
cute, isn't it? In the
Yeah, I think
contrast
it's really
fabric.
sweet. It just looks rather lovely.
yeah.
Now I don't know how much time we've got
You've
left.
got about a minute.
About a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the most complicated bit, to be
Yeah.
perfectly honest.
Not that it's complicated.
It's not. It really, really isn't. And so for the skirt part, all you're doing literally is sewing up your side seams and then gathering it to fit the top half.
Are there notches, or is it just you match your side seams?
Match
and-
the side seams, find the centre front, centre back,
Yeah.
and then you just spread your gathers quite evenly over the quarter section. So it's a really nice, simple one to do.
Yeah. God, that's going to look fabulous, that
I
one.
know, yeah.
Have you made
really
that one in
pretty.
your size as well?
No.
Oh, could have been wearing that next time. You
I
come.
know, I know.
Right, now, named after Marie Curie, the Marie top, Mrs. size 6 to 20, is what's in the graphics right now. That's that one there. So in there, you get your paper pattern. In fact, I didn't show you. Let me just show you very quickly. So the brilliant thing about this is you get the washer and string, or whatever it's called, fastening. So you never have to rip the envelope. There's your, these are all of your pattern pieces here. And each size has a different marking on the pattern, all printed by Jules in her warehouse, in her workshop. And then you get a little booklet with all of your instructions in there as well. Thorough instructions. Also, if people get stuck, what's the best way to contact you?
You can either email us or give us a call. So, yeah, if people do get stuck with anything. And again, there's no such thing as a daft question.
Yeah, and there is. It's because it's like you can ring them because there's always somebody there. There's the shop, and there's always people. It's all in one. If you've not been to visit yet, if you're ever in Warwickshire or around Ulster area, you must because you can just drop in, can't
Oh,
you?
gosh,
There's
yeah,
a
we're
shop and
open
everything
7
there.
days a week.
Yeah.
Cafe's open 7 days a
And the
week.
cafe's there as well. There's a
Yeah.
lovely cafe there as well.
Yeah. So if you're going to the Malvern show, pop in because we're not that far away.
Exactly. There you go. So that's the misses, and then we've got the curvy. Yeah, so that's what I said. So I said we've got the little ones like that, but if you're doing sleeve boards, you want a nice proper sleeve board. Which I thought that's what you meant when you were. We've got the little one that's about that long, but I thought you wanted a proper sleeve board. £24. Beautiful. Right, the only fabric I'm going to go through is the lawn, the gorgeous Moda lawn, because these are fantastic. This is one that Jules was just using. Very popular, this one. £9.99 for half a metre. Half the stock has gone already. It's brand new today. Brand new today. Beautiful. Then we've got the paisley. Beautiful. There you go. Lovely. $9.99 for half a metre. 100% cotton. It's cotton lawn. It's beautiful, beautiful quality, that one. Then we've got the Ditsy. Look lovely with the blue, look. Then we had the 3 big floral. We had it on the magenta. We didn't call it magenta, I don't think, did we? Oh, mulberry, that's right. Not mulberry whatsoever, but there you go. Then we had on the porcelain. And then we've got it on the navy blue. These are gorgeous, brand new today. Now, $9.99 for half a metre of lawn. If you go and look how much Liberty lawn is on the Liberty website, you'll see what a good deal that is. $9.99. You're thinking of the Alice Caroline one. Beautiful. $9.99. Beautiful. Right, Jules is back in an hour. Sorry about all these times being funny. So you'll be back at 10:30
Yes.
to do the culottes.
Yes.
And who are these named after?
Winnie. Now, if you are into pattern cutting, there is a standard text that everybody has access to.
Yeah.
Winifred Aldrich,
Yeah.
Metric Pattern Cutting for Women's Wear. So this is our homage to Winnie.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know she's called Winnie.
Yeah, Winifred Aldrich.
Winifred.
Yeah.
Because it's like the book we all learn from, isn't it?
Yeah, we
Totally.
use it all the time when we're teaching. So yeah.
Brilliant. Right, so Jules is back in an hour. I'll be back in 4 minutes where I'm going to be having my John Scott Sewing Room Tools Emporium. I'll see you then.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1p&p throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Well, welcome to John Scott's Emporium of Sewing Gorgeousness. We do clothes. Where are we? What are we starting with? Calico. There it is. It may. Here we go. Calico by the ½ metre. Here we go. 60 inches wide. At £2.99 for ½ metre. There you go, perfect, thank you. Oh, hang on, loads of messages come through. Great demo from Jules, her explanations are brilliant, they are, Liz. Sue? Sue. Elaine says good morning. Good morning. Right, £2.99 for ½ metre, it's 60 inches wide, it's gorgeous, I love calico. I love smelling. Takes me back to 1981. When I started at Wimbledon School of Art, we used to make everything in calico to start with. £2.99. I'd only gone to Wimbledon School of Art because I knew I didn't want to be a teacher. And my friend Anne had been at Wimbledon School of Art, and she said it was the best time she'd had in her whole life. So I applied to Wimbledon School of Art, never thinking I'd get on, but I did. Anyway, £2.99. Funny where fate takes us. At £2.99. Keep going through for that. Keep going through. Always very, very popular calico. Okay, moving on. Oh, now, Sue, is this the one you mean? The only trouble with it is you can't slide the sleeve on because the legs are in the way. That's the problem. Oh. You can't see what I can see there. No, the cat just swung the camera around. It was like, woo. Yeah, £7.49 mini pressing board. This is literally, they designed this as an actual pressing board here, rather than putting a sleeve on the end of it like that. How wide was the lawn? Wendy, I think it was 44 inches, wasn't it? I'll get Kat to measure it for you now. Oh, where are you going, Kat? She's going underneath the camera now. We're in a huge studio. Oh, it's because she hasn't tidied the other ones up yet. So she's just measuring it for you now. £7.49, this mini pressing board. In your own time, Kat. No pressure. 44 inches the lawn is, 44 inches. No, she's got to take measure and everything out. Right, Joe, put that there. It was Wendy that asked how wide it was. Oh, no, what, this? Sue wanted that. Yeah. Wool pressing mat. Now, wool pressing mats, we sell one here, and I could do like for this size for £52. Millwood came to us and said, would you like anything, mate? We said, yes, a wool pressing mat, please. You're welcome, Wendy. Well, I didn't do anything, Kat. Wool pressing mat is 100% wool. Brilliant because it's nice and sturdy. You can pin into it. It absorbs the heat, so the heat is then pressing from top to bottom. Fantastic for doing a plique on, for doing transfers on and things like that. Please just don't leave your iron flat on it. No, Levi. $24.99. Anyway, it's the 42, well, it's 11.5 by 16.5 inches. $24.99. It's a really, really, really good value for a wool pressing mat, that. Beautiful. Keep going through. $24.99. Lovely. Ham. It was in the last. Did we take this from the last hour? No, it was in the last hour as well because we took it off Jules's. We took it off Jules's tape because I said she won't need it. So just have a look to make sure it wasn't in there. Here you go. Taylor's ham wouldn't be without this. Brilliant for doing darts and side seams and things like that, and busts and things. $11.99. It's full of sawdust. You can use loads of steam on it. Also, I've never seen one with a pattern fabric on it before. I've only ever seen them made out of the twill or the drill before. And I was a bit worried because you really steam it. But this is completely colour fast. It won't come out on your clothes or whatever you're making. Right, then we've also got, I've just got to stretch across, sorry, sausage roll. Now, I never tried one of those. Greg's had, oh no, they're vegan. Oh, sausage rolls did they have? What's they made of, though? Oof. Well, hang on, soya and corn are two completely different things. Corn is mushroom. No, it's made from mushroom. There's pea protein, which is the one I do eat, because in my vegan, what do I have to have after a workout? Protein shakes after my workout, and that's made of pea protein and kale. $8.99. Yeah, you see, that's mushroom. I couldn't have that. Are you all right, Ollie? Somebody get him a drink of water. Anyway, $8.99. You've got a question to ask? $8.99. Beautiful. So it must be vegan pastry as well then, mustn't it? Mm. Lovely, that's that. Iron, which one? Mini steam iron with a blue case. Right, so here's your mini iron with your blue case. Same iron that you used to, right? So, oh, who's been at this one? Levi doesn't work here anymore. It wasn't Levi. Anyway, so you get your little iron, you get your case, and you get your water jug. You also get a little pack of instructions as well. On the iron, you get a 1.9 metre cable. It's a steam iron, so you've got somewhere to put your water in. You've got your little windows there to show you how full the water is. This is steam on, steam off. You've got your old-fashioned dial here to say what... Oh, I'm a bit worried about Ollie. Is he all right? Have you got water, Ollie? Yeah. Little red light here that comes on when you first plug it in, goes off when it's ready. There's your steam holes there. Lovely. It's called a travel iron, but most people I know have these next to their sewing machines. And then it's also got this ergonomic handle. Have you put the old one from the shelf on the side, this inside here? That was in there. Oh, what's it? She's talking back to me now. Now she can, now she's senior. $29.99. $29.99. No, look, it's not $29.99. $26.99. $24.99. Right, now, if you go to, you have to do this now, but if you go to the Long River, you can buy a case very similar to this. But now, it's gone down to $16.50, I think. Right? Yeah, and it's not blue, they've only got them in black, but no iron included for $16.50. Right? This one, you're getting the iron, and you're getting the water jug, and you're getting the instructions. For $24.99. Message on my bottom. Hi everyone, I have this iron. It's ideal for using with my wool ironing mat. Also, it's very comfortable to hold. Thank you, Donna, in West Midlands. She must be around the corner. Well, I'm presuming West Midlands is quite a big area. What Safari Park? Oh, West Midlands Safari Park is in West Midlands and it's miles away. I finally bought a mini iron after the thermostat on my travel iron broke. It's a fab little iron. I love it, from Kate in Merseyside. You see, very, very popular, especially at that price. See, really, they should be $32.99 and $29.99 is our special price. $24.99 was a one-off deal, which we weren't meant to go to today. We went to go to $26.99 today. Anyway, again... How many holidays do you get? So you had just over 2 weeks off. He came in for 1 day in the middle of it. Do you remember? He came back and now he's going on holiday. Wait, are you going away? Oh, they're going to Wales. Oh, lovely. Right, next. Oliso iron. Thank you. Is it hot? Yeah. I was just going to grab it. It's hot. It's from Jules. Oh, hang on. I need to plug it in then and show you how it works. Oops. Nice long cable. Oh, under there, I thought you meant the camera. No, don't worry. Right. Look, it's like magic. We've got 5 sides for this, Ollie. $162.99. It's got 3-way split pay. The Oliso Pro Plus Smart Iron. Beautiful. Now you can have it steam or you can have it dry. The water tank is filled at the side here, right? But look at how when you use it, right? You just touch the iron, you do your ironing. As soon as you finish it, look, it lifts up. So it will switch off after half an hour on its own. You've got your temperature control here. Now, on the slides, it says it's a digital one. It's not digital at all. It's a turn handle. Steam, you can have no steam, little steam, big steam, and huge steam. Extra squirty bit there. The water tank at the side there. You've got the wire on like a hip joint, so it can go either left or right there, and it does lift up. The heat goes all the way from top to bottom on there. You've got lots and lots of steam holes there. Auto lift, there you go. Touch handle. 30 minutes shut off it is. And the iron, swapped, right. And then we've got the 2-inch detailing clip there. This gliding ceramic surface, easy clean even when using fusible. Large flat pressing mat with even edge-to-edge heat. It is brilliant. 162.99. There it is. Now, it's not, see, that's not a digital, is it? When you have to turn it with your hand, it's not digital. Steam control, I told you about that. Then you got a powerful steam burst there. Now, yours will be able to steam vertically and horizontally. Don't drop it on the floor and break it like someone in this off room did. Cat, blaming Cat for that. You dropped it, didn't you? No, she dropped the sewing machine. Not the That was a very shocking day, that one. That was, everybody just went, it wasn't her fault. She put it on a table and the table collapsed, right? It wasn't her fault at all. Then someone had to explain to Jane from Elna that it had fallen off a table. 162.99. It wasn't funny at all, was it? Everybody felt really sick when they saw it just topple over. Anyway, I'm going to unplug it so I can move on. Oh. There we go. Iron cleaner stick. So here we go. It's only taken you 2 years, Ben. Here we go. Iron cleaning stick. $4.99. The way it works is in here. Oh, well, it doesn't do that. In here, that sits in there. This one's been well used, look. You melt this onto your hot iron. Please do it in a ventilated space. And then you wipe it off and you get all the brown gunge coming off and it takes everything off. Makes your iron nice and clean. $4.99. $4.99. It's really weird, isn't it, that it's always been like this ever since I first started. Like, it's like an e-lift. 40 odd years and it's the same thing. So, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, that kind of thing. It's a Kek de Kapfa, or a Polisco Ferro, or Olimpiador de Plancha, or a Strucusa Reniga. I'm not going to carry on with the rest. $4.99. Well, Cat could do that one. Huh? $4.99. And they last for ages. I've still got mine from Sewing Quarter days. Yeah? Well, I suppose it depends how often. If you're Delphine, you'll get through a lot more than someone else. Do you know what I mean? $4.99. She just wiped on her ironing board cover. Well done. $4.99. Check out. Right, so now we've gone to a clapper. Beechwood steam clapper. Brilliant. Now, what you do with these is when you're steaming, they mainly come from tailors in Savile Row. I'll show you from upstairs. So what you do is you steam away, if you want to do a hem on denims or something like that, and then you literally press this down. What it does is this absorbs the steam out of the fabric, but leaves the heat there, which gives you really, really, really brilliant press seams. You can also do little seams on here, and you can do the edges of collars and lapels and everything using that bit there. Now, the one I've got was over £50. So to get one for $19.99 is a brilliant price. You have to use a wood with a closed grain or a very close grain, because if you use one with a wide grain, what happens is as the steam goes in, the whole thing cracks and breaks. But this one won't do. $19.99. Oh no, I bought some furniture from this very shishi designer shop in Chiswick. I'm going back years now. And they said, oh, it's wood that's been washed up on the shores of the Philippines. And anyway, within weeks, it got great big cracks to it and they hadn't let it dry. So that moisture from the air got into it and the whole thing cracked. No, couldn't send it back. No. $19.99. Just put it in my wood burner. Who's it next to? That's not Toby, is it shouting next to? Oh, is it that side? Oh, is it Wayne? Has Wayne gone on today? Yeah, it's birthday next week on Jewelry Maker, 14 years. I thought they were older than that. So have they got special guests every day then? Oh, Frothy Dave's in today. I hope he's got a belt on. I'll go and check later. That sounded wrong. Rightio, moving on. Oh, so well hidden on the table, I couldn't see it. Meter stick. Now, when we first started at Wimbledon School of Art, we were all given a sewing machine, a Bernina sewing machine, and one of these. And that's all we used to use when we first started. That was our only tool when we first started. When we were learning about drafting and hemming and things like that. Now, ours didn't have centimetres on it, only had inches on it. But it's a meter stick, so you've got the yardstick on there, but obviously the stick's a bit longer for the meter. This is Producer Cat's favourite ever item. And we sell loads and loads of these. $4.99. So you've got centimetres on there, you've got conversion charts from in millimetres and centimetres, and then you've got on here, you've got quarter metre, yard, quarter a yard, 3/8 of a yard, half a yard. You've got your centimetres and your inches on that side, and you've just got your centimetres on that side. Beautiful, $4.99. Well, we all need one of those in our workroom, definitely, especially doing hems, measuring hem up from the floor. You usually go like this, and then pin your hem. $4.99. Well, you couldn't do that with a tape measure. You have to have something solid to do that. Curved ruler. Can you just pass it over, Kat? It's just under there. Thank you. Now, when you get yours will be in a packet, and on the back of the packet, it will show you all the different things you can use this for. $9.99. Oh, hang on, here we go. Going to get the one in the packet. Thank you. Look, see what I mean? So you can do knitwear, alterations, necklines, hems, rounding points, buttonholes. Also, when you do a hip line, that's never, ever a straight line, is it? You always have a slight curve to it. You've got armhole curves in here. You've got buttonhole sizes here. You've got seam allowances here. You've got a straight edge and a 90-degree angle here. You've got the lovely curve there. You can do so many things with it. It's brilliant if you're a pattern cutter. Oh, no, Angie's back from her vaccination, right? She had a vaccination for shingles earlier. Didn't get a good girl sticker, so I went and bought myself a cake instead. Good for you. Good for you. What's that now? I've never had a sticker. I think we're too old for them now, aren't we? $9.99. Armhole curves, hip curves, front neckline, back neckline. Buttonholes. I'm not quite sure what that's for. I think it's just to hold it, isn't it? It doesn't show it anywhere on anything. If anyone knows what that's for, I think it's so you can move it like that, isn't it? I don't know. These are to do seam allowances here. Jean. Bought the meter ruler recently and I'm surprised how much I use it. See, Jean? How does it come through your letterbox though, Jean? That's what I'm always interested on. So, you know, do they push it through like that? I wonder how it does go. Oh, Karen, good morning, John. How are you doing with your ice tub? Windy and cold up here in Chester again. Now, it's really funny because I cleaned it out this, what day was it? Because you have to clean it out every 3 weeks. So I cleaned it out with warm soapy water, refilmed it, put my bromine bobber back in, and then thought it was too cold to get in. So I'll get in it. I've got to go home now, and then I'm driving to Warrington. Not now, when I finish the show. So I might do a dip before I drive up to Warrington later. I try and do it every day, yeah. Try and do it every day. No, it's not full of warm soapy water. You let the cold water out, and then they give you this special, it's got a funny name, to wipe it with. No, it's like a big scouring pad, but it's bigger than your hand. And you scour it all, and then you have to rinse the soapy water out, and then you have to put the cold water back in. It takes forever to fill. They're fantastic, though. But and now Alan, you know Alan who makes the videos, right? He came in today with a woolly hat on. In all the adverts, the men and the ladies that get in have all got woolly hats on, and I don't have a woolly hat. So, no. I've got several being knitted for me as we speak now. But, yes. So I thought I might wait till summer, and then everyone thought it's even more difficult in summer, because if it's hot on the outside, then you get into an ice bath, it's even colder. Whereas I just feel a bit silly standing in my back garden in a little pair of swimming trunks, that's all. Anyway, Taylor's chalk next. There it is. My eyes aren't very good today. Now this one's already broken, but please don't worry if it is. You can still use it, just sharpen the edges with your scissors. You get a red one, a blue one, and a white one. This is the traditional way of marking up patterns and darts and everything like that. Please keep the edge sharp, because what you don't want to do is start marking with a thicker line, because then you're not going to get your exact... See, keep it nice and sharp like that. If you use a thicker line... oh, no, that was bad. But you know what I mean? It's, you don't know exactly where you're going to have to sew and everything, do you? French chalk's always used because... Cat, there's the camera there. Cat very nearly walked in front of the camera again then. Yeah, it just rubs off. It's just traditional, the way they've done it for years and years and years. The meter stick can't go through a letterbox. It comes in a big box. Oh, Reaver, I thought they'd just wrap it in an envelope and push it through your door. Never mind. I can live and dream, can't I? I bet my postman would have put it through he'd have unpacked it, put it through the letterbox for me. I haven't had any post for ages, I have to say. Even rubbish post or anything. I've had my deliveries from the, my DPD and everything, and other deliveries are available, but not, hi, John. The meter roll came in a long, flat parcel by the courier, too wide to come through the letterbox. Oh, that's Jean again. Oh, that's Jean who bought it the first time. Oh, I wanted them to just wrap it up long and thin like that and to push it through the letterbox. Yeah. Doesn't go in a post box, Ben. Don't be ridiculous. No. Anyway, moving on. I know what he's going to next. Well, no, you're guessing. I was just going to make sure you guess the right one. No, it's going to be the tracing wheel. Tracing wheel here. This is brilliant for transferring your marks through from one side to the other side of your pattern. Rebecca Harrison uses this all the time. £2.49. Very confused. Beautiful. Then we've got tracing paper. Now, there's two versions. There's the old-fashioned dressmaker's carbon paper, which is blue, red, and yellow, and blue, one red, one yellow, two white. £2.89. Now, remember, just add it to your order. Just add it to your order because we don't charge any extra P&P. Because I was watching a channel the other day and they were like, every item, it's my friend Stacey was presenting, it's a bit obvious what she's doing now when I go like this, isn't it? She'd be like, this is 99p P&P, this one's 3.95 P&P, this one's 5.95 P&P. So when they all add up, do you know what I mean? You could have bought, I know. £2.89. Well, there used to be a shopping channel that you used to have to ring up to buy, and it was a premium number. And they used to make more money from the phone calls. It's no longer in existence, so I can say this, right? They used to make more money from the phone calls than they did from what they were actually selling. No? I've only ever worked at a place where they have a free phone number. Right, Clover. Now, this is the same thing. This is chart copy paper. This comes from when people do sash code using a Hera marker. But again, look, you've got blue, green, red, white, and yellow in there. 5 sheets, £3.99. And you laughed about yesterday. But it's very strange because it used to be not the case. Right, what's next? Oh, Now we've got two different versions. Right, I've got clicky tops and ballpoints. Which one's first? Clicky top. That's these. Yeah, that's these. £10.99. Right, now, if you look, we sell these for £4 each or £3.99 each on our website. So they would cost you £16 without the actual holder. These are £10.99. You get all four and you get the lovely little holder that comes with it. It can go like that, or they suggest it goes like that. That's how they suggest it goes. Yeah, if you look at the, there you go, like that. If you look at the pictures of it on, you know, when that's how they put it. Beautiful. So clicky tops, £10.99. When I say clicky tops, it's like this. It's like an old-fashioned. There's no clicky top there. The clicky top is there. You put the little handle to open it, and then that's the eraser there, the rubber there to cause the friction to rub it off. If you don't use the iron, if you use it on paper and things like that. Fabulous. Now we've got the ballpoint ones. So these are different because these are where the top actually comes off. And you've still got your rubber on the end there to cause friction. Still £10.99 though, still a brilliant price. Still saving lots of money by buying them by fours like that. £10.99. Threads. Which ones do you want to do? Oh, hang on, I can't reach the two. Shall I tell you? I'll tell you, then I can work in this order then. Right, so this one is Gutermann. It comes with needles and it comes with pins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 threads, machine needles and pins there. £19.99. £19.99. It's a good price. Especially, well, if you think how much those cost you, and you've got 70 and 80, 10s and 12 needles in there, you've got a box of Prim, you've got Schmetz needles, you've got Prim pins, and you've got your Gutermann threads. £19.99, so really, really good buy, that one. Fabulous. Then I've got variegated. Now these are only for decorative stitches, right? Because they're thicker. They're 70 weight. But they are variegated. The what, sorry? See here, they're the embroidery. They've done embroidery round the bottles. See there you go, look, that's all like your embroidery stitches. Decorative stitches from your machine. £22.99. God, there's a lot of noise coming from one of them next door. Well, I don't know, it is because it's a lady. It's a lady. Righto, then I've got the black and white ones. Which colours do you run out of first, you see? Julie Vaughan, morning, John and team. Got my pens yesterday. Oh, it's Munch. That's on which one? Why is Munch on Jewellery Maker? But Munch doesn't work on Jewellery Maker. I know it used to, but it doesn't anymore, does it? Christine's finished her block. She's going to be posting it later on today. £12.99, this one. Lovely. Then I've got cotton. This is pure cotton, this, from Gutermann. 100 metres on each spool. These are your blues and your greens. £14.99. That's good for 10 reels. Makes it... That's not right. £1.49 for cotton. 100 metres on each one. Beautiful. Moving on. I've got now sew all thread. This one will be a polyester, 100% polyester. Same colourway as that, because the blues and the greens that you just saw there. But if you like polyester, now if you're making things with stretch, use polyester thread because it's got the tiny, it's not a stretch thread. They do stretch threads, but it has the tiniest amount to give, whereas cotton thread has no, oh. Right, okay. If you bought the last ones, you'll get these because the wrong graphics were in. So if you wanted the cotton ones, come back in a minute. Run the graphics through again in a second. These are the polyester ones, $14.99. $14.99. These are cotton ones again, which should be more expensive. $14.99. Beautiful. Then I've got more cotton ones. Beautiful autumnal colours, those. So we've done the I'm going to call those seaside. Now we've got autumn, $14.99. I haven't got any other ranges in the cotton. That's cotton. Baumwoll is cotton in German. Okay, then we've got the Gutermann polyester thread with a tape measure, this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10 reels in that one. $17.99 that one. $17.99. So if you take away that, they're like £1.79 each, right? But then you got your free tape measure. Beautiful. Then I've got the one with the seam gauge on it. Lovely pastel colours there. $13.99. Got a seam gauge in there, so you can do your centimetres. 2.5 centimetres, 2 centimetres, 4 centimetres, 3.5 centimetres, 1.5 centimetre, 1 centimetre, 90-degree angle, 45-degree angle. $13.99. Loads of in for this one. Loads of in for this one. Check out, check out, check out. That's all the threads done now. No. Oh, wait. No, not yet. Do pins first. So I've got patchwork pins 50. Don't buy these. Don't buy these because in a minute I've got 100 and 100 isn't £26, right? Just so you know, the 100 isn't double the price. If you've never bought them before, then obviously you can buy these just to test them out. They're brilliant. They've got lovely comfort grip handles there. They're quite long. They're 1 7/16 of an inch long. That's 36 millimetres. Beautiful. And they're really easy to use. And also you can iron over those. They don't melt. Message. Hi, John and team. Off to choir practice soon. Oh, that's nice on a Tuesday morning. Then going to Battersea Power Station chimney lift for my birthday. I'll wave from Barbara. It's a long wave from there, Barbara. Now, my friend Steve, he's just bought a flat in there. Looks gorgeous. I know. We filmed Tomb Raider in there. We filmed a bit of Tomb Raider in there. And it was when it was still derelict and everything. We all had to wear helmets and everything, yeah? And then, of course, we all had to wear these hats, you know, the construction workers. And then the actors, they were like, all right, take your hats off and go and start acting. So they were there with, if anything, fallen on them. Anyway, I've also now got the 100 of those. This is the one you want to buy. Beautiful, $19.99. Oh, it's beautiful. The only trouble is there are flats really, really close to it. Some friends of mine bought a flat that was on this side of Battersea Power Station and had amazing views. And then they built another block here. So you go out onto his balcony, you can almost touch the balcony of the block of flats across there. And they weren't cheap. Anyway, 1999. Right, now I've got the green machine. Right, so first of all, this is the green machine. The machine will arrive, the handle won't be on it. You need to slide that on using a little bit of lubricant. Then what you get in the bundle is you get the dies. I'll just explain this. You get the dies to cut the holes, and then you get the dies to put in the 3 different... I'm doing silver first. Oh, no, I'm not. Hang on, I don't know. Are we not ready to do this yet, Kat? Do it from a picture, right? So what you get is you get rivets, press studs, and dies, right? So the dies are for cutting the holes with and setting them all in. Oh, hang on. So where's the S-springs then? Hang on. Oh, silver fin. No, hang on. Clasps, rivets, and press studs. That's it. Clasps, rivets, and press studs you get. How many of each do I get, please? So you get this in this bundle for 149. You get 99. You get the green machine. These are all your dies. There's ones to cut the holes, one to put each of these in. 100 rivets. These are the rivets here. Right. This must be your press studs one here. You get 10 of those. And 10. Oh, hang on. They're all in together here. And 10 magnetic clasps. Oops. Huh? I don't know if they've mixed them or not. Anyway, you will go back to the picture, sorry, because that's the thing where you get everything on there. So you get the die to cut the holes. And now what size are these? So you get the... There you go. They're 15 millimetres. They're 15 millimetres, they're 14 millimetres, and they're 8 millimetres. All of that, $149.99 in the silver. On split pay, $149.99. Three-way split pay, $49.99. Then we've also got the gold. So have they taken all of those for some reason? It's weird. Right, here's the gold. So you get your rivets and your magnetics. And you also get the other ones as well. There they are in the gold. And all the dies and the machine handle for $149.99. Then we also have them in the bronze, they call these. I'd call them brass, but they're on bronze. So again, you get the machine handle, all the dies you need, plus all of your, you get more than this, obviously. $149.99. Right, when was Dave Green on, so we can show them where to go to watch it being done? 12th of August 2023 was the first time we saw him. 20th of April, he's been in this year as well. You want to go and see him doing the actual demo on it? Yeah, last time he was on, it was with Vix. Lovely. Mundial scissors now. Right, these are the 12-inch big ones here. Now, if you've never used a pair of traditional shears, I wouldn't go for the 12. I'm being totally honest with you, I wouldn't go for the 12-inch ones to start with because they are incredibly, I mean, they're amazing. Don't get me wrong, they'll last you a lifetime, these, but they are, if you're not used to using 12-inch shears, then you might find these a little bit cumbersome. So either get the early bird from today to practice using a 12-inch and then get these, or get the 10-inch and move on to the 12-inch. These are $59.99. They slice through fabric like butter. Sorry, Kat, I'm going to chop your piece of calico. These are incredible. Absolutely incredible. Look. Now, the balance on them is amazing. You've got to look after them. Don't throw the box away. Keep the box. So you keep them in the box. Keep them after each usage. Give them a wipe down. Maybe lubricate them every now and then if they get a little bit kind of... But do not let anybody else use your scissors. At all. At all. Even if they're another pattern cutter, like Dulcie and I, because we obviously went to college together and then shared the house together and worked together for years and years and years, we wouldn't use each other's scissors. $59.99 these. Really, really lovely. Now, as a gift or to treat yourself, because I always say if someone's getting them as a gift, if you go to a supermarket, especially round like Mother's Day, Christmas, or times when people are buying gifts and everything, a big bunch of flowers is going to cost you £30, £35, isn't it, for a supermarket? I'm not talking about a florist bunch of flowers. Those chocolates, like the pink box with the champagne in them, they're over £20 now, aren't they? So we're up to the £55 already, £57 already. They're going to be gone by the end of the week, aren't they? These are going to last a lifetime. Beautiful. That's Jules arriving. That's not Kat, that was Jules. Beautiful. So they're your 10-inch, right? I bought mine in 1981, and they're still going strong now. Still going strong. Right, then with these are so popular. We sold hundreds and hundreds of these. Same thing, but for the 8-inch. No, 10-inch. They were 12-inch, these are 10-inch, yeah, 10, yeah. $54.99 these are. Morning, John. I bought the 10-inch Mundell scissors a few weeks ago, and they're really amazing from Norma in Swansea. I know, Norma, they're worth their weight in gold. They cut beautifully. They're lovely and balanced. And what a lot of you won't be used to is a lot of you will be used to plastic handles or soft touch handles. These are your traditional metal. Now, it's really funny because they don't hurt. And then they've got a lovely space to put your fingers in here and your thumb. So you can do lots and lots of cutting with this. And they're all designed to work beautifully like that. $54.99. Oh, yeah, I've got these. I say I bought them in 1981. Mine are Wilkinson swords. We didn't have Mundell. Well, the Mundell must have been around, but we didn't have them. And I still use them to this day. The little man on his bike comes round and sharpens them. I bet actually the same little man comes round to my house, goes round to Jules's house. He comes round on his bike and then he turns the bike upside down and pedals and does like that. $54.99. Will you get... Oh, Julie, I've asked about the blue machine, and because that's for buttons, isn't it? And I don't know. Oh, no, it has been. Right. Hi, John. Can I ask a silly question? No such thing as a silly question. Are the deco stitch threads okay to use in my embroidery machine? No. No, that's not a silly question, but don't put them in your embroidery machine. It's for your decorative stitch on your sewing machine. Thank you from Tracy in West Yorkshire. Yeah, no, don't put them in. Don't put them in your embroidery machine. $54.99. And as Jay, I did some of my embroidery machine using my Orifil thread, which is absolutely fine to use it. And Jane was really like, "You don't ever use that." And I was like, "Why? What's wrong with it?" Because it's not shiny. You want it to be shiny. And I went, no, I wanted mine to be matte on purpose. No, you have to use the embroidery thread because it's shiny. Anyway, that's that one. And then I've got a left-handed Mundell scissors here. Here's your by the way, left-handed scissors. Now, I think they look like they're serrated, but I'm not sure. It says, now, I don't know if this was the one that's called Serra Sharp, but they weren't actually micro-serrated. They look like they are, but we'll just double-check for you. Oh, there you go. The bottom blade is serrated. The bottom blade, so do not give these to your man on a bike to sharpen. $34.99 there. So you need serrated bit. Well, not you need them, but when you're cutting like silks and fabrics that move a lot, like viscose and everything, it just keeps hold of the fabric, grips the fabric, yeah. No. No. $34.99. Brilliant. Right, we're going for a break now. When we come back after the break, Jules will be here. We're going to be making the Winnie Culottes, sold out last time they were in. They're very, very flattering. I will see you back here with Jules in about 4 minutes from now.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1p&p throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Jules is back.
Hello.
Hello. Now, Winnie, not Winnie Mandela.
No, not Winnie
but
Bago.
Winifred
Aldrich.
Aldridge, who's an author of pattern making.
Yeah, pattern cutting, the pattern cutting book.
The pattern
basically.
cutting books, right? And these last time they were on sold out completely. Why do you think they're so popular?
I just think they're such a flattering shape, actually, and there's a lot you can do with them. So on here, we've just put a little extra button and put a pleat on the leg, so you get more of that kind of cocoony type shape. Or you can just have them really long and wide, actually, which is really
You see,
nice.
when I was little, a culotte was something like, excuse me, it looked like a skirt. It wasn't, you know what I mean? And you didn't know it was trousers till you leapt in the air or something like that. Whereas these are more of a, well, they're still a culotte, but they're kind of structured. I don't know what's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it does make up in lots of different fabrics. So we've used them in a coloured denim, and I know that you've got those kinds of fabrics and cotton drill and stuff, but actually they do make up really nicely in viscose rayon as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And which in that case they would look like a skirt.
So
not that I'm saying they have to,
yeah,
but I'm just thinking, when I think of culottes, that's what I think of, you know, kind of that 70s legs that were this wide and everything, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, we've got it in two different sizes. We have it in the Mrs. size, which is the size 6 to 20. £24. So in here, you get your instructions, you get your pattern, and you get all of the measurements that you need on the outside here. So you've got your body measurement, you've got what fabric you need, what interfacing you need, and what the finished garment size is. 6 to 20. So you've got the, I don't want to call it a jeans pocket. What do you call that pocket?
It's a kind of like a cutaway shape pocket.
Cutaway shape pocket on the front and patch pockets on the back. As you can see, you've got your darts on the back there and pleats on the front.
Do you want me to turn it round?
Yeah. Oh, just cover up the top of the coat hanger for me. Thank you.
There we go.
There you go. Hang on, just bring the camera into the patch pockets now. There you go. Beautiful.
Fabulous.
So you've said medium weight cotton, light to mid weight denim, needle core. Oh, they'd be lovely in needle core.
Yeah, they are really nice.
Linen, tencel, lightweight wool suiting. Or as you said, like a viscose or a cotton.
Yeah.
Cotton or anything like that. Beautiful. So that's your Mrs. sizes 6 to 20. We also have it in a size, the curvy size, 20 to 34. Beautiful. Lovely and flattering because they're nice and flat on the tummy as well. I mean, they've got that the one pleat, but you've got the nice wide waistband there. Very, very flattering.
We've also got, there is a blog on the website that shows you how to take out that pleat.
Oh, okay, if you want it completely flat.
Yeah. So another little variation.
Yeah, no, lovely little hack there. So that's 20 to 34. Right, now we've got lots of different fabrics to get through before Jules starts her demo. So I'm going to start with these, because these are new today. Yes. So these are cotton drills. Ooh, I don't know why that takes me back. I think I must have used a lot of it when I first started making costumes and things like that. Beautiful quality. $26.99, you get 3.5 meters in there. So you get 7 units in there. 100% cotton, it's dyed, obviously, and it's drill. So what it is, it's heavier than cotton quilting weight, but it's not as heavy as a canvas. Well, it's like a very soft canvas, isn't it? Just try to explain, if you don't know what a drill is, how to. The weight is a really lovely weight. You can wear these in winter or you can wear them in summer. They don't need lining. And it's a really, really lovely, comfortable fabric because it's cotton. Wash it first before you start cutting out or anything, just in case there is any shrinkage.
It's almost like chino kind of weight.
Yes, that's it. That's it, like a pair of chinos, yeah. There you go. So that, now hang on, is that really wide? Come on, John. Oh, yeah, it's really wide. Hang on.
60 wide, isn't it?
No, hang on, I'm a bit confused now. Yeah, no, it's not the length, I'm looking at the width. There you go, 60 inches wide. 60 inches wide. Oh, hello. There, I'm back now. 60 inches wide. Beautiful. So, I mean, your 3 metres is a huge... You'll have some of this left over, surely, Peter.
Yes.
Let me have a look. Just checking the fabric requirements. You've got plenty. You've got plenty in there.
Oh, you know, you could have a little kind of waistcoaty
top,
sleeveless top or something to go with it. It would be quite nice.
I'm just going to give that to Kat to fold because I can't. Sorry, Kat. Thank you. I've also got that in bottle green. I won't do it with the rest. I've also got it in the bottle green. Beautiful. I love that rich green there. Now, I'd call that more emerald than I would bottle, to be honest.
It's not dark enough, really, is it?
No, no. Lovely, beautiful. That's the bag for yours there, Kat, just so you know. Gorgeous. Then I've also got it in navy. The dark, very, I'd call that midnight. I wouldn't call it navy. It's like a midnight, very, very dark navy, that one. Beautiful. Do you know what I'm thinking? If you're a school teacher, these would be quite nice to wear because if you're allowed to wear trousers, but they're being lovely and comfortable to wear, but also hard wearing and things, aren't they? Because the cotton's really, really hard wearing.
Yes.
And then, when in 1971, my teacher got told off for wearing trousers and got sent home to put a skirt on in 1971. And we were in the annex where there was no heating and it was so cold, but she was told she had to wear a skirt. And she stood her ground and refused to. I remember thinking, I was only 11. I remember thinking, oh, I like you, Miss Jones. Anyway, look, this is your wine. Oh, Julie Vaughan says, morning, Jules, another gorgeous pattern.
Thank you.
She's got loads of your patterns, as Julie Vaughan.
Oh, thank you.
She makes lots of them. Right, now I've also got sateen. Now, it's called stretch. I'm saying it's called sateen. It's called stretch. Got it in the blue, first of all. This is gorgeous. Now, the stretch in it is just one way and it's minimal. It's absolutely, I mean, it's got stretch, look.
So it's more like a fashion fabric rather than anything else.
Yes.
So it's just in there for comfort rather than...
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Totally. But it's just got the stretch the one way. It doesn't stretch that way at all. It's just got the stretch going that way.
The only thing that we recommend when you've got fabric like that is to baste fit, because you might find if there is a little bit of extra give, you might want to nip it in just a little bit on the sides.
Right.
Just to counteract that stretch, because a bit like when you wear your jeans, they start off tight in the morning, but they loosen up by the end of the day.
Yeah.
Similar thing happens with fabric.
Oh,
It's got
okay.
a tiny bit of stretch.
So what, before you put your waistband on, you mean you do a little fitting?
Yeah, definitely.
Beautiful. Then we also got it in the black. And that's proper jet black, that coal black, that one. Stretch cotton sateen. 3.5 meters, $29.99. Now we've got denim. Now. Yeah, let me just check. This is the darker one of the two. This is nice, this one. Yeah, they call it 8 ounce, but it's actually not 8 ounce. That'd be a lovely weight to make them in. It's not heavy, because it's called, it's called it medium to heavyweight now, but it's not heavy. That make up beautifully in those. In fact, you're using denim to do it.
I've got a lightweight denim, yeah.
There you go. And then we've got the other denim, the medium coloured denim. You see, that always reminds me of like when I worked at Theatre Clwyd in Mould. All my jeans and my jean jackets were that kind of mid-blue colour. You going to visit Mould? Earwood Glug. $33.99 for that bundle. Then we've also got the linen blend. So we've got in, now, I don't know what colour they call this one. Dark grey. Okay. It's mushroom, I'd call it. Oh, no, on the telly it looks more aubergine than it does in real life. I'd say it was...
Definitely mushroom.
Dark mushroom, I'd call that one.
Like the gills on a mushroom.
The what? The gills, yes.
Yeah.
And what have they called it? Oh, yeah, dark grey, dark grey. Stonewashed it, stonewashed it. It's got that lovely worn-in feeling. Then we've got the cream. I don't know if you can see from there, you've got a lovely texture in it. It's like a slab plus a kind of herringbone almost in it. $39.99. And then we've got it in the pink. Beautiful. Gorgeous soft pink, that one. Not sure I'd wear trousers in that colour.
Do you know what? I was thinking, actually, if you had the culottes, made them fractionally longer, you could put a nice little waistcoat with it. It could be a wedding outfit.
Oh,
or to go to a wedding,
you
know.
Yeah.
If you didn't want to wear a floral, you know, if you're not into floral dresses. Or
yeah, no,
like
exactly. $39.99 for that one. Right, let's do some sewing. What are you going to show us today then?
Okay, so in true Blue Peter style, I've done a bit of prep.
Oh, lovely.
So I've actually made up one leg. So this is the right-hand leg because the left-hand side has the buttons down the side. That's the fastening for getting in and out of it.
Oh, of course. Isn't that funny? I just presumed it got them on both sides, like a drop fall.
You could do that if you wanted to, but we've just got it on one side to start off with. So I've made up one whole right leg.
And is this...
apart from the inseam.
Is this how you would make them? Would you make one leg and put them inside? Or is that... Because didn't we have this conversation last time about making trousers?
Yeah. I personally prefer to make up a whole front and a whole back and put the two together.
Right.
But I know for fitting, it can make it easier to do a leg and a leg and put one inside the other because then you've got the crotch seam.
Yeah.
But once you've got that sorted and you know the pattern works, then I just make
So will you have written this in the way that you like to do it or the way that we're... Oh, you've got the book there.
I can't remember now. Let me have a quick look. So
Sorry,
actually,
Jules,
no. I think what I've done, no, we've done it separately. So in the instructions here, you can actually see that we're making up two separate legs, putting them together and then doing the crotch seam.
Yeah.
So, which is quite a nice way of doing it if you want to get the fit right. Yeah. So, but if you don't, then you can do it.
That's the way I was always taught to do them, unless I was doing a men's fly front.
Yes.
With buttons and buttonholes. Then we just did the two fronts together because otherwise it gets awkward to try and get to it.
Exactly.
So you're going to make the left leg?
Yes.
Perfect.
So we're going to start off by doing the pocket. So this is actually the same as a jeans pocket, well, very similar to a jeans pocket. So we've got the cutaway section on the side here. So this is your centre front, this is the crotch seam. And what I want to do is to first take the pocket facing. Now you could, if you wanted to, you could make some of this in a contrast fabric or a print or something like that if you want to see it on the inside. So what I'm going to do is to sew around that curve. Let me grab my pins.
You know Julie Vaughan that I said had loads of your patterns? She said, your patterns, Jules, have their own files in my sewing room. I feel like I might need to buy a bigger file.
That's wonderful. Please send us some photos, Julie, because we love a bit of show and tell. And we have our sewing stars that go in our emails.
I'm surprised she hasn't been to one of your classes. She travels she doesn't live anywhere near us, but she travels all over the country doing different classes and everything.
She might like to come to a retreat.
Yeah, oh, yes.
Which are very
She'd have to have the room with the hot tub in it, though, or outside. Where they do the retreat, there's a hot tub, and it's heated by burning wood burning.
Yeah, it's a wood-fired hot tub.
That's it, wood-fired.
It's very lovely, yeah. We had our first pattern cutting retreat a few weeks ago, actually.
Did you?
It was just pattern cutting, yeah, which was great. And the ladies absolutely
So
loved
what,
it.
did you teach them to draft their own patterns?
Yes, so we had, they were doing all kinds of different things, actually, which was great. So we had people there that wanted to copy clothes and make a pattern from something that they'd already got. We had people who wanted to learn how to make their own blocks to fit them. And then once they'd got that, we showed them how to, basically, you know, there's two techniques with flat pattern cutting, dart manipulation and cut and spread.
Yeah.
So once you get your head around those two, you can virtually do anything,
Wow.
which is brilliant. So it was
But the basic
really
block
good.
that I used to draw up for actors and actresses was like a really complicated, you know, kind of take half of this, add 2 inches. I had a formula that we had to follow and everything like that. Have you got a simpler version of that?
Well, we kind of, there are loads of different ways of doing
yeah.
it. The easiest way that we've found that most people can kind of get their head around is using the Winifred book.
Right.
But what we do is we have a way of doing it where you're actually following it, everything step by step. So you can kind of check yourself.
Oh, brilliant.
Because it's really easy to go wrong.
No, I'm thinking I might have to come on the course, that's all, because it was Dulcie and I were together doing it, and it was not complicated, well, no, it was complicated. And it was brilliant. You got the most brilliant blocks out of it in the end.
Yeah.
But it was like a proper technical drawing with, like, measure the, so you have the person's measurements, you take half of the cross chest and half the cross back, and then add 2 inches here and add a quarter of an inch here. And everything like that. I mean, I loved it. I absolutely loved doing it. And I got so used to it that you just do it.
Yes. Once you do it for lots of different people, you kind of work out what the formula.
Yes, and
how
actors and actresses would walk in and I'd see their basic block flat on the I'd be able to see, just from seeing them walk in the room, what their basic block was going to look like.
And actually, it's far easier, I think, if you understand why you're taking that particular measurement and how the measurement from your body, how that relates to the plot. Basically, it's all dot to dot, isn't it?
No, totally.
So, yeah.
Don't demean it. Anyway, so you've sewn that seam, and what are you doing now?
So I'm clipping. So again, going back to what we did before around the neckline. So we want to release the tension in the seam there, so that we can fold that back and it'll tuck inside. So again, I'm going to do an understitch first and then do my top stitch.
So you're doing understitch even though you're going to do a top stitch as well?
Well, I think sometimes it actually helps to kind of, I mean, with jeans, you wouldn't worry about it because you're using a much lighter weight fabric inside the pocket. But because we're using the same weight of fabric here, it actually makes it easier to do the understitching. So again, all I'm going to do is push the seam allowance underneath there towards the pocket lining, and then just sew a couple of millimetres away from the edge. So all I'm doing is just separating the fabrics. There we go. So now when we press it, it's going to want to sit in the right place. There we are. Ooh.
No, you're right.
Oh, it makes me jump when it moves. There we go. So you can see that just wants to roll back now and sit in the right place. So we can give that a good press and a steam. There we are. So from the right side now, we can do a top stitch.
Okay.
To kind of make that look a bit nicer and to hold it all in place. So again, I'm just going to eyeball it, but what you can do, and what works quite nicely sometimes, is to run the edge of your foot on the edge of the fabric, and then just click your needle into position with wherever you want it to sit. So and also, because we're doing a top stitch, I'm going to lengthen my...
Do you use the same thread when you're doing top stitch?
It depends on what you're making, really. I mean, it does look... I mean, I have made these as jeans, and it does look really nice, actually, when you're using a proper thicker, heavier weight top stitch. So you could do that. And actually, what looks really nice sometimes is if you're using... You don't have to use a contrast. So if you're not that confident with top stitching, something like using the navy cotton drill but with a navy top stitch.
Oh, yes.
Actually gives you a really nice effect.
Yeah, exactly.
So there we go. I've top stitched around that kind of curve on the pocket there. So that's just holding that nicely in place. So what we can do now is put the back of the pocket on. So that's going to sit over the top. And what we want to do is to make sure that we're separating it from the main part of the trousers. So we're not stitching it flat, we're actually lifting it up. And then we can go round the curve of the pocket and neaten that off. Now again, because I've put my pins with the head hanging off the end, it's going to be easier to flip it and sew it this way, but I've still got my pin heads hanging off the end here. So I'm just going to pop that on, and we're doing a 1.5 seam allowance again, but I'm going to take it back down to normal stitching. And in order to get the curve, I'm just holding my hand flat and pivoting the fabric. Just trying to keep that raw edge of the fabric on the guide on my machine.
Do you always use the same seam allowance on all your patterns then?
Most of the time. If you're working with jersey, then we use a centimetre. We tend to keep it easier and just use the same amount everywhere.
Yeah.
In real life, you know, when you're actually, you know, making things on a production line, you've got much tighter seam allowances, and you're using slightly different seam allowances in different things. So, for example, if you're doing a collar, you'd have a much smaller seam allowance.
Exactly.
So, but we keep it 1.5 just to make it easy. So now I'm just going to whip around this pocket bag. And when I'm going around the corner, I don't know if you can see on here, you've got the flat edge of the overlocker.
Yeah.
So this left-hand corner, I'm using that on my stitching line to make sure that I'm not trimming too much or too little off.
What colour, do you just have, do you keep your basic colours on your overlocker? Or like, do you do the blue one, put blue on, do the red one, put red on?
I must admit, actually, I've got white on here today because it was just easy and I didn't know what kind of thread we were going to be working with. But I tend to change my threads.
Oh, do you?
I do. I like to have matchy-matchy.
Even when you're not going to see it?
Yeah, because I know it's there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's because we sell that box of overlocking thread, and there's like black, dark grey, light grey, beige, cream, or whatever. And I said, that's all the colours you need, really.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're not that bothered, it's absolutely fine.
I mean, I understand if it's going to be seen, if it's a feature, or if you're doing one with the seams on the outside or something, but...
Yeah, yeah. And we do have people who use that lovely variegated rainbow thread.
Yeah.
And they just have that on.
All
and they
the
just
time.
sew everything. And it actually looks quite nice. So, yeah, if you're really worried about changing your overlocker threads, then, yeah, that's the other way forward, isn't it?
Yeah.
There we go. So now we've got, effectively, a pocket.
Lovely.
But what we want to do is to create the pleat. And we've got the flappy bits here, so they're not kind of staying together.
Right.
If we want it to behave itself whilst we're actually putting the rest of the trousers together, or the culottes together, what we need to do is to baste those two sections down so that they're not going to move. So what I'm going to do is to pleat out my little pleat. So we've got the notches there.
Right.
And on the pattern, we have dots going onto crosses, so you know which way round they need to go.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to pleat that for the minute.
But if I've got a knife pleat on something, I always have it going towards the side seam. A very rare, unless it's a special design, like those like 50s trousers where you want it to make that box to the front, I would always have my knife pleat's going towards the side seam.
Yeah, exactly. So as you're smoothing your hand over the garment, it just runs
Yes,
off the
yeah.
pleat. Yeah. So in order to hold those nice and flat now, what I'm going to do is a basting stitch, which is basically just a really long stitch.
Yeah, tacking.
Yeah. You can hand sew it if you want to, but it's quicker.
But I would advise doing it, not just leaving the pins in.
Oh, yeah, yeah, because it's so much easier. Now, again, because we want to keep that in the seam allowance, so I'm going to make sure, try and find my foot pedal again, that I've got the edge of the foot running on the edge of the fabric. So
Yeah.
my stitching line's only going to be a little way in, and it's going to not interfere with the stitching line. So long stitches. There we go. That's holding the top in. And then we can sew down the side, and that's going to keep everything together whilst we put the button placket on. Mm-hmm. And sew up the rest of the side seam. There we go. So I can trim my tail off. There. So we have, so that's the front part of the pocket.
Yeah.
What we need to do now is to put a facing on that, because this is going to flap open. So we need to neaten that off. So it looks a little bit like a fly.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So all I've done again is just cut this piece out. Now I put a little bit of interfacing on the back of this just to support it, because this is where the buttonholes are going to go.
Uh-huh.
And then I've just neatened off the edge. You could, if you wanted to, if you didn't want to use overlocking, you could actually put a contrast binding. So if you'd got a little bit of decorative floral print or something in your pocket and some extra bias binding, you could just trim that off.
Or make that
off
lovely
there.
lawn we had earlier.
Exactly, that would be lovely. So I'm going to pop that. Now, we've got a straight edge and we've got a very slight curve. So don't worry if it lifts up. We kind of want it to.
Right.
So don't forget, we're working with a three-dimensional form in terms of your shape. Now, there is actually, before I do that, I'm going to double check the markings. There should be a dot on the bottom of your pattern piece there. Where's it gone? There we go. Oops. So on the pattern piece that we're working with,
Right.
there's a dot at the bottom. That's really important because that's where you're going to sew to.
Oh, okay.
So that when we turn it through, we've got that marking
Yeah.
that we can use. So I'm going to just mark that there.
Right.
So when I pull that through, there we are. That's my little marker. So when we push that together, we can line the top edge up, and then we're going to bend that round.
So why is my placket straight and my side of my trousers are curved?
Because the side of the trouser will curve in towards you,
Yeah.
because we need that as part of the shape of the trousers. But the placket is only a little straight piece.
Right.
So we can just tuck that under.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't need to be the same shape.
No. Because what this is going to do is just going to neaten everything off on the inside.
Yeah.
There we go. So again, I'm going to sew 1.5 back down to normal stitch length. There we go. So that's then going to fold back out,
Right.
and then we can fold that back under and that's going to give us a nice neat edge
Right, of course, yeah.
for our
Because if there wasn't a fastening there, that would be sewn to the back of your trousers. That'd
yeah,
be sewn
exactly.
up, wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
you'd have that side
Yeah.
seam there. So
Do I
again,
need to understitch this?
absolutely. You're getting the hang of this, John.
Yeah.
So again, all I'm going to do is understitch. So we're pushing the seam allowance back towards the facing. And pulling everything out the way. So again, I'm just going to stop again where my dot is. There we are, and then we can fold that back and give it a good press. So that's going to sit under there like that. Now, it does get a little bit bulky on the side seam, but after we've stitched it all, we can trim it back.
Right.
There we go. I'm trying to get it to steam, but it's not.
Won't steam.
It won't, no. It might be that it's just, oh, there we go.
Okay.
It's coming out now. That's better. There we go. Cool. So you can see how that's going to give us a nice, neat little finish on
Lovely.
that side. So then the back. Now the back has a dart. So I've just stitched that little dart in
Right, okay.
there. And I've also sewn on the back pocket because we've done quite a few of those before.
Yeah.
And they're very easy to do. Now you could, on these ones, I've done a double row of top stitching. So you could just go back inside if you wanted to.
Lovely
and then
message
do a-
here. Love Jules' clear
Oh.
instructions on unflappable delivery. She's so calming, says Glynis.
It's called the swan principle.
Yes.
So you'll go gliding along, but your legs are going like that
Yeah.
underneath.
Not really. She's not really doing that.
No, my legs are quite still actually, but that's fine. Right. So now what we want to do is to have the bit that we're actually going to sew the buttons onto.
Yeah. So this bit has to
So-
stick out.
This is the bit that's going to poke out.
Yeah.
So this is the bit that goes underneath the buttons.
Yeah.
So again, I've just got, it's one whole piece. I've folded it, or I've put interfacing on here, again, because we need to support the fabric because the buttons are going to get attached onto this bit. I've stitched across the bottom and trimmed that seam back and then folded it in half.
Lovely.
Now, all I'm going to do is, again, we're going to attach it onto the back. Now, I haven't neatened anything yet because what we can do, again, is line that up. So we've got the dots that we can match up onto the side there. And we can push that so it's all level. Now, in the instructions, it says to actually overlock the trouser legs first, but that means then you've got 2 loads of overlock.
Yeah.
So you can kind of just go a little bit off piece.
Yeah.
So all I'm going to do,
I suppose, again, it depends what you're making it out of, isn't it? 'Cause
Well, yeah.
It's going to be bulky with this, but some fabrics, it won't be too.
no, exactly. If you were going to use a really nice floral viscose or something like that, then that would be great. So again, I'm going to do my 1.5 to attach it. There we go. So that's attached to there. So that will flip out
Yeah.
and tuck under like that. But what we can do now is, because this side of the trouser leg, we're going to have the seam open and flat. So what we need to do now is to finish off each side of the trouser leg.
Right.
So I'm going to overlock this bit. So start at the bottom and go all the way up, and then be careful when you go over all of that bulk.
Yeah.
So again, I'm just trimming minimal fabric off. All I'm doing is just neatening the kind of like the hairy bits that are hanging off the edge. And then when I get to the placket, I just want to make sure that that's going up. So you can just tip up the toe.
Uh-huh. The 664 Pro, the overlocker Jules is using at the moment.
There we go. So we've neatened that side off, including the little button extension.
Right.
And then I can do exactly the same on the other side. So although we've got the button facing this side,
Yeah.
we don't have to go all the way up inside. So I can just do a little bit. So I can start from this side, and what I can do is run on just underneath where the curved seam of the pocket is.
Uh-huh.
And then just run it all the way down. There we are.
Lovely.
So now we have the two sides of the trousers with the neatened edges.
Uh-huh.
So now what we want to do is just to put the two together. So we can push, let's get that print pressed out the way. So we want to make sure that that's going to stay out the way.
Would you not top stitch on top of that?
Well, the seam is actually going to be pressed that way anyway.
Yeah.
So all I'm doing is actually just folding that away.
Right.
So the other way of doing it is to push the seam away and press that flat.
Right.
There we are. So then as we're putting the two trouser legs together, what we want to do is to match up those dots.
Yeah.
Because that's where we're going to sew to and from.
Right.
So this is where it can get a little bit bulky, but what we want to do is to line up so we're making sure all those dots are lined up, but I want to pull the facing and the button placket out the way because we're going to sew inside both of those.
So from the dot?
Yes. So where we've got the dot, actually it's easier to do it from this side. So you're sewing up the trouser leg.
Yeah.
There we are. That's it. Then the rest of the trouser leg should, with a bit of luck and a following wind, all match, which it does. There. So there will be notches on the pattern that you can follow that will line the legs up for you. There we are. So we've got that outside leg seam that we can sew, but we're going to only go up to the dot.
That's where we stopped stitching, wasn't it? So
Yes.
the stitches should now meet at that dot.
Exactly. So, yeah, the ones for the button placket will kind of go past, will go inside, and then the one for the button facing will meet.
Yeah.
There we are. So as we're coming up to the pocket, we want to make sure that's all sitting nice and flat, and that's not going to get in the way. And then what we want to do, and this is where it can get a little bit tricky, because we want to go past the bulk of the bottom of the button placket.
Yeah. We're not catching it though, are we?
We're not catching it, no. There we go. So we're just going up to that point there. There we go.
Okay.
So let me just trim that bit of overlocking off. There we are. So when we open it out, there we've got the button placket that's sitting that way, and then we've got the button facing sitting that way, and we've got a nice neat little seam that goes all the way down, which we can press. So if we press that open and flat all the way along, now if you find it's tricky to get in close to that button placket, you could always sew part of it with a zip foot.
Right.
So you can get in a little bit closer. There we are.
Lovely.
Let's turn it around the other way. We can get in from this side. So we can press that over. That's going to sit there. And then that one's going to flop over the other side. So bearing in mind that we're going over a three-dimensional form, so they won't sit completely flat.
Yeah.
Because we've got hips to go over. So if you've got a ham or anything like
I was going to say,
that,
we have the tailor's ham.
you can put the tailor's ham on it, and that would work just as well. Yeah. That would help you get a much better shape there. Whoops. There we go. So that's the side of your trousers. So once you've got your buttons on, now you could, if you wanted to, actually sew your buttons, your buttonholes now.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Whilst it's flat.
Yeah.
So you mark where those need to go, depending on the size of your button, and actually stitch those buttonholes in place now. I'm not going to, because I haven't got buttons.
No, that's fine.
So what we've got now is basically a left leg and a right leg.
Yeah.
Now, if we've got time to put the waistband on.
Well, we've got 15 minutes, so we should
Okay,
go.
well, that's all right then. So what I'll do is, instead of doing a whole leg, I'm just going to do the front and the back piece.
Yeah.
So we're just going to do the crotch seams, and then we've got a whole waist, and we can put the waistband on.
Lovely.
So I'm just going to match up my notches on the back. There we go. I always find watching overlocking or sewing is a bit like, have you come across ASMR?
Oh, yes.
No.
Yeah.
Just watching people.
Well, no, I often forget to speak, because when the sewing machine, the overlocker's going over there, I'm like just sitting here listening to it, and then think, oh, I'm meant to be speaking now.
Oh, yeah, I should be saying something. Oh, dear. So I'm going to do the front as well, so we can do pin both, sew both, overlock both. There we are. So I'm just lining up my notches again, making sure those are all in the right place, because we don't want a twisted crotch.
No.
There we are. And you could always tell which is the front and which is the back, because the back one is always more, or should be, slightly more curved than the front one, and slightly longer. Do you know what, though? It's amazing. When we did the pattern cutting, we've just done a fitting masterclass as well, actually, where people brought things in. Trousers is always a big thing that people can't figure out.
Yeah, no, totally.
The different shapes of crotch seams were amazing. They were all different.
Oh, yeah, totally.
So it's no wonder people can never find trousers to fit.
No.
There we go. So again, 1.5.
We had a lady in, when she brought in the books, who's called Elisa Lex, and she'd written this book about patterns and everything like that. And she did something I've never, ever seen before, and she got some tin foil and scrunched it down and put it on from her waist to the front, underneath and up at the back.
Yeah.
And it just shows you your real crotch depth and
Your
crotch
shape,
curve and
yeah.
everything. And it's amazing. There you see, and if once you've seen it in 3D, you kind of go, oh, I see now where I'm going wrong with my pattern. So
Yeah. It's a bit like, well, one of the reasons that we did the curvy is because people have flesh in different places. So some people have a bit more of a belly, other people have a lower bottom, other people have a higher hip, and that all kind of contributes to creating a different crotch shape, doesn't it?
I mean, didn't CL do a whole MA on fitting?
Yes. Yeah, she's got a new book coming out.
I saw. Yeah. Well, I've seen her on socials, her walking past lots of places holding it, yeah. Oh, actually, I was meant to ask, somebody mentioned me asking if we were getting it here. I'll find out for you. Oh, there's nobody in today. I can't find out today.
There we go. Right, let's just neaten those seams off quickly. Bit more ASMR overlocking.
Go on then. I'll just see it get soporific over here.
You just nod off over there, that's fine. Oh dear. Oops.
Oh, I just scissors.
We do have people who are very tempted. We had a person the other day in the Lovely Overlocker workshop who was getting a little bit gung-ho with the overlocker.
Oh, really?
We had to threaten to hand out a speeding ticket, yeah.
The thing is, though, once you get used to it, you do, don't you? Kind of, it's something quite exciting, like speeding, really, isn't it? Going faster in your car once you're used to it. Not speeding. I don't mean speeding. I mean just going fast.
Oh dear. Again, I'm using that little corner on the front of the overlocker foot as my guide. So I can run that little corner there on the overlocker.
Ignore that other screen.
There we go. So that one there goes on my stitching line.
Can you make the culottes without an overlocker, please? So pleased you're on Virgin now from Annette. I know it's brilliant, isn't it? You can. You just have to work out different ways of finishing your seams.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I mean, you could do like a flat felled seam, like you do on jeans or something like that. Yeah. So that would work. That you can do around the crotch, which is a nice one actually. Makes it a bit stronger as well.
Yeah. Unless you buy seconds, like the jeans that Ben's got on today.
Yeah.
The run and fell seam on it that hasn't caught the extra bits. It's got all the white denim coming out. You know the
Oh no. Oh dear. Not custom made jeans then.
No. Not cheap. I didn't say they were cheap. I said they were seconds.
That's why, yeah. Right, so we've now got a whole pair of trousers. Well, apart from the inside. We've got a whole pair of trousers. Culottes. So again, I'm going to snip off my overlocking tails because they do have a habit of getting in the way. And it's a good habit to get into, to just get rid of those. Now, we've got waistband. So again, because I'm using the same fabric both sides, You could have a contrast if you wanted to.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So you could have the inside waistband could be a completely different colour. So on here, we have a front and a back. Now, the fronts and the backs are different shapes.
Right.
So we need to make sure that we have that correctly round the right way. So I need to make sure I've got the right way. That's it. There we go. That's it. Okay. So we can pin this so I can match up my side seam.
Yeah.
And then we've got notches.
Yeah, because it'd be a weird waistband, won't it? Because you've got the opening at the side seam, not at the front or the back.
Yes.
Yeah.
And because we've got that button placket, lost the word there, we need to make sure that so the back waistband isn't symmetrical.
Yeah.
Because we've got a little bit extra one side to cover and
Cover the
use it
placket,
for the placket. So what we want to do is to make sure that we're leaving 1.5 centimetres
Yeah.
so that we've got this little bit here to use as our seam allowance for attaching the other waistband. So that will go on there. Let me snip off that little overlocker tail.
Oh, I see. You're doing your waistband in front and back, as it were. You haven't bagged one out already.
No. And then we've got the front that should come all the way, and that will go there. So again, we've got a 1.5 centimetre overhang. So then, now your front waistband will be symmetrical. So let me find...
Are there notches then for where the waistband needs to go to?
Yes, there should be.
Yeah.
But I've overlocked
Overlock them off.
No, I've ironed my interfacing on.
Oh,
I
okay.
haven't put them back on again. So when you iron your interfacing on, make sure that you put your notches back
Yeah.
in again. But I know that I've got my centre front there. Now again, don't panic because you'll think, oh my gosh, that's not going to fit. It will. It's just that we need to ease it on.
Right.
There we go.
The fabric, the denim fabric looks so easy to sew. Brilliant demo, Jules, says Christine.
Thank you. It's actually really nice to work with.
Yeah.
It kind of does what it says, or it does what it's told to.
Yeah.
But it has still got a little bit of give and a bit of ease in it, which is really rather nice. Now again, you can adjust things slightly with your pleat. So just make sure if your trousers or the culottes part is way too big, just make sure that you've got your pleat folded and
In the right
basted
place.
correctly. Yeah. Because that'll make a big difference as to whether your waistband will fit. There we are. This is the bit where you have to just take your time with pinning. There we are. So that's the front done. Now we've got the back. So again, we can
Find the centre.
find your centre. There we go. And we can find the centre. Now I'm I'm actually going to include it's a bit like when you put a neckband on, isn't it? Your halfway points aren't your shoulder seams.
No.
So we're going to have to rejig that bit. There we are. So that's the centre. And then we can ease this on. Now, if you're worried that it's not going to fit, because some fabrics have a little bit more ease than others. So again, we're looking at a happy curve and a sad curve.
Yeah.
So what you can do is a couple of little snips, literally 0.5 centimetre into the waistband, and that's going to release enough tension in that curve to be able to ease it onto the waistband. There we go. So now that works.
Lovely. While you're pinning that, I'm just
There we
going to
go.
remind you about the patterns. Which size have we got in the moment? We've got curvy in now. So, oh, no. No, you do whichever you want to do. Curvy first. Curvy first, sizes 20 to 34 there. It's got all the sizes on the back and everything of what the size you need to make for yourself. Most popular by 1 at the moment, that one, the curvy. Then we've got the Miss 6 to 20. Gorgeous. Who's wearing these on this picture?
Emma.
Emma, they want to know if Emma already had those trainers or did you buy them especially for the photo?
I don't know. I think she already had them, actually. But they do go brilliantly, don't they?
I think I'm going to have to get you to tell us the
No,
rest
that's
of it,
fine.
if that's
So,
all right.
sorry, I know pinning takes ages.
Yeah, no,
so
it's
basically, all we're going to do is to sew around the waistband,
Yeah.
and then I've got one that I've already neatened.
Right.
Because what I tend to do is have a factory finish, so we just
Oh, right, so you
flat
don't turn it up
inside.
and, yeah, whip it
No.
down.
So once that's stitched in there like that, we can then put the other waistband on. We can sew across the top and down that.
That's
little
why you
side
left that
bit.
excess
That's why
at
we
each
left
end,
that bit
wasn't it?
there. And then you can turn it through. Don't forget we need to clip and understitch again.
Uh-huh.
So you'll end up with a nice, neat little waistband that's going to sit and finish off the trousers.
And the reason you don't turn up, it doesn't add any bulk, does it, to the
No,
waist?
exactly.
It's just
You
flush
could,
down.
if you wanted to, just turn that up and slip stitch it down if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But again, we just leave it overlocked and then do a sink stitch through the right
Yeah.
side of the
And also, I suppose, again, it depends again on what fabric you're using for it, doesn't it?
Exactly, yeah. It really doesn't matter, yeah.
Brilliant. Right, thank you, Jules.
That's okay.
Do you know when you're back?
End of May, I think.
End of May.
Yeah.
But look, keep an eye out for the exciting news that Jules has got for August.
Yes.
And there was some other exciting news, which I also can't tell you about. When's that, the other bit of exciting news?
Oh, end of June.
End of June. So watch out for exciting news, end of June and August. Will it be on your website?
Yes, indeed.
Will you, mind you, when are you here next, say? May.
End of May.
So you better tell us then anyway.
Absolutely, yes.
Perfect.
But if you sign up to our emails, then you'll get advance warning of what's going on.
Oh, there you go. And when's the next craft fair? Oh, you just missed it. It was last Sunday.
Yes, we've got another one coming up on at the last Sunday of May.
You'll be busy in May then.
I know,
And that's
yeah.
for Father's Day.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you're looking for gifts for your dad, who's slightly crafty
Yeah.
or into making things,
It's not just sewing. At the craft fair, there's like wood
gosh,
carvers
yeah,
and
we
all
have-
sorts of things.
Yeah,
like
wood
that.
turning, pottery, all kinds of different things.
Yeah. Anyway, you've got to go.
Yes.
Don't go anywhere. In 4 minutes from now, we've only got TOFT.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1p&p throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
We're having a good old laugh, and look how gorgeous. Kerry, hello. How are you?
Hello.
Looking gorgeous, but not as gorgeous as this stand. Look at everything on here today. It's just amazing, isn't it? I mean, it's just... it's all been being set up while I've been over there with Jules, and I could hear you over here, but I couldn't see what you were doing. And I've just come round now and just seen... I mean, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. So... today, we've got something a bit different today, haven't we? Just explain how it's going to work today, then.
So what I really wanted to focus on today is the self-published titles that I do that a lot of you at Sewing Street have probably never seen or heard of.
Right.
So they're not available from bookshops, they're not available elsewhere. What it is, it's when I put an idea collection together and it's not quite mainstream enough to necessarily become a true published book in the same way as my other titles. So it's a bit more niche, it's a bit more specialist, really geeky, and I think things that you'll really enjoy. So there's 3 different titles. Dinosaurs, so lots of different dinosaurs. Primates, so that covers all the apes as well as the monkeys, slow lorises, so some more unusual ones, and then also sheep. And
I've forgotten how much of a geek you were.
Oh, yeah, I am. It's all very, very geeky.
No, not in a bad
Yeah.
way. That's not me being a bad way. But it's what you love, isn't it? It's what you do. Now, first of all, it's not, none of these books are named after your children, because aren't they named after your children?
Yeah, they are.
normally?
So no, these sit so totally outside of that, and it's just a publication that TOFT does as a one-off. It's like almost an expansion pack. If you're going to get really geeky with that kind of terminology, if you've got the other books, it's an expansion pack to be able to go on and do lots of different designs.
But they're not available readily, are they?
No, they're not. No.
So basically, you get them from us or you, and that's it.
And that's it,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, then. Right. And then within those ranges, we've got the book on its own.
Yeah.
And we've got yarn to make things from the book.
Yep, so the thing about, it's no good really having the book unless you've got some yarn to get started.
Right.
And I know that you're going to fall in love with looking at them, so you're going to want to get going straight away. So I've put together 3 bundles, so there's 1 for each title, and that'll allow you to make four absolute minimum. So that's if you're going to go for the ones that use lots and lots of yarn, and up to 6 as a maximum. Depends on which designs you choose with your yarn, because obviously the yarn applies to all of them, so you can make whatever you want to once you've got your bundle.
Brilliant. Right. So this is dinosaurs first. So this book here, 15 So there's actually 50.
There's actually 15 patterns in here.
patterns
Yeah, 15 different patterns. And for me, this was a really interesting one, the dinosaurs, because obviously some of the dinosaurs we all really know, like the recognisable ones, like the Triceratops, the pterodactyl, but some of them get, again, very more geeky as they go through. And how it came about was I was actually asked by the Natural History Museum to make a diplodocus for them, and this was right the way back, well over 10 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And that's where it all began. So this is Dippy, the diplodocus, who was the original dinosaur.
Did you love dinosaurs before that, or did it just come out of the blue?
I did. It came out of the blue a little bit. So they invited me to do a workshop to celebrate the removal of Dippy from the Natural History Museum, and the skeleton's been on tour pretty much ever since.
And Dippy's the name.
That is the name of their skeleton.
Their one. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
So that's why it takes that name.
Yeah.
The others follow my usual trend of ones that I know. So here's our first one. That's a Parasaurolophus. It doesn't roll off the tongue.
No, not much.
But this is the kind of one that I really had to do some research on to look up. But what I love about the dinosaurs is no one really knows what colour they were. So it means that obviously you can get so creative with the patterns.
Oh, I hadn't even thought about it. So are there no cave drawings of all the
All
more
theory.
different colours?
It's all totally theory on what colour the dinosaurs are. So unlike some of my other books, say with the animals, I often play 2 natural colours. So you're more likely to see a cat in cat colours from me than you are a cat in pink.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the dinosaurs, I've had a lot more fun than that, because obviously you can put whatever colour you want to on them.
Can I ask what these numbers? I noticed we've gone 1, 2, 3 in the book.
So the numbers indicate a level, and this is because what I don't like is the idea of a beginner diving in with something that might be a little bit tricky. So they all have level 1. That would be for someone who had never crocheted before at all. It means that you're just using the double crochet stitch and no fancy structure or texture or anything that's going to be a bit more challenging. Then level 2 will be a tad more challenging, so a nice one for somebody who maybe has crocheted before, fancies stretching their skills.
I do the same with fabrics. I often say, and I get in trouble for it, but I go, don't buy this if you've never sewn before.
No,
because all it takes is you to pick up one, for it not to work.
Yeah, and you'll
go,
just give up.
That.
Yeah, because you will find it hard. Because
Yeah.
if it's a pattern that I would find challenging at times, or fiddly or tricky, there's no point diving in there if you're just learning. You're better off going with a level 1.
Okay, so in this bundle here that we've got for £85, that's this book that we've got here, plus 4 balls of yarn. So you get 15 patterns and 4 balls of yarn. And they're the 4 balls that you say you can make
up to 6 different dinosaurs with. So I've actually got it here, so you can have a look at the colours that I put into this bundle.
Right, brilliant.
So I went for 100 grams of the stone, which is one of my favourite TOFT colours, one of the most
And this is what you use all the time? It's the same quality?
It's the same quality, it's
so if
pure
people have
wool,
bought your stuff before, they'll know
you
that
can use it with this, yeah. So this is a double knit weight of yarn, a pure wool, so you'll be using a 3mm crochet hook with it. And this is enough, so you've got 4 full 100-gram balls, which is enough to make up to 6 different dinosaurs, subject to how you combine your different colours.
Of course.
Obviously, some of them have got different colour patterns in, like this is Colin, one of my favourites.
Oh.
Again, all the theories on dinosaurs, I guess, in terms of them evolving from birds, a lot of them are believed to have had feathers. So you've got some really fun, different techniques on ones like this, yeah, to be feathered. So the Velociraptor was believed to have been feathered.
On a dinosaur?
On a dinosaur, yeah. And that's why they're so brightly coloured.
So were they birds?
They evolved from birds originally, yeah.
Big birds?
Big birds, yeah. And then birds evolved from the dinosaurs. So yeah, they're all really related. The closest thing is a chicken, really, if you think about a chicken and a dinosaur.
So were they on their Sunday roast on a Sunday? They could have a huge chicken dinner then, couldn't they?
Absolutely.
How weird. Oh my word, Jacqueline.
So you've got some really fancy ones towards the end. Now, obviously, these are going to be level 3, a bit more
Yes.
challenging. I'm going to definitely demonstrate the loop stitch a lot in the next hour and a half, so you will get to grips with the loop stitch, because that's how something like that is done. It's not that you're knotting on lots of lengths afterwards. You are actually crocheting that in as you go along.
That looks like a costume from, because I used to do films, that looks like a costume drawing a designer would give to me and go, right, I want you to look like this. And then you just have to sit there and work out
how to do it.
And
then Daniel, I mean, he's like got the kitchen sink thrown in, really. The Oviraptor's one where I'm like, right, let's just get all the techniques on. So this will also give you little bits and pieces of the pattern that you could always put on the other ones.
Yes.
So here you've got a body, and the thing about all of my design work is they share a body. So it's the same body pattern that will have stripes down the back of it. That would then mean that if you think you'd like your Triceratops with a stripy back,
you know how to do it.
Then you can take the body and you can put that onto your Triceratops.
Okay, so did I presume you just had to start from scratch and start... I mean, I've never even heard of one of those.
Yeah, so I went from what was in my brain initially, because obviously they're going to be the most recognisable ones. So the ones that all children can name, like Triceratops, Stegosaurus, all those different ones. Yeah. Got as far as I could get, and then was like, right, now I need to look for more variety. And I guess that's why it remained independent rather than being a big book, is it's 15 patterns, but it's pretty definitive. As in, if I tried to push that up to 40 or 50, which would be what I'd need for a commercial book, you're going to start to get lots of repeats of shapes and colours, whereas here you've got a true 15 different shapes and techniques. It means that you can actually then combine them. If there's a really specific dinosaur that you know somebody's geeky about,
it's so weird, because you'd think publishers would be leaping. Okay, so for one of your normal books, 40 patterns, but not every book has to have 40 patterns in it. Do you know what I mean? They're mad not to have jumped these. Can I just say also, that's not your price. I've just found that's not your price. So the 4 great big balls of yarn and the book, £75. £75.
And you will also get a pin badge. Now, I didn't even mention that here.
Oh, no.
So you will also get a little T-Rex pin badge. So if you are a dinosaur lover, there's another little freebie extra that I've thrown in there with that as well, because I know a lot of you really enjoy getting geeky about dinosaurs.
Oh, the badge collecting society is going to go crazy over that. Anyway, beautiful. Right, when is there any more?
I think Daniel is the end, because he's regarded as the hardest one in the thing. So if you make Daniel, then you know you've absolutely levelled up to the next stage.
But he's like a big bird with a tail.
Yes, he is, with a proper beak and a tail and some feathers.
It's just it's something I'm going to have to start looking into, isn't it? That is amazing. So remember, you get the book, you get the 4 balls of yarn, and you get the free little gift there, all for £75. There's 15 patterns in there. How much would you pay for a single pattern? There's 15 patterns. And like you say, depending on what yarn you use when, you could make more than 6.
Yeah, so it's an absolute minimum of 4, and that would just be if you pick the straightforward ones that are one colour. So if you decided to make the Triceratops from this, the Diplodocus from this, the T-Rex from this, and say the Stegosaurus from this. Yeah. But obviously, a lot of them do combine the different colours. So you can make 6, because you can make 3 out of each pair of balls. So you'll be able to have a lot of fun with that bundle. These are the most popular colours that I would recommend for making dinosaurs in any way. So it gets you off to a great start.
But then, now, if they've had the kits from you in the past, you're going to have some left over, aren't you?
Absolutely,
So
yeah.
if you want to add, like, was it Colin at the end with all
Yeah,
the colours?
all the different colours. Yeah, absolutely. And that is all the same yarn. So as long as it's a TOFT DK weight, which is what we sell, a vast majority of balls leaving TOFT is a TOFT DK weight. You just need a 3mm hook and then you can make all 15.
How brilliant is that? £75. Do you know what? Before we do any demo, should we go through absolutely everything that we've got?
Yeah, I think that's
and then we can just relax and do some demos and things like that. So that's dinosaurs, right? That's the dinosaur bundle. Right, now primates next. So there's 15 again. 15, pardon? Matching the price before we get any further. So primates, how did this one come about?
So this one came about because when I actually had my son, Edward, I used to spend a lot of time at Twycross Zoo. And that is a primate specialist centre. So I think I was probably more aware of all the kind of really geeky small monkeys, apes, the 4 grey apes, probably had more of an awareness than, I guess,
They should tell this at Twycross Zoo.
They should. Well, we are in conversations.
Well, the lady who runs the zoo lives in my village.
Oh, there you go.
So when I see her next, I'll say, have you got that book yet?
Because, so basically, it's really does go geeky. It's a great one for teaching kids about primates, like they all are. But it's also got the kind of most popular ones in there too. Now, this was a fantastic photo shoot at Oxford University Botanical Gardens. So it's a really exciting photo shoot as well. So same way as the other one, we have got levels. So say Joan, she would be a level 1. You've got no fancy stitches on there. You're just following that basic double crochet stitch.
See, I've never even heard of
a bonobo. So these are the ones that are believed, I think, genetically to be the closest to humans, the bonobos. And they're a matriarchy culture. They're a really interesting one of the 4 great apes. Wow. So there's bonobos, chimpanzees, orangutans, and gorillas. That's
See, I've heard all of. Isn't it weird that we've heard of all
but
of
the
those
bonobo,
three?
so they have got them at Twycross if you did want to go and see them.
Have they got them at Chester Zoo as well?
I'm not sure.
Because I've watched that. I'm from Chester, but I watched that whatever it was behind the scenes, and I got completely addicted to it. It was ridiculous.
It is. It's really. Once you so this one, I love Keith. Keith is a proboscis monkey. These are absolutely hilarious.
So are these friends of yours that these look like?
This is my uncle actually. My Uncle Keith.
Does he know?
No, I don't think he does actually. He might do now. Uncle Keith. I'm going to get found out on that one.
Yes.
But these are absolutely hilarious primates. You should they do truly look like this.
Well, no, because proboscis means that, doesn't it?
Yeah, the more testosterone, I believe, that there is in their system, the larger their nose grows. So it's the largest males of the clan that get the largest noses.
Oh.
Keith the proboscis monkey.
So your uncle's obviously got lots of testosterone. Let's not go there. Right, Franklin.
So Franklin, these ones, again, I've seen in the zoo. They almost look like they've got opera capes on the back of them. They almost look like feathers. So they have a beautiful kind of circle of white fur that grows longer than their black fur. So a really beautiful
Isn't nature, when you see something like this, isn't nature like an incredible thing? Incredible. Yeah. I mean, this isn't just me now. I think it's amazing that a baby can start off at one cell and then divides them out, and it knows that a nostril has to go here and a tear duct has to go there. And if you start losing yourself in that, but then you kind of think, how has nature even
developed
created?
All these amazing
you know
variants,
what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And where's it all come from?
And from a crochet point of view, what I love about the primates is because they are so varied, you've probably got the most varied techniques in here.
Right.
So if you're somebody who really enjoys a bit of a challenge, a little bit of different detail, you will love crocheting your way through this one because they aren't as samey at all. They've all got lots of different little bits of techniques.
Oh, yes, exactly. And these are, look, they're completely different. Declan.
Yeah, so the slow loris, so these are a really unusual one. Again, one that I hadn't heard of, I don't think, before I did
so
this.
These, we're on level 2 now, are we? So are these going to go up like in the other book?
I think they jump around slightly just so that you see some variants. So we will also have some others in there. But they are a little bit more advanced, I would say that. So if you are someone who wants to go to the next step, the primates really would be the one for you.
Okay, right.
With them. So
there's more
loops and there's more details. There's more small pieces that you then put together. So ring-tailed lemur, obviously a really famous one. Lots of people's favourite animals. That one's been very, very popular. Then these are one of my personal favourites. So emperor tamarin monkeys are tiny and have these magnificent like handlebar moustaches. Really, really cute little monkeys. Charlotte the Silverleaf. So this one's really showing how much you can do with one colour.
Oh, yes.
Because actually it's the texture and the stitches that create the change of texture in that. That is just using one ball and one colour.
Right.
So it's another great one to be able to use in all the different colours.
Has that got hairspray on it?
No, it does stand up actually by itself like that when you've got it.
Oh, look.
So Leah the Marmoset, that's obviously the cover featured one. Another really cute one with lots of loop stitches. Actually, it does look like we are sitting in level 3 here. So yeah,
Okay.
You've got a level 1, which would be great for a beginner. But the thing about the primates is when it says level 3, I have to make it a level 3 if it has any loop stitch, because that's the hard rule that we work to. So if it's got loop stitch, it's going in level 3.
Right, okay.
But some of them will have it all over their body. Some of them, say, like the ring-tailed lemur, would only have a little bit around his ears. So it's a great way to be introduced to that, because you're only going to do a little bit of it.
But as you say, if you've not done anything like this before, maybe don't go for the primates to start with.
To start with, yeah. Go for one of the others, then move up to this one.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Duke Langor is an absolutely beautiful one as well. Loads of different colours in that one.
So is Edward into monkeys then?
He absolutely was at the time, so he's now 12, so I think I'm about to lose him being interested in a lot, in a lot for a while, we'll see. I'm trying to keep that flame alive. It'll come back round. So this is another really beautiful one that I think you'll enjoy in this one, the mandrill. So this is like, I guess, a really iconic one with lots of different features that you can have a play with as you are crocheting through that one.
Oh, look.
And the golden lion tamarin. So one like this, you're starting to get to where you're working these loops all over.
You see, that should be a 4, really.
Yeah, and you're working longer ones and shorter ones. So that was the kind of one that you'll enjoy, I guess, as a challenge project if you have crocheted other animals.
But what's fantastic is they're not just straightforward dolls. You've given them all a little bit of a character. I can see exactly what Balthazar's thinking and what he's about to do and everything like.
So the Japanese macaques, these are the ones that you see in the kind of ice pools. Have you ever seen that kind of video footage where they're in the like hot thermal pools and they're surrounded by ice? They're absolutely beautiful.
No.
So their faces are often bright pink. I think probably because it's freezing outside, but it's warm in the pool.
Oh
so
my!
They have.
That's me in my cold tub in the garden.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So yeah.
I hope I don't look like that.
And the Japanese macaque Kimberley.
Oh, these are gorgeous.
Onto the golden snub-nose. Again, you're using lots of different colour variants here. So you're doing colour changing and doing your loop stitch. So lots to keep you.
And we're going to show all these techniques, aren't we, today? And everything.
Absolutely.
Oh,
and then obviously you've got all your
gorgeous.
abbreviations. And then that thing that I explained before, the standard forms. So the nice thing that makes it exciting to make lots of these animals is the fact that they share a shape. So they all have the same body, they have the same legs, and that means that you're returning to something really familiar.
That's good, yeah.
So it's really nice to actually crochet as part of the making process, but it's also great when you see them finished because it means they all sit in a group really nicely.
Oh,
so
right.
they work well as a collection.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So now the crochet is UK.
UK terms, yeah. So it's a British DC, which is a US SC, if you are used to that.
Right.
Now, what's different about this bundle of yarn?
So this all comes in the bundle?
This all comes in the bundle. So because the primates use a lot more different colours, I didn't just want to lock you into 4 of the big balls.
Yeah.
So instead, I've gone for all of the 25-gram balls in a big range of colours.
Oh, look. Oh, that's going to be incredible.
So it means that you can, say, go for the ring-tailed lemur. You've got all the different greys for the ring-tailed lemurs. You can do all those ones where you're using all the different colours, and but you also could do the simple ones if you wanted to. So if you just want to make one that's one colour, you've got enough of any colour to make the single colour ones as well.
I'm a bit upset there's no pink for the pink face.
No, there isn't. The pink for the pink face.
So now, if somebody wants to do this... Yeah. I know we haven't got it today, but they can contact you and buy the pink, can't they?
Yarn. You can get the yarn is readily available, and the big thing is in our 18-year history as a company, we don't discontinue things. We're not a yarn company that produces a yarn for one collection and then it goes away and then. Our yarn works for everything.
Hang on, no, hang on. Gold.
Oh, well, that was limited edition.
Yes.
So, but I'd never.
I'm only teasing. I'm only teasing.
I'd never produce a book where you couldn't get the yarn afterwards. There's
what's the
nothing
point?
More frustrating.
No, exactly.
So it means that all the yarn's readily available. That said, you obviously can use other yarn as well. And as we've discussed before, the thickness of the yarn dictates how big they get. So use a double knit and they're the size we've got on the show. Use an Aran, they're twice as big. Use a 4-ply, they're half the size. So that's what dictates how big they end up. You do also get a linel patch with this bundle as well. So the little iron-on patch is also included in that one. And it is also comes in a primate tote bag.
Oh my.
So the other bundle did come in a tote bag as well, but it's our regular TOFT tote bag. This is a special one for primates. So this one comes in a little backpack, so you can carry.
So how many can I make? Did you say out of that? I've got 15
It's the same
patterns.
quantity that you'd be able to make as the other one. So
Okay.
up to 6 when you mix and match them all across. It's just obviously I've not been able to give you the browns as well as the greys, so you'd be sitting within those ones that use the grey spectrum.
That's fine. But if you think about it, right, so I can make 6 there. You've got a fabulous book that you can't get anywhere else, and you get meant to make 6. That makes them only like, what, £12 for each, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And if you're someone that has got people where you're going to start gift making nice and early, as you should do, I should do really, I probably should get on that because I'm the person that ends up in a rush in December every single year. Then it's a really fun one because you'll skill up as you go through and then be able to pick, 4 very different ones for different people.
Right. Sheep. I didn't even know the word. Oh, there's 18 in this.
18 in this one, yeah, even more in this one. And that's because a lot of you out there that are knitters, are crocheters, obviously, you're going to be wanting to make
Where
sheep
did
out
this one start then?
Oh, so I made sheep probably really early on. I guess probably within the first 10 animals I ever made, there was a sheep.
Right.
Now, he's called Simon.
Right.
And,
Is he in
and the
here?
book starts with him.
Oh, okay.
So this is Simon the sheep. Now, he's your bog standard sheep. He doesn't have a breed. He's the kind of sheep that you dream about at night, is the way that I like to think about it. He's to count your sheep as you go to bed. So he hasn't got a breed. So you see, I guess, my journey as well is at the very beginning, I didn't know particularly that there was different breeds of sheep either. I just thought I'd make a sheep.
Sheep, yeah. And that was your idea of a sheep.
But that means that he is obviously a level 1 complete beginner. Means he's an absolutely great place to start.
Now, is he the one, we've got a picture of one sitting on a hand. What's that? We'll see in a minute.
Yeah. So then we've got Barbara, the Border Leicester, known as the rabbit sheep is what people I think like to nickname her. And that's because this breed truly does have these big ears that stand off the top of the head, the Border Leicester. So if you've ever seen those at agricultural shows or you've spotted them over fences and they've got the big kind of like hare ears, then it'll be a Border Leicester that you've seen.
How with the ones in my field behind my house got big ears, but I don't know if they're those.
If they stand up, then it's that. Now there's the merino, obviously characterised by having fleece all over him. So he's got a hairy head as well. And I will mention that if you go for the bundle, you will actually get a matching patch included in your bundle for the merino as well. So that's included with that one.
Also, it has to be there because merino wool, they're bred for their wool, and it's the best wool, not the best wool, but you know, it's good because it's anti-what's-it and all those sorts of things.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the finest fibres in the world, really, in terms of wool are merino.
Where was this photographed then?
So between Yorkshire and then at TOFT HQ. So we actually went up into near Skipton to do the photography. Now, Eustace the Beltex, this is a breed, and they've got a really yellow-orange fleece, but then when they put them in the show ring, they actually enhance that even more. So if you ever see at like agricultural shows,
sheep.
they're like really bright orange-yellow, their fleeces. So that's the Beltex. And they've got a much squarer head. So I've really tried to study capturing the characteristics.
So did you train as an artist? Because you must have to draw
draw
these
them first,
to begin with to get all those characteristics.
Yeah, I do draw them first. No, my degree's in English literature, so I enjoy their names and their stories as well.
So did you not do art at all then?
No, not at all, no. So I've just been blagging that really for 18 years. Do it, no, not at all. So I start with a sketch, but I'm not a refined artist. But I will always start.
You can see. Lots of people wouldn't be able to see what the difference was. A sheep is a sheep to me.
Yeah, and that's quite hard to boil down. Like definitely, that's one of the hard things. Is especially when I've limited myself even further by them having the same body shape and the same leg shape. That means I really haven't got a lot to play with in order to capture. The characteristics.
No, because you can do that with the body, but you've got to get all of the characteristics in the face, haven't you?
Face, yeah. With not a lot, because I don't use safety eyes very often or anything like that. So
of course
really
not.
Just using black embroidery to catch a few characteristics.
Is that one really brown then?
Yeah, Suffolk sheep. Yeah, absolutely brown like that. And they've got long floppy lop ears.
Oh, because the ones in my field, when they have babies, they're all just black ones and white ones, and then some mix. But then as they get older, they seem to all go white. I don't know if that's what sheep do or
I don't think they do. It might just be unfortunately that the lambs disappear and you're left with the mums again.
Yeah.
I have a horrible feeling. Yeah.
All right then, vegetarian. Thanks very much. Right, what's this?
So this is Hebridean. So now we're right up in the Highlands of Scotland. The kind of real like fell sheep. So they're much darker in colour. Obviously you've got those horns coming in. So it's that nice place between goats and sheep where they've got loads of horns and gnarly different textures. Dorset Down, one of my favourite, a real cutie, that one. I think one of the most popular sheep from the whole collection.
Oh.
Now, the Raka...
That's a cow.
This is a South African sheep that I didn't know anything about, but I really, again, in the same way, I guess, as dinosaurs, I wanted to give you as many variants as possible.
Did you just Google sheep?
Yes, you wouldn't believe the things that I spend hours searching up.
Where did you say this one was from?
South Africa, I think.
You see, you could have got a nice trip to South Africa out of this.
I'm doing it all the wrong way round.
Yeah, exactly.
The Valley Black Noses are beautiful. These are an Icelandic sheep. Another place that, I should have probably gone to
It's got little mittens on.
enjoy. Yeah, a real cutie. But interesting, we're still sitting in level 2 here.
Oh,
so
wow.
we're right the way through and we're still in level 2.
Yeah,
There's loads more easy ones in one like a sheep book. Don't be put off by the texture of the fleece. It's not loop stitch like it is in that Primates. This is actually just chain stitches that you put on top. So don't worry if you are
Which we're going to show that.
We're going to show all of that, so you'll be able to see that too.
Fantastic. Oh, they're gorgeous things, aren't they?
Through to Seth, and he's the showstopper for me. The word of warning is he takes a long time.
Well,
now,
we have got up to number 2
complicated,
now.
yeah. He is only a 2, but he's the kind of project that you'll do a bit of fleece, you'll need to take a break. It's a bit like making a blanket. He may be a sheep, but he's going to take you about as long as a blanket.
Oh, really?
What you do is you actually chain up and then you crochet back down these to put this fleece on afterwards. But it is an absolutely stunning texture. It's one of those show-stopping pieces.
Yeah.
A talking piece in.
Right, okay. What happens if I want to make them bigger?
So you just use a thicker yarn. So the size that they all are on set here is a double knit weight of yarn
Right.
and a 3mm hook.
Right.
If you've got Aran or chunky yarn, you can use that and they will literally just scale up. So say that one, and this goes for dinosaurs, primates and sheep. Double knit and they'll be the size of this.
Right.
Aran and they'll be twice as big, and chunky they'll be twice as big.
And do you do Aran and chunky, or do you only do this?
We do Aran and chunky
Yeah.
as well. And if you're someone with more patience and eyesight than me, you can also go downwards, which is to a fine weight of yarn.
And they'll be little.
And they're little, yeah. And that's brilliant if you are somebody who really enjoys the process of it, but maybe is short of space once you've made a few hundred of them.
Oh,
which
yeah, I was
happens
going
to
to
us
say,
all.
yeah, you just want to make a family of
So
them.
it means that then you can fit a lot more on your shelves if you scale down.
Lovely. Dominic? Oh.
A lovely one, and loads of interest here. So obviously we are in level 3 now,
Yeah.
but this is one where you're going to get to try a little bit of everything. You've got a little bit of back loop, you've got a little bit of colour changing as you put that lovely checkerboard onto his leg. So a really fun one to make.
Wow.
Then Lynn the Jacob sheep, this is another really famous sheep. They're the ones that you always see them with spots on their back. So on her back, you work the spots at random to put those spots onto her fleece, and again, complete with the 4 horns. And then in the back,
Mini
you've got
Simon.
Mini Lamb. Yeah, so this is a little mini sheep that's half the size of these big ones. It's just an extra little pattern. It's a level 1. It means you can make them quickly. So if you are someone who enjoys making the elaborate ones for yourself, but people often ask you for them, it means you can whip up a sheep in a couple of hours and you can gift them that instead.
Brilliant. What bundle do I get with this then?
So this one, you're going to get 4 big balls.
The books are available on their own, by the way. We'll be doing those in a minute.
So you've got your 100 grams of stone, you've got your 100 grams of cream, obviously absolutely essential for the sheep. You've got your oatmeal, so this is plays into all those kind of Wensleydales and Rackers. And then you've got 1 ball of charcoal as well. So all those black and white ones you'll be able to do, like Dominic even, like on the front cover there, he'll use his horns with this. These 2 for the rest of it. The Valet Black Nose for this, the Kerry Hill for this. I've given you really the 4 colours that you need. The only ones that you've not got is the deep, rich browns, but they're probably the least popular ones in there too.
Okay.
Of a breed. Yeah.
Right, and you also get the free...
And you get the merino patch with that as well. So in exactly the same way, you can make a minimum of 4, a maximum of 6. It just depends slightly on which designs you decide to go for.
Fabulous. Right, let's do the books on their own now then. Do we just get a normal bag with that
normal
one?
bag, not the fancy
Right, so
one.
if I've got... Do you want to start with sheep, because it's here? Sheep, book on its own. Oh, £10, that's good. Right, okay, that's wrong. Right, for 18 patterns.
Yes,
If you think how much you pay for a single crochet pattern.
Yeah.
And you can't get it, it's kind of not exclusive to us, but exclusive to us and you, isn't it? It's not available on Amazon or
It's
anywhere
not
like that, is it?
available on anywhere like that because it truly is a self-published TOFT title. It's a special where I get to be really geeky with no restrictions of how well things will sell or which ones are really popular and making sure I've picked one from every territory. This is me just geeking out, having fun crocheting. It doesn't get better than that.
How brilliant is that? £10. And what a lovely present as well for somebody who you know who loves crochet, like June would love these, wouldn't she? Oh, yeah, Rebecca Reed's furious that I've got this show and she's not got you. £10, that book. £10. Absolutely flying out, I'm not surprised. Are they all £10?
Yeah. yes.
Yep, all £10. So shop ahead. Shop ahead if you want to. These are the 18 sheep crochet sheep patterns. Loads of you there. Check out. It's also a lovely way of supporting you.
Yeah,
because
it is.
It's your book,
because
isn't it?
It is a very much direct product of me, in a way that obviously it's fantastic wherever you buy one of my books from.
Yes.
But yeah, in reality,
Well, no,
the further you are away from me.
I was going to say, no, but the thing is, we all have to know this, not know this, but if you do a book yourself, then you make the money, sort of thing. If there's a publisher, if there's an agent, if there's a this, if there's a that.
Translator.
Exactly. Do you know what I mean? You get less for the money. So this way we can support you.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've had to pay for it to be printed, and they're not cheaply printed by any means. You've not gone down a cheap route
It's
whatsoever.
got nice foiling on the front of all of them.
But everything, the whole thing, and you've got photo shoots in locations and things like that. But this way, we can support you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it encourages me to be as geeky as possible. So it's a nice reminder to me. When
more...
these sell a lot of them, I'm like, oh, yeah, I can get that geeky. That's okay.
But are there more geekinesses?
I hope so. I have recently, well, it might relate slightly to the cats that we'll get to later on. I'm doing a little bit of a survey at the moment to see if I think there's enough appetite for the cats.
Cats and dogs.
Yeah.
Cats and dogs.
Oh, well, I've done over 100 dogs.
Have you?
That's why the poor cat people have been ignored. So,
okay, then no
it may
cat
well
next
be
then.
time for the cats to come in.
Okay, let's do Primate next then. Primate book on its own, £10. Oh, brilliant. 15 in here, 15 patterns for £10. Beautiful, beautiful as a gift, beautiful for yourself, beautiful. Self-gifting's the way to go, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Okay, yeah, thank you, Ben. Ben's gone. You get 3 for £30. No, it's fantastic when you think you can spend £30 on where you wouldn't, you know what I mean? Anyway, and then we've also got the dinosaurs.
And this is probably the most different one. So just to be really specific about it, if anyone's made TOFT animals before, the other 2 books follow the true standard form of Ed's animals. This one's all on its own. So the dinosaur legs and body is its own standard form. Obviously, they've all got tails and bits and pieces like that. So if you are somebody that's maybe got a couple of the other books that are animal related, this is probably the most different one.
Right.
If you want to get as far away as possible from that and so you've got the most variety of patterns, I would go for the dinosaur one because you're going to have a totally different range of animals, well, of dinosaurs there to play with projects.
Okay. So while you're checking out on that, we need to go to Ice Age Duo, did you say? Ice Age Duo. So what's Ice Age Duo then?
So that's these 2 lovelies in front of me, and that's why I guess I probably ended up redoing these because I was having a look at this show for putting together the dinosaurs.
Right.
So here you have got Senka the woolly mammoth and Victor the woolly rhino. And
are they such a thing? Bring them in.
Yeah, they absolutely are. So here, obviously the woolly mammoth, most of you will have heard of. It's again another really popular one. It's just a complete cutie in terms of a toy. Like it's one of my absolute favourites. I designed it a really long time ago, but I've just revisited it just to add a little bit more finesse into it. So I'll hopefully get a chance to talk about that as well and how you get that lovely curve on the tusks, but still really, really easy. So here you're using loop stitch, which is that stitch that I'll get to demonstrate for you. So the same one that's used on some of the dinosaurs. And it really just is a lovely texture when you actually crochet that on. You don't knot that on afterwards. You actually crochet that in as you go along.
Right, so I've heard of him.
So then this is his pal, the woolly rhino, that gets ignored, doesn't get as mentioned as much. You don't ever hear about it in the same way, but it's a woolly rhino that also very much existed in the same way. So I've put them together in a pairing, and in putting them together in a pairing, they combine yarn. So that means you're getting a really good price to make both.
Right.
So you're going to get 200 grams of the chestnut yarn there, and this is, I guess, one of our richest, deepest colours. It's also the colours that I haven't included in the other bundles. So if you are thinking of going for one of the magazine bundles, and then you also want to add some of the darker brown in, this would be a great way to make sure you've got a really wide palette. So you get 2 whole balls of that, and then they share the 25 grams of cream. So that means that's how you're going to make those.
And where is there a pattern in there then?
Oh, yeah, you get the pattern and everything obviously included.
Right.
It's just not out on display.
Okay.
So you will obviously get all the patterns for both printed on separate.
Okay, and that's not your price, I'm being told. 10% off, look. £45, that's your postage, P&P back, isn't it? Now, do these come from you or do they come from us?
We directly ship these out to you.
So you'll get the email at midnight tonight and then
we'll ship them tomorrow, yeah. So they're always fast turnaround from us. So, I mean, with a special wind from Royal Mail, they may well be with you for the bank holiday weekend.
Oh, is it bank holiday soon?
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
we don't know bank holidays in this building. Right, £45, you get both of those. Now, do I need something to go inside
So you will need to get some stuffing. So everything that we've talked about so far, the things that you're going to need to add into your basket if you're starting from the very beginning is a 3mm crochet hook.
Should we do that then?
Yeah, so you can have a look at that. So it's a 3mm crochet hook, and what's exciting is, so long as you're using a double knit weight of yarn, that truly is all you need. It's the one tool that you need.
Okay.
It means you can take your ball of yarn with you in your bag. So long as you've got that with you, then you're off and you can make it everything.
3mm.
3mm with a double knit weight of yarn.
Okay.
And then a bag of stuffing.
Oh,
And
what?
one
Even
bag
the stuffing
will
comes
make
in a
5.
gorgeous bag, look.
Yeah. One bag will make 5 animals this size, so you just need one of those to go alongside your bundle.
Oh, what, for £6?
Yep.
How gorgeous. I love it. Oh, that's nice as well.
It is.
That's
I'm
more
quite
like
fussy.
a K-pocky.
It's to try and give it a nice loft. So the thing that I really don't like is when anything goes too flat when you're using it. And also my big tips whenever you're using stuffing, really, no matter what that stuffing is keep it in one big piece as much as possible. Don't pull small bits out and roll it up to get it in. Keep it in one big open piece. And then what you do is you use your hook, and this is where the handle is really important as an extra tool. You push that stuffing inside the pieces using the handle of the hook as the tool to do that.
And how heavily do I stuff them at the beginning?
Lightly. So as you'll probably feel when you pick them up, and this is the big thing that I emphasise to everyone, is you're using a top quality wool that's really tactile and soft stitches in terms of your fabric. You want them to have movement in, you don't want them to be too stiff. That's what gives them even more character. So whether you are giving them for a child to play with or whether you're making them just to sit on your shelf and look good, they will look great and have more character the less stuffing you actually use, because it means they've got movement in them. So then you can sit them up and you will get more character in the way that their body sits on the shelf.
How gorgeous we put the Ice Age Duo back in there, £45. So that in that one you get the 2 big balls of chestnut, the small ball of cream and the instructions, the pattern and everything for that. And you'll need a 3mm hook, and you'll need a bag of stuffing. Loads in baskets of the Icelandic Duo. Loads of you there. Right, let's move on. I'll put that there and that there. Baby dinosaur.
So this, I've got an apology for the next 3 items we're going to talk about. And that is that they're on their holidays in Chicago.
Okay.
This is a very busy week for us at TOFT. We had a team in Wales at the weekend at a show. I have 2 of the team members in Chicago at a trade show, and then obviously I'm here.
So you've missed out on that as well,
And
trip to Chicago.
I have, yeah. So we packed everything very organised into bags over 2 weeks ago, but we didn't quite think about my show. My show came last.
So these are in Chicago?
Yeah, these 3 are all in Chicago right now, getting ready for a trade show out there. So, but what this is a TOFT complete kit. So you might have seen our kits in boxes. Everything else on the show isn't in a box. It'll come in one of those bags.
Yeah.
But what a complete kit is it means it gives you absolutely everything in one place. So you're not going to have to buy anything extra at all. So you'll get your 25 grams of your line. You'll get your eye thread, which is what that is, so you can sew that on afterwards. You get your 3mm hook.
And
you actually get your stuffing, as well as obviously then your pattern to create your mini dinosaur, and then a handy little card that helps you with all the abbreviations and gives you the video links, because there are videos for everything as well. So this one is a really great little beginner project. If you're sitting watching the show, or you know somebody who's thinking about getting going on it as well, it's a great gift because there's absolutely nothing else that someone would need to find. It obviously comes sealed. I've just left this one unsealed. It's a level 1 complete beginner one, so it just allows you to dip your toe in the water with a little project, and then you will get.
Oh, you get the badge as well.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. Look, right, £21. No, not £21. Apparently, Mini Gregor, the T-Rex kit box with free pin badge, £15. Right, that's the last crash of the show. No more crashes now. The thing is, I don't know how you make money.
Yeah.
I'm
genuinely,
being serious now.
And we make them all at HQ too, like just so that if you ever see a box like this, and obviously they're on the shelves all over the world, TOFT boxes, they're all made by our team in Warwickshire. We assemble all of them, yeah.
£15 is not enough. Anyway, take advantage. And what I love as well is you've grown, obviously your company's grown in popularity over the years. You haven't gone, oh, we're famous now, we can charge more money.
No, not at all. In fact, we haven't raised the price of our yarn for 15 years.
Well, it's about time you did go.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid that as much as possible.
No,
Other
and that's
creative
brilliant.
ways,
But that's lovely.
yeah.
So your fans are loyal to you, and
Yeah.
you're as much as you can.
I
be
absolutely
loyal to-
am, because I'm conscious with everything. Like, obviously, we are a luxury brand.
Yeah.
It is luxury quality. It's manufactured in the UK. It's the highest quality soft sheep's wool that you can source globally. It's spun here in the UK. We do everything by hand with a small team of 13 of us. But yeah, I understand also that things right now, I don't want to put the prices up for the sake of it. So I am battling hard to keep your prices, be creative to keep your prices
I
down.
could nick some. I'm in Warwickshire, so I could nick some of the sheep from the backfield and just bring them round.
Yeah.
There you go. And we can shear them, keep them. Anyway, £15. Make sure you check out on that. That's brilliant. Here he is again. Loads of you got this in your basket. I'm not surprised. Absolutely beautiful, isn't he? Oh. Right, let's move on then to... Where you want to go next? Cats next, Ben? Yeah, cats next.
Right, so I apologise again for the fact that they're not here, but for me, this is a very exciting moment in TOFT history.
Black and white one first.
Going into cats. So this is Paddy, who is...
How tall is he? How big is
So
he?
the same size as all of these other ones.
Okay, right.
So the size of everything else you've seen, dinosaur primates, it's all the same size because you're using double knit yarn.
Right.
So you will get 2 balls of the charcoal, 1 ball of cream, which is what you need to make Paddy the cat. Obviously, same things again, your 3mm hook and your stuffing to finish him off.
Right.
But cats, there's a real story behind cats. Basically, I've resisted cats for probably far too long. So I learned to crochet 12 years ago. I did make a cat really early on, and I wasn't happy with it. And I think it's because I've always been around dogs my whole life. I haven't actually spent a lot of time with cats. And so I've really struggled to capture a cat. But it's the time for the cats. I've now made over 100 dogs. I've made basically every single variety of dog going. It's time for the cats. So if you are a cat lover, if you've got any suggestions of what you would like to see cat-wise, do make sure you send them in. I'm listening loud and clear. It's time for the cats. Let's give them a good go. So I've started with, Paddy, the black and white. This is a level 2 if you are thinking about levels, but the only thing that makes it a level 2 is the fact that you do a colour change from the charcoal into the cream.
It's difficult to do a colour change.
Not at all.
I thought
It's
you just
really
finish one and start the next one.
You finish one and start the other. So that's all it is. It's just, that's the way my rules work.
Yeah.
If you are totally new to this, I don't want you to have to worry about having 2 balls that get in a tangle. So if you're a complete beginner, I always say 1 colour.
Have you, in that team of 13, is there somebody who answers the phone if people have a problem?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we all do. In fact, I hope she's probably listening, actually. On Friday, it was so busy in the office because we're also shearing our alpacas on Friday, so it was an absolutely chaotic day.
Well, what, in the field?
You have 150 alpacas, so we sheared on Friday and Saturday. That's on top of, obviously, those 2 shows and
and getting ready to come here,
and packing all the orders.
and 2 children and everything.
So it's been a busy couple of weeks. But basically, I answered the phone on Friday afternoon, and the lady at the other end was like, actual Kerry? And I was like, yeah, actual Kerry, there's only one, there's only me. And we had a really nice chat, actually, giving advice on what she was making and talking through it. So every single team member at TOFT can crochet, and that means that it doesn't matter who you see at a show or who picks up the phone, or whether you're coming to get your parcel and you chat to somebody there, everyone can answer the questions.
Oh, my. So how big a field have you got then?
We have 52 acres. So, yeah, with quite a lot of alpacas on. 1 llama, and we've had 2 babies so far this year.
What's the difference between a llama and an alpaca then?
So an alpaca, they're both domesticated species, but alpacas are much smaller, and they've been domesticated for their fibre, so they're finer boned. They generally are prettier, shorter nosed and spear-shaped ears. Llamas are much bigger, so they are much taller than me, and they're load-bearing animals, so much squarer, broader backed.
Okay.
So we have one, Archie, only to tell people that, because we've had alpacas.
Is he not lonely? Does he get on with the alpacas?
He thinks he's an alpaca, so he's fine.
Oh,
we've
that's
had
right
him
then.
since he was tiny.
Okay.
He lives with one other alpaca in his field, Toranaga. But we only have it there because obviously what people say to you all the time is, oh, I love coming to see your llamas. And you can then stop and go, well, actually, they're alpacas.
Yes.
That's a llama. Yeah.
So
and
we can
when
come and
you see
visit?
them, so there are public footpaths that runs through the farm, yeah. So you can walk off the edge of a reservoir that we're on.
Oh, okay, so it's not when we're going for a day to TOFT.
No, we're not. Unfortunately, we did used to be pre-COVID. We are working on whatever the future
But that's
looks like there.
another whole team of people,
It is.
isn't
We
it?
were a team of 25
Oh,
pre-COVID,
okay, right.
because obviously we were open 7 days a week.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is a whole different.
Are you just a glutton for punishment then, for like
I did
non-stop?
used to spend a lot of time washing dishes, yes, which was the one downside of being open all the time pre-COVID. Is the reality is when you get busy, you get really busy, and you have to all go hands-on. So yes, I am working long-term on something that means that we have somewhere that you can come and see TOFT products all the time again.
Oh, no, I think that'd be lovely for a day out to go in the countryside, see your alpacas, see TOFT, buy TOFT, and then kind of, it's like a destination, isn't it? It's lovely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, okay, so what's he called?
So that's Paddy. Paddy's a black and white cat.
£22. Then we've also got...
Lulu. And this is, I guess the challenge for cats is the fact that obviously they are so different. So I'm hoping that you'll be able to get the ingredients in the pattern that you need to be able to capture your cat. Because obviously they do.
I see,
and this was always the challenge with dogs, but dogs seem to have a stricter breed standard.
Yes.
So what I'm doing and what I'm scratching my head about and what I'd love to take your feedback on is what I really want to be able to create for you is a way that you can capture your own cat. So it's me giving you enough component parts and little bits of pattern and bits of colour variance and pattern that then it means you can take a picture of your cat or your friend's cat or anyone's cat and you'll be able to make exactly that cat. That's my challenge.
I was going to say, because if they've all got the same legs and arms and body and everything, and head, but you'd have to do ears differently.
Yeah, the ears different shapes.
Yes,
putting, loop stitches in on some of the breeds. So it's all about capturing colour patterns. So here you've got a nice basic tabby pattern that just uses 2 colours. So you're using majority camel with those darker stripes of fudge running through it in order to create that nice, lovely striped tabby pattern.
I think what would be nice if you did pedigree kits, so you know this is the Burmese, this is the Burman, this one. But then, like you say, people have got the option to go, right, I can buy that, if I buy that book, I'll make that head, that body's those ears, and then say to you, I need pink, yellow, blue and green.
And be able to then get your colours with a nice colour chart to be able to capture your cat. That's my mission, The Sphinx is currently
that's got no
baffling
hair.
me. Yeah, the Sphinx is baffling me. That's the one that I'm pondering. But I fear that if I manage to sort that one out, then there'll be a few more animals along that have no hair as well.
Why would you go for that?
Because I know it's going to be the hardest one, I think. So if I can do that one, then the rest should be easy.
Absolutely. Right, shall we do some demoing then?
Yes.
Shall we do some crocheting?
Absolutely.
Right, for the Icelandic, no, not the Icelandic, the, what's they called?
The Ice Age Duo.
Ice Age Duo, that's what the graphics are in for at the moment. What are you going to demo?
So I'm going to do the loop stitch. So this applies...
Is that on here?
Absolutely applies to the Ice Age demo. Also, the Ice Age Duo also applies to the primates very much. A lot of the primates use loop stitch to put their details on, but also applies to the dinosaurs. So the only magazine or product on the show that doesn't have the loop stitch in would be your mini dinosaur and your sheep magazine.
Okay.
But I know people find the loop stitch hard, and that's why I wanted to give it a good demo.
Okay.
So for this demo, I'm using chunky yarn and an 8mm hook.
So the principle is the same. You're just doing
exactly
it bigger.
the same. I'm doing it big, so it's nice and easy for you to see it on the screen. But this is the scale that if you wanted to make the giant ones with the pattern, you'd just use a thicker yarn to scale them up.
Okay.
So I'm going to start from the very beginning, and you start with a slip knot. This is nothing to do with loop stitch. This is just the basic crochet. So I'm going to do the starting ring for you so you've got it. So to create a slip knot, you create a loop like that and come through and get the tail end of the yarn, but don't bring it right the way through. And that means that you've got a loop that tightens and loosens from the tail end as a controller. And just check that it is the tail before you carry on. Now, just to go through a few crochet basics before we do it, I'm a right-handed crocheter. That means my crochet hook's in my right hand, my yarn is in my left hand. But the most important action that you need to be able to do comfortably is to move that hook 180 degrees from upright to down. That's the really important movement. Now, I hold my hook overhand like that. You can hold your hook underhand. There is no right or wrong. It is just what works most comfortably for you. And then just to talk quickly about the your other hand, your yarn hand, I just hold very little tension on my yarn like this. So I just wrap it around my index finger. There's 1,000,001 different ways of doing this, and everyone that crochets does it differently. So again, work out something that works for you so that your other hand is comfortable. Now, as a left-handed crocheter, you're just going to be holding it the other way around. There's never a left or right mentioned in my patterns, so you will just be going around the spiral the opposite direction, but you don't have to do anything at all.
So if a left-handed person buys your book,
Yep.
you still follow those
You follow the
instructions?
patterns in exactly the same way. You don't make any difference.
Right.
Right, so once you've got that slip knot on your hook, what you're going to do is chain 2 stitches. And if you are totally new to crochet, what I would say you should do before you get going is just practice a load of chain. Because in making that chain like that, so grabbing the yarn and bringing it through, you're practicing that movement of up or down. So honestly, spend yourself a good 10 minutes, 15 minutes practicing chain before you then actually go on to doing the crochet. Right, so what we're now going to do and how it all starts is by double crocheting 6 into a ring. So the only stitch we're using for all of these patterns is a double crochet, a DC. You put your hook in through that first hole, so the one that was closest to your slip knot. You yarn over, so you grab that yarn and you bring it back through to the point where you've got 2 loops on your hook, and then you yarn over again, turn that hook downwards to make your life easy, and come back through those 2 loops in one motion. That is a DC, or a British double crochet stitch, and that's all you need to be able to make them.
Okay.
So then you do 5 more into that same hole, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that's your 6 in a ring. And then what you do, and why it was important that we made the slip knot the way we did, is you pull that tight, and that gives you a little circle. Now this is effectively your cast on. This is where this style of crochet all begins. So if you look at the bottom of a leg like that, that's the 6 in a ring there when you're working on that scale, and everything grows out from there. That's the same on the back of a head, it would be the same on the bottom of an ear, it would be the same on the bottom of a body. Everything begins with 6 in a ring like that. So what we're then doing, how it grows, is we're just continuing to double crochet, but now we're going to work through the stitches. So rather than into one hole, a stitch is that V that you can see there. So that's a stitch, that's a stitch, that's a stitch. You put your hook in beneath the whole stitch. Now I'm probably going to find I've pulled that one quite tight there. There we go. Stitch in between the whole stitch, and then you work a double crochet. It's just that first one that will be tight as you go round. So then you carry on, and while it's growing, it will say to double crochet 2 into the next stitch. So there's a stitch. You go in once and you do a second one. So that is all the basics. That really is it. That's the only stitch you're doing to make it get bigger. So let's do loop stitch, because that's what I've promised a lot of people at home I would demo properly while I'm here, is this loop stitch. So the loop stitch is still just a double crochet stitch, so exactly the same as we've been doing, but the important bit is you've got to keep a loop on your thumb while you're doing it. So what you do, you put your hook in the stitch you want a loop stitch in, and that's important because it means that your crochet is attached to your hook, so this hand is totally free to make a loop. Then drape your yarn over your fingers and get your thumb into a thumbs up position. And the important bit is the fact that you need to take your thumb away from your body. So your thumb goes away from your body over the top and then back round to create a loop on your thumb like this. Now, if you're making something like the woolly mammoth, you see all these loops that are all over the body. I haven't cut them. I've left them as loops. And if you leave them as loops like that, this next bit isn't as important because they're obviously really secure, they're not going to come loose. But if you want to move on to doing some of the other primates or the dinosaurs and get this really fluffy effect to the texture.
Oh, they're the same thing then?
You're just cutting them. Yeah,
okay.
That's all you're doing. But what we've got to make sure when you're doing your loop stitch is that when you yarn over, so as part of your normal double crochet, you need to bring your hook up your thumb and yarn over like that with that yarn from the back. So then you just bring that through as a normal part of your double crochet. Now you've got a loop on your thumb and you finish that stitch off like that. And that really is it. That leaves you a loop in your fabric. So the good news is you're never doing it in every single stitch at all. So you'd have normal ones in between, and then let me do it again for you nice and slowly so you see it in one movement. So if you're going to do a loop stitch, in the stitch, thumbs up and thumb over the top away from your body and then back around towards you like that. Then make sure that you bring your hook underneath and you yarn over with that back yarn like that, because what that does is it creates a little knot there when you work the stitch, and that means that if you cut those loops afterwards, there's no risk of them coming loose. They are locked in place. So bring that through. Now at this point where your loop is on your thumb, you can actually make that loop as long or as short as you want it to be. So if your pattern calls for 3 centimetre loops, the 3 centimetres would be from here to the end of that loop there. If it's 2 centimetres, it would be down here. If it's a big long one, like 8 centimetres, it would be up there. Then you just pass that back and finish off the stitch. And that really is all there is to the loop stitch. So the stitch itself, be it that I call it a level 3, the stitch itself isn't actually hard. That really is it. The bit that's hard is the fact that what the pattern will ask you to do is to spread those loops out about every 3 stitches.
Right.
Now you're concentrating on worrying about how many stitches are in your circle as it grows, and then you're being asked to also think about where to put these loop stitches. And that's really why I put it in level 3, is it's not anything to do with the actual stitch itself. It's the fact that you're spreading them out. But what I want to really show you here, which people very rarely get to see, is how bold It is, in between those actual loop stitches. Because when you get the overall impression of the woolly mammoth, you would think that the loops were every other or even every stitch. It's actually 3 stitches apart on this row, say, and 4 stitches apart on this row, and then you put a loop in. So there really are big, bold patches in between as you go along. And my big advice there would be, as you're crocheting, the shape that you're making is the important thing, not the loops.
Yes.
So if it says every 3rd stitch and you happen to put one in every 2nd, honestly, don't panic.
Or if you miss one.
Or if you miss one, there's no way you would ever tell or see, ever. Even if I looked at what you had made with my familiarity with everything, there's no way I would ever see or know.
Yeah.
So honestly, my big tip on loop stitch is to relax about it. Don't worry, just spread them out. Why I have to state it like that is to do with density. And I did actually bring some other examples to talk about loop stitch.
Oh, brilliant.
So, say something like this, which is a dog. This is very, very short, dense loop stitch that's then fluffed up. And you see how it almost looks like a totally different texture again.
Yeah.
Then this
so
one...
can I ask, would that have been like every other stitch?
That would have been every other stitch and really short, so 1 centimetre. So
Right.
probably on your little finger rather than your thumb, or pulling it tight each time. So you get that really kind of neat closed effect. Then one like this, a chow chow, because I wanted it to look like a giant pom-pom, effectively the head, this one will be really, really dense, even down to potentially every stitch to get it really, really dense like that. You'd get that effect. And that's obviously then cut and trimmed on the end. And then something like this is really long loop stitches. So it's amazing that with that one technique that you'll learn, you'll get, this is a kakapo, a type of bird from New Zealand.
Okay.
So this actually, I've brought 2 dinosaurs here to show you the same thing as well, this is the same design. It's in different colours, but these are loops left as loops versus loops that are cut on the same design. So the choice really will be yours as to whether you want to keep it as an effect of the loops or whether you want to trim the ends off. Yeah, and they're loops crocheted in exactly the same way. So it really is up to you how you want to finish it off. Do you want to trim them? You can even brush them. I've seen some people properly brushing the fibres out so they'll become proper fluff balls afterwards.
No. So is the idea that you make 2 legs, 2 arms, a body, and a head, and then you sew them together, So you end up with pieces, but the thing that people really like about this is the fact that you're not sewing together 3D shapes with stuffing in. With all of my limbs, you only stuff the bottom here. Right.
And this is just a flat piece of hollow fabric. So you're going to sew the top close.
And it's proper sewing,
And then you're using your yarn. So, and all of this is in videos and in your patterns, obviously. So don't worry about remembering it all. It's whenever you're making a piece, you'll leave yourself an end of yarn on that piece. And then you'll just sew up the top and then sew it on.
Oh, I see. So when you finish a leg, you leave a piece on the end.
You leave a length of yarn on the end, and then you
that's
just use that to oversew. So you're not having to rejoin cotton or anything like that. I mean, I know that I'm talking to people that obviously are sewers and feel confident in that, but I know that a lot of people worry about the assembly of 3D objects.
No.
But what's great is the fact that there isn't a lot of it really, because you're making a hollow shape that you put the stuffing in. You just gather the stitches to close them, and then you sew these on as flat pieces. So it's really minimum.
You said don't overstuff, because it'd be really difficult if everyone's really overstuffed and
then
trying
it's
to
really
stitch them,
difficult to have 2 things that are overstuffed and try to sew them together, because then it really is an art. Because it's down to your skill in putting those things together, rather than just following a really basic pattern of here's the locations, sew them in place. So that is all there is to loop stitch, just like that. But people really do worry about it. And my big message is, if you've tried before and you've given up, give it another go. Once you've been a bit more confident, give it another go, and don't worry about counting where they go.
No.
Just spread them out, and you really won't see the difference at all.
If I have a too big a bald patch, can I go in and make a loop? Like say I've done
retrospectively, you absolutely could. So if you found
retrospectively,
so the nice thing actually, and I'll just give that tip to anybody who really doesn't like the loop stitch and thinks, oh, it really isn't for me. If you'd done cut loop stitches, you can get actually exactly the same effect. So you could just follow, say, your woolly mammoth pattern. You could just follow the whole pattern, or your woolly rhino, and not work the loops. What you'll just get is a
bold one.
A bold one, but obviously all the shaping works. So you'll have a bold one.
But it's still going to look gorgeous anyway.
Yeah, it could. And then what you could do afterwards, now it's a method that I actually find takes me longer, but some of you might prefer it and find it easier, is what you would do afterwards is you could just go into your bold rhino or mammoth and cut yourself some lengths of yarn like this, and like tying a tassel on a scarf, you could just put them on like this and loop them through.
Oh, okay.
So
I can do that on cut loops, but I
can do it on cut loops. If you were going to put a true loop in, I'd sew it. So I'd actually secure the yarn at one end and I'd sew a loop and then secure it off. So that's going to be
even longer.
Even longer.
Yeah.
But if you wanted a cheats way of getting a texture and you didn't want to do those loop stitches, you could cut short lengths.
Or if you want to introduce another colour into it.
Yeah, you absolutely could.
Because the body, that's all brown, obviously that's all chestnuts or whatever. If you wanted a few grey hairs or a few speckles,
yeah, and you didn't want to do colour change. But while we're on techniques, like when I talk about level 2, basically level 1 means you're just doing this double crochet stitch that I have been doing all the time until now. You're just doing that double crochet. That's level 1. What level 2 means is you're sometimes going to have to change colour, and all you do to change colour, you go in the next stitch, yarn over to that point where you've got your 2 loops as part of your double crochet, and honestly all you do is join in that new colour like that. And the only reason why it's level 2 is you have to remember to do that bit before your first stitch of cream.
And why is that?
Because then you get the neatest transition.
Right.
Whereas, and this might be particular to me, this is the kind of thing that I never know.
Yeah.
This is how I always recommend to change colour, is you go in as part of the last stitch of your colour 1.
Right.
And then finish off that double crochet with your colour 2.
Right.
And then that means that when you go in to do your first stitch of your colour 2, you get a straight
Oh, otherwise you'd have one
you have
half
a little dot,
grey and,
yeah. If you go in like this, I can't even do it is what's weird, because I so instinctively want to do it. So if you wanted to change colour like this, yeah, there you go. What you end up with
it's a half and half
and half situation, which is a bit messier than doing it the other way around. The other reason why I recommend it that way is it's also knotted in place. So
I was going to say,
you don't have to sew in any ends or anything like that.
No, because I was a bit worried. On this one, is that knotted in?
Yeah, so that's
unravel?
Because you're then going to carry on, and obviously you will be working into the top of that stitch when you next come round.
Yeah.
It can't unravel. So all you do, the lovely thing about this style of crochet is it has an inside that no one can see. So all your messy bits just live on the inside. So there's no sewing or finishing like that at all.
Brilliant.
And I think that's another reason why people really enjoy this style of crochet, is it doesn't have as much of that like finishing bit at the end where you've put in all the hours and then you look at 19 million granny squares and think, am I putting these together? And we've all been there.
You've got all those loose bits.
All the ends, which can often be the most intimidating bit, is the sewing in of the ends. You're not doing that at all. You just end up with this one length at the end of making a part that you used to sew it on.
Perfect. Now, what was the other stitch you were going to show us? Was it?
Right, I'm going to do some fleece on this sheep. So I'm going to show you, in contrast to loop stitch, which is actually creating the loops as you go along, what you would do for a sheep, and I'll just grab some double knit here. So I'll give Eustace a little bit of a hairdo. So when you're doing something like this, you will make a naked sheep. So you'll make all the shapes of just the double crochet. You won't be putting your fleece in as you go along.
So have you made white bits and
you've made a yellow body and
Yeah.
all the rest of the bits of white in order to produce something like that. So she would still sit in level 1, because technically you're not ever tackling 2 balls of colour at the same time. But say we wanted to put fleece onto her head. All you do then to put the fleece on the sheep is, once you've stuffed and sewn it all up, so it will look like this, you put your hook in through the fabric. That wasn't a specific place. It wasn't a specific technique. You just whack your hook in through the fabric like that. You yarn over and pull that through, so you've got that attached in, and you would then sew that one end in later on.
Right.
But then all you're going to do is that chain stitch, the one I did at the very beginning.
Oh, okay.
You do, say, 8 of those, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and all you do is you choose where you want to go back into the fabric like that and slip stitch in.
Oh, so it's a bit like when Jane Greenough does her cross-stitching and she does like cauliflowers and things like that. She does the same sort of thing.
Technique.
She comes through and then does a few and then goes back down again a bit later on.
And that is all it is you then get to build your fleece on top. You're not really counting a pattern, so it's really relaxing. I like to refer to it as proper like TV crochet.
Yeah.
Because you're not really thinking about anything. You're not having to tick off a pattern. You're just filling the space. And the big message from me again is spread them out. They're not dense. You're not doing it into every stitch at all. It recommends in all the patterns to be 2 stitches or rows away from where you came from. So again, it looks bald when you're first doing it, but you'll find that it all just fills up the gaps for you.
So is that what that is?
Yeah.
Because that looks almost like it's like...
So they're shorter. So I've done 8s here. These are the 6s.
Okay.
And so you don't come... Hang on, let me see if I can get my hook under one so you can see one. You don't come as far away from the fabric. So they'll just be little short ones that you go back in. But you see, so on that body, I've done a yellow body underneath. So you can see the yellow double crochet stitches underneath. And then you're just putting chain stitches on top.
But again, that's another way that you could add another colour into it, isn't it? Because you'll still see the yellow from underneath.
Absolutely, you'll still see it from underneath. I mean, if you really wanted to with your woolly rhino, you could cover the whole of your rhino with this if you wanted to afterwards as well, or your woolly mammoth. It'll just give you a different texture.
Yes, yeah.
It'll look more like sheep's fleece rather than that messy single loops. So that, by and large, most of the sheep use a technique like that in terms of it being a chain that you come up and you go back in, and there'll just be different lengths of loop that create a different texture, but some of them will be slightly different. Some of them, when it's, say, representing a sheep that has locks of fleece rather than dense, crimpy fleece, you'll chain upwards.
You're so fast.
And then you'll work back down this chain. So a chain is the V's that you can see there. So say we're going to...
So sorry, what am I doing? What am I doing now?
A different type of sheep's texture.
Okay.
So still fleece and still applies. So say Daniel the oviraptor, dinosaurs.
Yeah.
His feathers on his head, they would use this technique.
Okay.
So you chain upwards and then you go back down into that next stitch and you just slip stitch. And that means get the yarn and bring it through that one and through that one. So all you do is you travel back down.
Are you making it thicker then?
You're making it thicker. So it means you go back down to the surface of the fabric, and that way you're not having to break the end of yarn all the time and sew loads of ends in. You come back down like that.
I love the way you call it fabric, because you are making your own fabric.
Yeah, you make a fabric, and
yeah.
then you're putting kind of texture on the top.
Yeah.
So you come back down the chain like that, and then what you'll do is you'll just travel 2 stitches away. So exactly as we had the theory of you move 2 stitches away here, we'll travel 2 stitches away across the top of the fabric like that, and then you'll put another one in. And that's it.
Oh, wow.
So again, it's really nice, continuous kind of like detail that you put on the top. You're not really having to pay attention to what you're doing in the same way as following a pattern. And that's how you add all the fleece onto the body of a sheep. Then when you get to the even more, I guess, laborious ones, we went for the fastest one first, which is those chain ones that you go back in. This is a bit slower. Seth, my old flagship one, who we probably could get in actually. You see the one that's sitting on the far end in oatmeal and stone? That one with those gorgeous spots. Yeah, him there. Let's get him in. So he's really the showstopper for me from sheep. He's the one that is just such an amazing texture. He does come with the warning that he does take a long time.
Oh, this is one you said earlier.
Yeah,
if you
he
cut a blanket,
but he's a
take
really
you
glory one, and I have in the bundle put you both of those colours in because I know a lot of you. It's one of those ones that you lust after for a while, project-wise, in terms of Seth. So to make his fleece, you'll do your chain up, and then what you'll actually be doing is double crocheting increases as you come back down. So the double crochet is the stitch we've been doing throughout, so you go along to the next one. And so what it does is you're putting more stitches in than there was on the initial chain. And what happens is it just starts to spiral around. But obviously, it's quite a long process.
Do they all get caught up together when you...
So no, so you spread them out. If I spread his fleece, you'll see how spread out they are. Again, they're not
actually,
dense.
yes, look.
Yeah, look how bold. Again, this is what TV's great for, though. Look how bold he is under there. I think often I worry when I see people, they worry that they've got to put them all the time. You see how you can actually see 2 clean rows of stitches in between the line of fleece. So all I've done is I've kind of gone round like a raspberry ripple spiral around his body and put in all of those.
But it also goes to show that if you put them in everywhere, it would be too much.
It would be too much. You'd use about 300 grams of yarn if you did it all into every one, and it would be too much. You'd lose the floppiness and the texture. You wouldn't get that same effect. So all you're doing is crocheting back down the chain like that. Again, still really easy techniques.
Yeah, look, but it's naturally doing it.
And it naturally just causes a spiral. And that is all there is to it. So by the time you get back to the surface of the fabric, you'll just be travelling away from it again, like I did with that last one. There we go, into the last one. And then travel away from it. So say we were going around his body in a logical way, you'd actually track with the rounds. Do you see how you can see the rounds of lines? You just track with the lines away from that last one.
If ever you made producer Hannah, if ever you made a producer Hannah doll, this is what you do her hair in.
Yeah, well,
and
that's, I guess, when you start to explore the different collections like sheep and primates, you'll start to see that all the techniques are the same. So, yeah, if you are somebody who maybe has looked at my doll books and things like that, and but you're worried that they look a bit advanced, you want to try with something else first, all these techniques apply in exactly the same way. So, yeah, some of the doll's hair will have loop stitch. Some of them will have... something, or Santa, for example, his beard is very, very similar to Seth.
And what's this called?
It doesn't really, I don't really have it. So if in your pattern, it would always be really explicit. Rather than call it a technique, I would say chain upwards 12 stitches, double crochet, 2 into next stitch, back down. So loop stitch has, I guess, a technique name because it's just about creating a loop. If it's to do with all these other techniques, it would be really, really specific. It wouldn't presume that you know how to do it.
And are they traditional crocheting techniques? Or are they
I haven't got
TOFT?
a clue because in confessions time, I've actually never used anybody else's crochet patterns ever. And I think that's what makes the patterns and TOFT quite unique is I watched a YouTube video, I learnt that stitch and I was off on my own.
Wow.
So it was rough.
What made you do
initially.
that? What made you watch that first video?
So I was pregnant with my son. I did have TOFT. It was a company, but we were mainly a knitting. Well, we were only a knitting company because I didn't crochet.
Right.
And I was trying to not work. Believe it or not, I was trying to not work because it was my due date, and I just wanted to try something different. And I just found my thing in a way that I hadn't ever tried to knit a toy. It hadn't appealed to me, the idea of knitting a toy. I think I'm
So what was the knitwear? What was the
hats? All the knitwear that we still do that you might not have seen. Actually.
I've no,
obviously,
I didn't know.
This style of crochet has had its heyday for the last 12 years for us. But we do still produce every quarter hats, sweaters, scarves, a whole range of things that you wear.
And then
with our
knitted?
yarn, knitted, yeah. Yeah, didn't know that.
Don't let Rebecca Reed know that. You've not brought it here? Have you not brought it here?
No, I haven't brought it here yet, but we probably will. I feel like I'm still finding my feet on what you like to see on Sewing Street and
we
the
definitely want to
demos
see
that.
that.
Yeah, we should do some knitting.
Oh, with me, not with Rebecca Reed. Okay. No, I love Rebecca Reed. I'm not being horrible to her about her at all. Well, that's a bit blurry, that picture. What's the matter with the camera today? Right, let's look at the time. It's running away with us. Let's just do a recap of some things, Jess Ben. Oh, that's right. The three big kits to start with. So I've got dinosaur here first of all.
I know that's me. All over. Right, let me get that out the way.
Right. Okay. So there's the crochet dinosaur. So you get So did you call it a magazine?
Well, I think that's a technicality from me having a bit of a twitch about calling it a book.
Okay.
But it is a book, obviously.
It's a book.
It is a technicality in my original contract.
Okay, so the kit, you get this, and you get 4 big balls of yarn.
Yes, which I've hidden from myself.
I don't know where we put one in the dinosaur bag. Is it?
No, it doesn't have its own bag. I don't know where the 4 dinosaur ones went.
Oh, okay, don't worry. So you get 4 big, but you can make how many as the book?
6.
6.
Yep, so you're going to get a whole 100 grams of lime, 100 grams of green, 100 grams of stone and 100 grams of shale. So you'll get a kind of brown tone, a grey tone and then the 2 greens.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I don't know what. Has it rolled that side? No. Oh, I know, it's deconstructed.
Oh, here we go.
That's why I couldn't see it in a bag. So green, lime, stone and shale. And then you will also get that Gregor the T-Rex pin badge with that as well.
So that's £75. We have taken some money off that for you. Should have been 85, was it? 85, taken £10 off. Now, if you don't want the bundle and you just want the magazine... No, I'm not going to call it a magazine. Have you called it a magazine in the graphics? You see, they're doing yourself a disservice there. £10, but you're getting 15 patterns in there.
You are, and a real variety from level 1, 2 and 3. There's loads of different techniques, and it's a little bit like a jigsaw. You can mix and match the different parts of the different dinosaurs as well, so you'll have loads of fun.
But hang on, they've got the same... There must be that one, that really, really tall one. That's not got the same body.
So that's an elongated, but it still has the same base of the body. So you
does
just
it?
extend at the neck. So yeah, they all still have the same standard form, whether it's the Brontosaurus.
I could just think of the noises that these make. Look, Dippy.
Original.
So that was the original. That was what it came from, isn't it?
Yeah.
Did he last long then, a Dippy, whatever he is, Diplodocus?
Diplodocus.
Yeah.
Yeah, Diplodocus. Yeah. Well, he's still on tour, I think, around the UK. So he might be in a museum near you, the actual skeleton. Yeah.
Anyway, but the book, I'm going to call it a book, £10 with 15 different patterns in there. Let me put that, right, you need to check out your baskets. Lots of those sitting in baskets. Right, now we'll do which one? Sheep next. So here's the sheep. So you get 18 patterns in here. Plus, now this one you get lots of gorgeous natural colours in this one.
So you get 100 grams of the cream and the charcoal. So that's obviously great for a lot of those black and white sheep, the Valet black noses, ones like that.
Yeah.
And then because I know that Seth is so popular, that one that I've just shown you with all those gorgeous locks, you will also get the oatmeal and the stone. And they'll combine to make, say, the cover one, Dominic. You'll just have loads of options. You'll be able to make up to 6 sheep in the same way, subject to which ones you choose in terms of how much yarn they use.
So how much is on here?
100 grams.
You don't do it by the metre then?
We do it by the metre, but I tend to refer to it in weight.
Oh, no. But there's an awful lot on there, because if you can make all of those just from... Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's 225 metres for 100 grams. And actually, a thing I haven't even mentioned, but I will mention is TOFT's actually discontinuing the 100 grams as a format. And we will be dropping down to 25 grams from now on, rather than 100 grams. Only because lots and lots of you are obviously now crocheting animals, rather than necessarily knitting sweaters, which is where
which is what they
came
were
from originally.
So they're going to stay in the sweater side?
No, we're going to drop to 25 gram across the board.
That means if you make a sweater, you're going to have to buy 400
You are,
balls.
and you'll have a lot of ends, which unfortunately is the one downside, but it's just an absolute logistics thing for us in terms of the 100 grams.
Don't tell me that one of the 13 has to sit there winding these balls.
Not quite, but we do actually label them all on site. So these labels are actually all done by us. There isn't a machine that can do this, but we wanted... because the batch is so important with these kind of natural colours, I wanted to make sure that you had a bit of the yarn of that batch attached to that batch number as well.
Oh, that's brilliant. So if in the future...
Yeah, so in the future you can keep these. You've always got a reference point. Like I said, we don't discontinue colours, so it means that you've always got a reference.
Does your
back
brain
on them.
ever stop?
No, I'm like a mixture of organised and then creative. So
Well, no, because just the thought of... Oh, I'm going to tie some of the yarn to
I think
the
it's
label.
just been a really long process. Like, I can't emphasise, over 18 years, no decisions have had to be made quickly at all. It's really naturally and organically evolved. So by the time I did Edward's Menagerie, I knew what I was doing with everything else that came first.
Put these in the sheep
right,
bag.
That's the sheep bag going in.
And then the sheep book or the magazine. 18 sheep patterns in there. Very popular, that one. Very, very popular.
And it is new photography, actually. I will say that. For anyone that has seen it before, this is actually a new version. We only launched it at Easter time. So the older version had different photography for this, but we thought that it was time to take them to Yorkshire and give them a glow up. Yeah.
Oh, you should love that show, Glow Up. Oh, I love it. Right, okay, and then we're on to primates. So there's the book, and then the bundle with this one, you get lots of smaller balls.
Yeah, so you get lots and lots of 25-gram balls, and that's because a lot of the primate patterns do, they kind of combine lots of different colours, especially in this grey spectrum. So you get 25s of the yellow, but you're also going to get shale, steel, silver, charcoal, cream, and oatmeal. So you can do ones like the marmoset on the cover, the ring-tailed lemur, and you will get the lemur patch with that as well.
Beautiful.
And the tote.
And the tote bag.
Yeah. Primate tote bag.
Gorgeous. Right, so that's that with all the yarn. Now we've got the book on its own. Let me put that down. Book on its own. Magazine, book, whatever you want to call it. 15 crochet primate patterns in there. Yeah, I thought it was a she, I think, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, Leah.
Thought it was like that as well, but that's its beard. Aww. £10. Make sure you check out. Lovely. Where do you want to go next, Ben? Oh, these. Ice Age duo.
Yeah, Senka and Victor, the woolly mammoth and the woolly
Would you want to do it that
rhino.
way? Sorry,
There we go, do them that way. So you can really see them. So here, you're going to be doing that loop stitch that I've shown you. Don't be scared by it. I hope that I've given you everything there to try this. It really is worth it in terms of a texture. So you get 200 grams of the chestnut, and then you get the 25 grams of cream for the contrast as well.
And you get the pattern as well, obviously.
Oh yeah, you obviously get the pattern for both, and they are different patterns, and you do get front and back images on everything. And there
Who
are
knew
videos too.
a woolly rhino even existed?
thing.
I knew about the mammoth. I had no idea about a rhino.
This is ignored friend. It's time for him to get in the
Oh.
limelight, the woolly rhino.
And did you find that out by accident when you were...
Yeah. Yeah. When you see things like that, and then it takes me on a long wormhole, and I end up.
Are you dreadful? Do you go onto Facebook or something? Do you end up in? I can waste an hour.
Yeah.
Somewhere completely different. Next. Little T-Rex in the box.
Yep, so in this box, it's a complete kit. So this one, there's nothing else you need to order to go with it. It's a great gift for somebody. You do get the free pin badge in it as well, but it's actually also includes not just the yarn and the pattern, but also the eye threads, the stuffing, and the crochet hook. So it's absolutely everything you would need to make the little
Very
T-Rex.
quickly, 2 cats now. Now remember, if you've got any ideas, do email, not us.
Yeah, get in touch with me directly, with your cat ideas, please. So you've got Paddy, which is the black and white tuxedo cat, a level 2 one there.
Who's on holiday in Chicago at the moment.
Yep. And then Lulu, I don't know where she's gone. Is she?
Lulu's.
She missing in action as well?
Oh, hang on. I've got Lulu.
There we go, we've got Lulu. So that's the tabby cat there as well.
Do you get another one of those?
Yeah, you'll get 2 balls of camel and a ball of fudge with her to make her. So it's the same amount of yarn as it is for Paddy, the black and white.
I don't know where that other
I don't know where that
one's
is. You do also obviously get the nose threads and things like that as well. So you've got that lovely pink nose.
Brilliant. Don't forget 3mm crochet hook. What are these made of, the handles?
They are plastic and then they're coated. It just makes it more comfortable for you to hold, but also is resistant when you are stuffing the pieces as well.
Brilliant. And talk about stuffing. TOFT premium toy stuffing there. It's beautiful, isn't it? And you get the lovely little calico bag.
You get the bag and it'll make 5 animals.
There you go, £6. Thank you, that was a whirlwind, but it was absolutely brilliant. Do you know when you're next?
I am, I'm in 2 weeks' time, and I'm hoping the weather will get better because it's going to be a gardening show because we're ready for gardening season.
Oh, interesting. What day of the week's that? Is that a Monday?
I haven't got a clue.
I haven't got a clue. Right, okay, thank you ever so much. It's been lovely to see you. Let's look at tomorrow's menu very quickly. X-Ride back-ins at 8 o'clock. It's Stuart tomorrow. Kimono jacket with Alice and Marion and Alison at 9 o'clock. Sewing room tools at 10 o'clock. Victoria and the Hearts cushion with Alice and Marion till 11. Oh, I've seen that. It's gorgeous. She brought that on to Threads of Life last week when she came to film with me on Threads of Life last week. And then at 12 o'clock, they've got Brother sewing machines. That's Brother sewing machines. Thank you for your company. She'll see you in 2 weeks' time. I'll see you on... I'm not in again now till Sunday. I'll see you on Sunday. So take care. Make sure you check out your baskets because there's lots in baskets. And I'll see you on Sunday.